included in this warned area.
Okay, thank you very much, Betty and Max. Our coverage continues here today. We're updating you with the very latest on Hurricane Irma as the eye wall is making its way through the southern part of the Florida Keys.
We just got some new information from the National Weather Service. You know, Fowey Rocks over by Fowey Light, the big lighthouse where people go to snorkel and fish, and it's not too far from what's left over of Stiltsville. That's where they recorded a sustained wind of 74 miles an hour, and they recorded a gust of 90 miles an hour. So we're just getting that from the NWS. And we're also hearing from Governor Rick Scott as well. He is already getting an idea of what's happening in the Keys, and he's talking to friends down there. He's worried about the storm surge above ground level, and he's also telling us that first responders are ready to work for us, but it won't happen until the storm is over. This is going to take a long time, as you guys know. We won't be doing anything until Monday, and he's trying to let us know that they're doing everything they can, but they cannot physically do anything until we are done with these tropical storm force winds.
National Weather Service out of Key West has been doing a really good job updating their Twitter account all throughout the morning. Just a few minutes ago, saying that their office experiencing gusts between 80 and 90 miles an hour there. That they also said their NOAA weather radio there on Sugarloaf Key is down. So we'll keep working on updates for you. We also have a new set of numbers from Florida Power and Light. Now more than 730,000 here in South Florida between Miami-Dade and Broward counties are without power.
Closing in on 1 million. We do know Florida Power and Light, even before this storm started, even knowing exactly what we would be dealing with this weekend, already said they're counting on 9 million to lose power. So we know we are just dealing with the beginning of this.
We know you are out there. We really want you to stay safe. It's tempting to go to the window, to step outside, and to get us video. Let's show you some images right now from Miami Beach. We also have video from Miami Lakes as well sent into us here at Local 10. People starting to go outside and see what the winds are doing to their communities. This person looks like they're on the front porch and shooting their trees in the front, swaying back and forth.
Yeah, you know, Max, I'm sure, is going to hammer this one home. Do not go outside, especially for those of you listening to us in the Keys. There's going to be this false sense of security when you're in that eye, you know, when it's clear and beautiful and great, and you think maybe you even see some sunshine out there, and you say, okay, it's over. We are far from over. So we will keep repeating that to you all day long today. We are not done with this storm, and it's going to be hours and hours of your Sunday. In fact, I was in touch with our Weather Authority meteorologist, even back there as they're dealing with this. I want to go ahead and pull this up because I asked what exactly is the Keys going to deal with. Erica Delgado said, just so that you guys are aware, this is the Keys. Tropical storm force winds until early Monday morning. So you still could get winds up to 74 miles an hour. But the hurricane force winds, the worst of it, will go into the afternoon in the early evening hours of the Keys.
And we heard Barbie talk about the temptation to walk her dogs, and when you are going through a hellish experience where your whole home is rattling and you're terrified, when it calms down, you're going to have to fight the urge to step outside. Let's go down to Florida City. That is where we have Ian Margol, who is live and experiencing continued deluge and heavy rains.
Yeah, guys, we're getting soaked, and we're going to take a little walk here to show you. Now that it's daylight, you can really start to see some of the damage we're seeing. We've been talking about this sign all day. As soon as we get around these trees, you can see. We've been talking about this sign all morning long. You can now really see it is about 80%, 90% just gone. The white siding that used to be around it completely ripped off. And we basically, you can see if we pan down just a little bit right in the parking lot here, those are pieces, those are small pieces, but the big wide rectangular pieces that were around it, they were completely ripped off. Those have to be about 5, 6, possibly. I'd be willing to say it's much taller than I am, guys, and I'm about 5'10". Those pieces are just ripping off, flying away. Betty was asking me a little while ago, oh, check this out, hang on. Let's take a look over here. You can see the metal we were talking about bending, and what it's been doing, just flapping back and forth, and then piece by piece just ripping off and flying out. Now, this is what I was going to say. Betty was asking me earlier if we were starting to see any pooling. We've been getting torrential downpour for several hours at this point. It has not let up. And what I did was I took a little walk right across here to this parking lot. That's a Cracker Barrel right next to us, and there is about 3 inches of water in a certain central spot in there, so it's clearly the lowest lying spot in that parking lot. but there was a good 3 inches or so of water. I didn't want to go walk into it. Don't know what's inside of it. We obviously don't recommend wading through any standing water because you don't know what's going to be in there. But guys, this has been exactly what we've been experiencing for hours at this point. Wind just steady, and then a torrential downpour, and it's coming like needles into our face. That's how hard the wind is gusting at points. But what's interesting, most of the evening, most of the night, what we were noticing was it was sort of, the wind was just sort of blowing east to west. What sort of changed a little bit is it feels like is a little bit more of a cyclical motion to this wind. We're seeing it sort of blow around a little, and I'm not sure if that's just maybe where we're standing or if that's something maybe Betty and Max can comment on, but we're definitely sort of feeling a little bit of these winds. Whew, you can really see us get blown around here. So guys, this is just the beginning, and it's just going to keep getting worse.
All right, Ian Margold, thanks. Be very careful. Watch out for that flying debris. We need to get right over to Betty Davis for an update on this tornado warning.
I do want to let our viewers and listeners know who are in northeast Miami-Dade and in eastern Broward that the National Weather Service office is going to let that tornado warning expire at 8 on that storm. The storm has actually weakened, so no longer showing those signs of rotation. And Ian talked about the cyclical nature of the winds that he thinks he's feeling, and that's those brief spin-ups. That's what we have to watch for the potential for tornadoes in some of the storms within these bands that are lifting in. But at this point, tornado warnings, we do not have any active for now in your communities, but those winds will continue to be gusty, and we remain under a tornado watch as we see Hurricane Irma making landfall along the lower Keys, Max.
And if we could go to graphics 42, okay, you can see that eye wall now where the red is. That's the northern eye wall, and it's actually a portion of that is now north of some of those keys. Usually the inner edge of the eye wall is more intense than the outer eye wall. The winds are stronger, like in Andrew, they're much stronger in the inner eye wall than on the outside of that eye wall. But it also looked to me like it has expanded a little bit, and so that means, you know, we've been talking about Key West to the 7 Mile Bridge. It looks like on the east side it's kind of expanding, and a piece of it may go over Marathon as well. So, you know, I think that entire area is just going to get tremendous damage from the eye wall. And the next airplane is on its way in there. It's not there yet, but will be here before too long.
Max, do you have a moment to answer this question? I think a lot of our viewers are trying to understand. This is Jim Naskren, but you know how when you have that zoomed in and you can see the lower Keys right there? We see orange, yellow, pink, red. Jim wanted to know what's the difference in the colors on the radar?
That's just, it's more intense. The rainfall is more intense. The yellows and oranges. And just trust me, everything in that donut around the eye, that's where the most catastrophic damage will occur. And that, I know folks that can't see us, but maybe are listening to us on radio, that really goes from No Name Key, includes Big Pine Key, Big Torch Key, Summerland Key, Cudjoe Key, Upper Sugarloaf, Big Coppet. It includes the Naval Air Station there in Key West, and it looks to me like at least a portion of that eye wall is over Stock Island and Key West. So that area is going to be hit extremely hard.
And I know we're waiting for that 8 a.m. advisory, right?
Oh, it did come in. I apologize for that. And the winds are still 130 miles per hour, so it's still a Category 4 hurricane. They haven't had that plane in there quite yet, so they're not about to change the winds until the plane gets there and they get some more reports here. But everything else stays in place. We're still under hurricane warning from Miami-Dade south through all the Keys and up the Gulf Coast. And we also have the storm surge warning. The storm surge warning from Miami-Dade southward, and then we're all under the hurricane warning here in our viewing area. So, I guess I don't know how else to say this, but Irma has not reached the closest point of approach yet. So, looking at the track, I don't see any way we're going to get out of this. It's going to be all day long and into the evening. We're going to experience something similar to what we're having now. Although as it gets closer, depending on what happens in that core, those bands will continue to become, more frequent and more intense.
And by the way, the headline on that advisory is the center of Irma about to make landfall in the lower Florida Keys. That is the headline as of the 8 a.m. advisory on Graphics 41. If you're at home or even listening to us on the radio, for those of you who need a visual, want a visual of the advisory and those stats, we have that for you. As Max was saying, maximum sustained winds at 130 miles per hour, pressure 929 millibars. Irma moving north-northwest at 8 miles per hour, and we are watching that northern eye wall and eventually move through, and eventually we're getting closer to seeing part of that actual eye come over the Keys as well.
How wide is that eye wall, Betty?
Max, do you have the measuring tool on there?
I think I can do that here.
Okay, I think the actual eye was it 25?
The last airplane report had 25 miles, and so that's it's somewhere between 20 and 25 miles in diameter.
Right.
And that's going to take a long time to get through there. They're actually going to get, as the eye goes over them, the winds will lighten up, and I think the Floridians know that the backside is yet to come, and that south side of the eye wall is, it doesn't look as strong here, but believe me, those winds are going to be strong on the south side as well.
So you said like in the 20-mile range. I know, Max, you're very familiar. Charlie, 04. Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, also a Category 4 storm, but that eyeball was just only about 7 miles across. And I think about all the damage that Charlie did.
Right, and this is actually, to me, looks like it's expanded a little bit. When we came in, that ring was a little bit tighter, and it may be spreading out a little bit, and that's not good news. That just means that that core is going to go over a bigger area.
It's wild when we think about the other storms that have done so much damage. Charlie also hitting the southwest coast, and that was just about 13 years ago. And another serious major storm there. Took a long time to clean up that area and rebuild. And you guys are just forecasting the Keys right now as far as that center, as far as that eye, but that storm still has to go up towards the southwest portions of South Florida and then continue on.
Right, and one thing about the comparison with Charlie in 2004, not only was the eye small, but the whole circulation was small. The big difference here is that the whole circulation is much, much, much larger. And then talking about the Gulf Coast, yes, there's going to be devastating storm surge all the way up the Gulf Coast, until it moves in and over the peninsula, and that includes through the Fort Myers area and even up near Tampa Bay.
Wow, 3 times the size, pretty much, right?
Yes, probably more Irma. Than that. Irma is probably more than 3 times the size of Charlie.
Wow.
And the reason they didn't have the huge storm surge on the Gulf Coast in Charlie is because it was like Andrew. It was a small hurricane, so that limited both the horizontal and vertical extent of the storm surge. The large ones, like Irma, can produce higher storm surge over a much larger area.
And Max, also, I want to warn you, because I like that you are telling people exactly what they're experiencing. We're hearing from some people in Key West that they think they're in the clear because they're looking at this radar. That's not the case.
No, well, this is, that red is just almost, in fact, a portion of that I think is over Stalk Island, which is right here. They may, the Key West itself may ease by on the extreme outer edge, and that's probably better than the inner edge, but it's still not going to be good.
Max and Betty, thanks so much, giving us continued updates on this 8 a.m. advisory. As you're looking over some of the other numbers, Betty, you look at some of the storm surge numbers. Oh, are we moving to Leanne Modahan, or are we still? Okay. All right, we're gonna give you guys another chance to keep looking over that advisory. We want to keep touching base with our reporters spread out everywhere. Let's hit Leanne Modahan, who has been in a couple instances dodging debris there in Miami Beach.
Yeah, you said it, Eric. We're still here on Miami Beach. I'm going to take my earpiece out. We're at Collins Avenue and 18th Street, and the wind is just incredible. Ever since it increased about a couple of hours ago, it's been relentless. The rain has also been relentless, but the amount has about stayed steady since we've been out here. But boy, has that wind increased in the last couple of hours. The last time I spoke with you, our Betty Davis told us that the gusts were upwards of 60, 65 miles per hour and gusting sometimes into hurricane force. And you really do feel it standing out here. We're actually using the Shelbourne here on Collins and 18th as a shelter, as a sort of a place to seek refuge when we need it, and something to block the brunt of this wind. We're no longer going out into the middle of this because it's just not safe, because all that wind that's coming in from the east off the ocean and moving in, there's nothing blocking it. If something came flying through, there would be nothing to protect you from it. So these are the conditions we've seen here. You see there, past there's that big round concrete planter that's completely knocked over. It's been bobbing back and forth. There's another planter back there that's fallen. We saw a piece from a traffic light that fell off. Of course, they've been waving in the wind, these traffic lights, along with the trees and everything. And I want you to see this man here at this bus stop. He's been here ever since we got here. He's been sitting there and he's been observing the storm and protecting himself there with his towel, but that's about it. And we can only hope that he stays safe doing that. But of course, it's a huge risk. You can see here also the amount of water that's accumulated on the road. It not only shows you the direction of the wind and the power, but all that water that's just been washing in and accumulating. You see it right there.
So, Leanne, that's coming.
And over there too is just.
Leanne, that's coming from the east, right?
Go ahead.
From the east?
Oh, it is. It's coming. So back there, this is the east, and back there, is the ocean. You've got Ocean Drive back there,
Have you had a chance to
what you have is just this. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you see the water, or is it too dangerous to see the water?
It would be too dangerous.
Okay.
Earlier, we were venturing out and looking at it, but it doesn't feel safe anymore, and I don't think it'd be worth
That
the risk.
speaks volumes right
It
there.
makes you wonder what that shoreline looks like right there.
That's what I was wondering, to see if we could take a peek at it, but we're not going to put our crews in danger. So you're looking at Collins Avenue. So where she's pointing east, where the camera's showing right now that we can't get any closer, that would be where you would run right into A1A and the beach over in that direction.
Okay. Boldly stepping out a little bit. We'll give you a
Right.
zoom.
Lots of flooding already in that area.
And there's some trees down that are blocking your vantage point. So don't step too far out there. Whoever's running your camera, Leanne, we're going to stick with our Weather Authority team, Betty Davis and Max Mayfield. They are here. They're continuing to look over that 8 a.m. advisory and give us the latest on Hurricane Irma as it barrels in on the Keys.
Yes, we've been tracking that eye wall, the northern part of it, as it moves on to the Keys. And in a short time here, the Keys the lower Keys will start to get in some of that eye, and the weather is going to relax a bit. But we know what comes in the back part of that eye, the rest of that eye wall. I do want to focus a little bit on the wind gusts we're seeing outside right now. If we can go over to Max 1, and we're noticing an east wind gusting to 60 out at MIA. This isn't really telling the full story of what's happening out there. Winds are gusting a lot higher than that, certainly along the beaches where our Leanne Motorhome is. And notice that reporting station in Key West, they are feeling something, because at this point the winds have stopped reporting. Max mentioned that they probably lost power, and that's been the case for a lot of these stations. Homestead, the one in Marathon and Fort Lauderdale, you're noticing there's not a number there. So I'm thinking between the bands rotating in and all things Irma and all the wind, that has done a number on some of these stations. So that's just one more interesting angle to this story. In the meantime, on Graphics 42, our Max Mayfield is looking and inspecting that eye wall of Irma as it moves over the lower Keys. They are involved in some of the worst weather you could possibly imagine. An extreme wind warning is in effect, and that stretches from Key West to No Name Key. And Max, you just noted that Marathon is going to get involved in some of that weather, maybe not as intense as some other areas of the lower Keys, but even up toward Marathon, as it appears a part of that eye wall expanding a bit.
That's right. So here's the extremely well-defined eye right there. That's 20 to 25 miles in diameter. The fact, let me just check that again here. Yeah, that's it's off the scale here, but about 25 miles. The wind flow is counterclockwise around the eye, so that means the winds are doing this southeast over the 7 Mile Bridge, actually easterly north of some of these keys here, and then becomes more northerly as you get over near Key West. So they're probably getting some flooding from the Gulf of Mexico side there on the left side of the eye. The thing that they're actually getting, actually, let me see if I can point some of these keys out here. This is this big one here, right under that NO there. That's Big Pine Key right there, and they're right in the heart of the eye wall. But it's really the eye wall's already passed over many of those keys there, just to the west of Big Pine. That includes the Big Torch Key, Summerland Key, Cudjoe Key, Upper Sugarloaf, Big Coppet, the Naval Air Station is right down there. They went through the eye wall, so all that entire area, really south of the 7 Mile Bridge, either has or will experience the eye wall. And on the northeast side here's Marathon right up here. They're sort of on the outer edge of the eye wall, so it's just that's going to be catastrophic damage in some of those areas down there, I'm afraid.
And Max, I'm looking at the report from the National Weather Service office there in Key West, showing a wind gust of 91 miles per hour measured at the National Weather Service office in Key West. So they are definitely feeling some of that eye wall and those stronger winds.
And what time was that?
That was 7:55.
Okay.
So a short time ago, that's what they had measured in Key West. But obviously, as you said, up around the Big Pine Key, they are in the thick of some of the worst of it, which will soon be lifting away and maybe getting involved in more of that eye.
Yeah.
But there's more to come.
Right. I mean, here when they, they're going to get a little break here, as the eye moves over them. But then they've got the south side to deal with when it gets far enough north. So it's going to be a long day for them down there.
It will be, but Key West, if you're listening, all of the lower keys, all of South Florida, we're going to be with you every step of the way as those winds are ramping up. Even in parts of Miami-Dade on Graphics 41, we're now noting the winds gusting to 70 miles per hour. So hurricane force winds are reaching up well away from where Irma is making that landfall. 70 just below hurricane force, but you get the general idea. The winds are ramping up.
And this is going to continue throughout the day and into the evening.
Right. I think Lori and Calvin are ready to step in with us now. Good morning.
Good morning, and I don't think you ever went to bed, did you, last night? But quickly here, it's not officially considered landfall until the eye goes ashore, correct?
Right, and you have to define landfall somehow, so the only way to do that is the center of the eye moving over land. So we don't want to get too hung up on the precise location. It's going to be somewhere there near the Saddle Bunch Keys or between Big Pine and Key West anyway. There are several little islands in there. So we'll wait and see how the Hurricane Center actually calls that landfall. But the important thing here is that northern eye wall is going over all of those keys down there south of the 7 Mile Bridge.
The wording from the National Hurricane Center is from their 8 a.m. advisory, center of Irma about to make landfall in the lower Florida Keys. So we're getting there.
Catastrophic
And the
storm.
strength of Irma right now, Betty and Max?
It's still a Category 4 hurricane, 130 miles per hour. That was actually based on aircraft data. The plane, all the planes now, thanks to the 04 and 05 hurricane seasons, have these microwave sensors. They can actually not just measure the flight level winds, but then now they can measure the surface winds, and that instrument actually works better the stronger the winds get. So the Hurricane Center had confidence in those winds, and that's why they upgraded to Category 4 this morning.
Okay,
Right.
Max and Betty, thank you so much. And we're now just a quarter after the hour here, 8:15, and we want to sort of reset and let people know if they're waking up just what's happening right now. And so we track Hurricane Irma. Good morning, everyone. I'm Calvin Hughes.
And I'm Lori Jennings. Hurricane Irma, as a Category 4, is coming ashore right now, making landfall in the Middle Keys there, south of the 7 Mile Bridge. And we are all under this hurricane warning for all of South Florida.
And there are lots of ways to follow our storm coverage now on your laptop or your app. We are streaming our newscast until Irma is no longer a threat to South Florida.
And that is really going to be well into tomorrow morning. If you do lose power, hopefully you have your battery-powered radios up and going and you're listening to us already there. 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and Pirate Radio in the Keys.
And we have our weather team following you every step of the way. Our Max Mayfield you just heard from, and our Betty Davis, they're watching what's happening in the lower Keys. And right now we also have our reporters fanned out all across South Florida like we have for the past several days, Lori.
Sanella Sabovic is one of our many crews out there. She is joining us by phone in Fort Lauderdale. Sanella, you were right out there under a tornado warning, is it?
Yes, earlier this morning around 4 o'clock, I received the alert on my phone for the tornado warning, and the winds were just pounding our windows. Gusty winds howling like a freight train, and due to that, you have palm fronds scattered everywhere. We've been driving in and around Fort Lauderdale, particularly Las Olas Boulevard. We can't even, send video to you guys. Our signal is so weak right now. We have been doing some look lives, as we call it, here in our vehicle, and we're hoping to get that to you shortly. But what we have been seeing, we were driving eastbound along Las Olas Boulevard in the heart of downtown here, and we've seen uprooted trees. We've seen palm fronds scattered. You have to drive around, so the road isn't that clear. Several street lights were out, but I can tell you there's not a soul in sight, and that's exactly, you don't want to see anyone here. The driving conditions are bad. The visibility, once we do have the rain pounding down on us, you can barely see what's ahead of you. So Calvin and Lori, right now at the moment, the winds are gusty. Our news vehicle is swaying back and forth. The rain has kind of tapered off, but it comes and goes in waves, and then when it comes, boy, does it come at you. So that's been the scene here in Fort Lauderdale. We've, again, been driving up and down the streets, heading eastbound. We even made our way to Fort Lauderdale Beach, and the sand is scattered everywhere. The waves are crashing. It's quite a scene.
And at times, then, Sanella, there can be a lull, and things can probably be fine, and then all of a sudden it picks up and you find a major limb or a tree blocking the street.
Yes. When we think we are safe to go out and shoot video, there comes that gust of wind right back at you, and it's difficult at times to even stand outside. So we're more safe inside of our vehicle. We've been shooting video from inside of the car as we've been driving around, and we're desperately hoping to get those pictures out to you momentarily. But yes, that is the scene. Driving conditions are really bad due to, one, the low visibility, and second, the vegetation scattered along the roadway. I mean, some trees that are a little smaller and on the weaker end, those are all over the road.
And Sanella, do you have a wind meter with you? And if so, have you been able to clock the wind at all?
I don't have a wind meter. We tried to download an app, but we don't feel like it adequately measured it. I mean, this is 30, 40 plus mile per hour winds. I've even heard 60 from somewhere, but I don't want to quote an exact measurement unless Max and Betty know exactly what it is there in Fort Lauderdale, if they can chime in. But it's so bad, Calvin. When we try to go out to even attempt to shoot something, we have to come back inside. You need to really kind of hold on to something. And that we've been trying desperately to get you some video, and hopefully we can get that to you shortly. But it's just deteriorating as the day is going by. Irma definitely making its presence felt here in Fort Lauderdale. So I can't imagine what it's like down for our friends in the Keys when it's this bad here alone in downtown Fort Lauderdale.
And along A1A, our Ross Palumbo was showing us yesterday how some of the businesses, they were boarded up. They tried to put up their shutters, but from the heavy winds and those wind gusts, some were sort of knocked down and sort of torn away. Are you seeing that as well along A1A?
We didn't drive north to south on A1A. We kind of stopped from Las Olas Boulevard heading eastbound, and we had a little view there because it was just, the winds were just pounding. It was dangerous to kind of drive up and down there at that particular moment. We do plan on returning back there. There were businesses that had the shutters already put in place. Several other businesses with the plywood sign saying, "Go away, Irma," things to that extent. But the sand is really everywhere, all over A1A, even seeping into westbound Las Olas. The visibility even worse out there, really, on the beach.
And you have had some hurricane storm force gusts there, about 70 miles an hour already. That's still tropical storm force, but we have had those out at Fort Lauderdale Airport already. And even yesterday, up over 70 miles an hour. This is just one of the scenes driving. This is what it's very much like driving on the roads, and what our crews can share with us. It is just barren out there, ghost towns. But just when you think it's fine, these gusts just take the car, or a major limb is down right in the middle of the road. So Nella, we're going to thank you very much for right now. Let us know when we can get back with you. We do want to keep showing that radar again for a moment. If we could bring it up, we want to emphasize right now in this 8 a.m. hour, this is when the eye of Irma is coming ashore in the Keys. This is just
the northern
south,
part of the eye wall. Go ahead.
yes, south of the 7 Mile Bridge. It's that northern eye wall. It is coming ashore right now, and this really is the worst weather they can imagine down there.
And Max talked about the middle Keys too as well, really getting pounded as well. The Marathon area, Grassy Key, Long Key, 7 Mile Bridge area. He says those are the areas that are really getting pounded as a result of the northern part of the eye wall going over this area here. And we talked about this for days, and so we're hoping that a lot of people did heed the warnings and they got out of town. But what they'll find when they come back, well, we just don't know at this point. We know Irma is going to be a catastrophic storm.
They're still talking 5 to 10 feet storm surge down there, and that is something that's going to impact all the way up toward Key Biscayne, Virginia Key, Miami Beach. Broward is out of that storm surge warning now, but we are really going to see it there throughout the Keys and up into Miami Beach.
Yeah, such a unique area, and so many people are just enchanted by this area. But we'll see what happens after Irma goes through and the rebuilding process that's going to take place, because we know that is going to happen. The storm is catastrophic. Those winds are moving very fast, packing winds of over 100 miles an hour. We have our Madeline Wright standing by, or at least, well, we're going to check in with her in just a moment. We're going to go now to our Will Manso, who's been based in downtown Miami. And he was there yesterday, and we know those winds were really coming at you. Will, what are you finding this morning?
No, actually, we are going to go to Madeline now, and she is in Miami, we think via Skype. All right, Madeline, thanks so much, and bear with us. Some signals are going in and out, but we have you clearly, Madeline. Tell us what you're experiencing there.
Lori and Lori and Calvin, we are north of where we were earlier this morning. We are near Little Haiti on Northeast 2nd Avenue and Northeast 51st Street, and the winds are just, we're inside of the car because the wind and the rain are just too strong. They're just ferocious, and it's not really safe to go outside. So let me show you what it looks like from the reverse camera. Okay, the trees are swaying really strongly in the wind. As you can see, if I roll down my window, it's gonna be windy. Okay, you can see this is the power of Hurricane Irma lashing South Florida. There were a lot of, we've seen a lot of, well, first of all, it's deserted, but we've seen a lot of down trees, uprooted trees, tree branches in the road further down the street. I also, right over there, I saw that there's a surveillance camera that was torn in half, which is why part of it is coming off. We also saw a sign that had, I'm just going to roll up the window. We saw a sign that had rolling off the gate. The winds are just really pounding, and I mean the rain is really pounding this area, and the wind is just blowing things around. It's really causing a hazard for flying projectiles, and you can see some of the palm fronds there just blowing in the wind. Thankfully, I haven't seen that many people out here. I have seen some homeless people lying and trying to take shelter from the rain, but you know they're just getting soaked. Unless you have, even if you have windproof pants and waterproof clothing, you are just going to get soaked. This is continuous nonstop rain that we've had since yesterday, and this is just the beginning. We still have the whole rest of the day to go through. We still have a long way to go through, and we're going to continue to bring you more updates as the day goes on.
Madeline, you have lived in several parts of the country, and you're reporting this is your first time experiencing a hurricane here in South Florida, but have you ever experienced this kind of weather anywhere else you've lived?
I've never experienced anything as ferocious as this. I've been through blizzards. I've covered wildfires. I've covered tropical storms in North Carolina. I've covered the aftermath of hurricanes, but this is the first hurricane I've been through, and it's honestly scary to be outside here. This is why I had to come in the car. It's just, you just feel like at any moment something could happen. You're very vulnerable when you're outside. You know, at any moment a tree could come falling on you, or a construction material could fly and hit people. And that has happened in the past. People have been killed by flying objects during severe weather. Not even a hurricane. Could have just been a windstorm. It happened in Midtown Manhattan a few years ago. A person got injured by a construction object that had fallen from flown into her and hit her in the head. And you know, there's a lot of construction in downtown Miami. That is a huge economic driver of the construction industry here. So you definitely want to stay away from being outdoors. You just want to stay inside and stay away from your windows.
And Madeline, how long have you been in that area, and when did you decide to go and sit inside the car?
We sat inside the car when we got the tornado warning a short time ago. I know the tornado warning is expired, but it's too windy to go back outside. We were earlier in a different part. We were in Midtown, and that's where we saw a Foot Locker that had been damaged either by a hurricane. It was either related to the hurricane, perhaps a flying object had come through, or perhaps it was a burglar, but we weren't sure. And a police officer initially told me that there was no one going to respond because of the conditions out here, the treacherous conditions. But the public information officer called me back and said there is someone who's going to respond to keep an eye on that location and to make sure that area is protected. But we decided to move here to check out what's going on, and we saw a gas station down the street, Citgo, that had some really bad roof damage. The wind had just blown the metal, I'm not sure what they're called, but these pieces of metal that were on the roof and blown them over into this little fenced-in area. So we're going to try to we were going to go over there, but we just had to take shelter next to this parking area. So we're just going to wait till the wind dies down a little, and then we're going to go back and show you some more about what's going on.
All right, we appreciate all the live pictures you can bring us safely. Madeline Wright, thanks so much. Let's take you now to these live pictures. You see Key Largo on the left and Miami Beach on the right as Hurricane Irma, the eye of this storm, is making its way right into the Keys. The northern edge has come across now. It has, as Max Mayfield explains, there's no exact landfall. It just pretty much comes. And right now in this 8 a.m. hour, the northern edge of that eye wall is hitting right there in that area. Key Largo's a bit north, Marathon also a bit north. Just on the edge of this, it is more down in Key West and all through that area up until the 7 Mile Bridge.
That's right. And about 2 a.m., the storm was upgraded to a Category 4 after that advisory. So the winds are just packing at about 130 miles an hour. You're looking to your right here, Miami Beach. That was an area that was driven through by one of our reporters, and you can see there it is desolate. You can go forward now to the other picture that we were going to show you. Is this Fort Lauderdale Beach? No, Miami Beach once again. This is an area that was evacuated, one of those mandatory evacuation orders that was sent by Miami-Dade County Mayor Carlos Jimenez, and the governor calling for 6.5 million people to get out of the state, one of the largest evacuations in American history. So you're looking at the reason why those winds came down, and we have been warning people for days now not to be in this area, and you can see why. Those flying projectiles could be an issue for so many, and you can see the businesses were boarded up, and so they will not be impacted by this, but we don't know what this is. This looks like an awning or something like that is going down. I'm not quite sure what street that is, but this is Miami Beach.
And we do want to let you know the governor is going to be updating us around 12 noon once some of this passes. But really the entire day of Sunday, as Max and Betty have been telling us all along, is going to be like this. It is going to be a terribly, terribly stormy day and a life-threatening day down in the Keys because of scenes like these. Yeah, these kind of trees coming down. I mean, these are massive, massive trees. We've heard of everything from ficus trees to mahogany trees to these monstrous trees that make South Florida so beautiful. this is what we are seeing come down, especially because of the shallow roots we have in so many areas that just can't take this type of rain.
And in southwest Miami-Dade, much the same scene that people have sort of witnessed all across South Florida over the last 12 to 14 hours. You can see those trees have been uprooted, and yesterday we showed you a lot of that. But this is all over. It doesn't matter what county you're in, Monroe County, Miami-Dade County, Broward County, lots of trees have been uprooted. Let's check it out with our meteorologist, Julie Durda, who has the very latest on the forecast track. Julie.
Hi there. Well, we are noticing that a lot more rainfall is moving in. Lori, Calvin in South Florida, good morning to you all. Here's the latest advisory on Hurricane Irene. This system, Irma rather, is already about to approach to make landfall as of a Category 4 hurricane, winds of 130 miles per hour, gusts 160. It is really taking a toll not only on the Keys, but the Middle Keys and the Upper Keys. As the movement is to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour, we have wind gusts at 61 miles per hour currently from our Miami recording station. And unfortunately, because of how strong the winds have been, we lost our wind recording in Fort Lauderdale and Homestead down into the Keys as well. Last checked in the Keys, we were seeing wind gusts in the 90s, which is no surprise. Wind speeds reported in the 30s and 40s, 41 mile per hour wind speeds in Hialeah, 45 in Miami, 36 in Pembroke Pines. We're going to continue to see the fluctuation of these wind speeds. Tropical storm force winds, these are strong tropical storm force winds to even hurricane force winds, could be possible in the matter of a few hours for us here in Miami-Dade and Broward. Currently, we have wind gusts reported in the 60s for Pompano Beach as well as Pembroke Pines, 61 mile per hour wind gusts you heard me mention in Miami. There is a new warning in effect, but before we get to that, I want to remind you we do have a tornado watch that is all across South Florida. That will continue today because of the outer bands that are wrapping around the center of Irma are very strong. They have a lot of rain and they have a lot of wind, so the possibility of tornadic activity has been possible. We've been talking about it all morning long. We actually had 2 tornado touchdowns last night. This morning, meteorologist Luke Doris and I had a couple warnings over portions of Broward and Miami-Dade. Right now, no warnings, but we're all going to be watching this radar very closely for the precipitation it is bringing us. And of course, the precipitation is bringing us also wind gusts in the 60s because of those outer bands. So right now, just a shield of showers and storms anywhere across South Florida. You're hearing the rumbles of thunder. You're hearing the rainfall on the rooftops. You're also feeling the winds. Those winds are roaring across parts of South Florida this morning. We've got moderate to heavy rain by the Upper Keys, Island Murata as well. And then as we head towards the Lower Keys, where Irma is making landfall, again, that's where the worst of the weather is, right around the eye wall. We're watching for Marathon down towards Big Pine Key and into Key West. Now, we did have those storm reports, and we're going to have more on that coming up, but I do want to toss it over to meteorologist Luke Doris. I believe we just got a new warning in effect.
Yeah, we did, Julie. This is a flood warning that we have. It includes Central Collier, Hendry, Glades counties, northwestern Palm Beach County, but in our coverage area, it's for northern Broward County. So no surprise. Well, this is the beginning of what is going to be a lot of flood warnings, as this is going to be all day into tonight before it starts to move out by tomorrow, and we're going to see very, very heavy rain. So just away from the storm surge, just what we'd be looking at as far as flat rain on top of this, and it's 8 to 15 possibly spots of 20 inches. So there's the radar loop, and of course you can see it all pinwheeling its way around that center of circulation, which is Irma, which is now, of course, making landfall on the Lower Keys. Now let's take a little look around. I know we just went around with Julie, but I want to take you to where this warning is, and it starts in northern Broward County. So we do have a flood watch that goes all the way through Monday in effect for this entire area as well. I'd like to mention that. And where you see this highlighted green area, that is where we have strong thunderstorms continuing to drop, persistent and widespread very heavy rain. There's a much more moving in off the Atlantic as well. This is what we're in for. Our wind speeds, our wind gusts have increased. We've had several reports from the National Weather Service of beyond 70 miles per hour. And we also, I want to share this with you as well. It's not the best camera view, but it's the only one that we have left in our system. You can see our Mount Sinai Medical Center tower cam is being pushed around and jostled by these powerful winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. I know that we have a National Hurricane Center not far off. I'm going to step out and pass it off to you, Betty, you, Max, and let you guys take the helm and prepare to get ready for this interview that we have with the Hurricane Center.
Thank you, meteorologist Luke Doris. We are joined by Dr. Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center with the very latest on Irma as it is making that landfall or moving closer toward that landfall point.
Yeah, it's really poised right now to make landfall here in the lower Keys. That northern eye wall is starting to push north of the lower Keys now, and the eye itself is starting to wobble onto the lower Keys. And within the next hour or two, we'll see landfall happen here. So the very worst of the storm surge is happening right now, just to the right of where that eye made landfall. And actually, now that it's going to start moving to the north of the Keys, you're going to have strong surge on the backside coming into Key West from the Gulf, and that's going to keep the water levels rising along the Keys there. And then in the middle and upper Keys, we're seeing very strong winds. Strong storm surge is starting to pile up even all the way up into Biscayne Bay. You're seeing the water levels go up quite a bit at Virginia Key as all that wind is pushing water right up against the southeast coast of Florida.
Mike, we've been trying to emphasize the bad news for even Miami-Dade and Broward that this is such a long event, and the closest point of approach is going to be, 5, 6 o'clock maybe on the Gulf side. But that means all day and into the nighttime hours that we're going to experience something similar to what we're having now, maybe even a little stronger wind.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a duration event, and I do expect the winds to increase further. I'm a little worried about this big rain band here that's getting ready to move up into southern Miami-Dade and mainland Monroe counties and could eventually spread eastward. We may be starting to see some type of eye wall cycle happen. You can almost see sort of a secondary wind maximum or eye wall maybe trying to form that's going to be really large perhaps, and that could push those strong winds out even farther from the center, and that would be my fear, is that those winds would extend out even farther than they do now, and that could bring stronger winds farther away over towards the East Coast metro areas. I'd expect sustained strong tropical storm force winds this afternoon in Miami-Dade and Broward counties, frequent gusts to hurricane force. It's going to be a really, really rough few hours.
So even if that inner eye wall even if that collapses, that outer eye wall may bring even stronger winds to the upper Keys and the South Florida Peninsula, including Miami-Dade, Broward County, if that becomes the dominant eye wall.
Right. So the peak winds might decrease, like we saw the other day, right before it made landfall in Cuba. It sort of weakened, but the wind field got bigger. That's the trade-off. That energy just gets pushed out farther away from the center, which is bad for wind away from the center itself, bad for storm surge, and would mean a really long duration, pretty bad wind event here in the metro areas.
Mike, we know the lower Keys are getting hit really hard with that eye wall coming on. There are still some people in that area, including at the local National Weather Service office there. Are you still getting communication from anyone there?
Yeah, we've seen some reports from them, but there was an 89-mile-an-hour wind gust at the Key West office. They were just outside of the peak of the strongest part of that eye wall there. So I'm assuming the winds in the eye wall were much, much stronger, up closer to that 120, 130 miles per hour you'd expect. And that's what we were seeing on the radar as well, these very, very strong winds just above the surface. But yeah, it's going to be a really, really long day. Even though the winds will start to die down, the water's going to stay elevated. It's still going to be very windy, very dangerous conditions for anybody who's still there, especially in the lower Keys and actually all throughout the entire Florida Keys.
It's a good point. Dr. Mike Brennan joining us from the National Hurricane Center. Thank you so much. We appreciate chatting with you each time we get the chance. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Sure. Yeah, thanks.
And I think one point, good point he brought up was about that wind fill for the possible even stronger winds expanding. And that's something we need to pay attention to here in South Miami-Dade especially, but into Broward too.
Right. Let's go back to Betty's graphics here on 41. Mike mentioned that inner eye wall, is looking ragged. The last aircraft report that just came in said the eye wall is actually open to the south, and you can see that on radar there. It's really the northern semicircle of the eye that you see all that red and yellow. It's not as dominant there on the south side. And then that big band out there beyond it there, those are rain bands. But that may be the beginning of a huge eye wall, another eye wall. If that really gets consolidated, that could be where the strongest winds end up. That outer eye wall will cut off the inflow to the innermost eye wall, and that innermost eye wall will tend to fade out. If that happens, the winds will not be as strong. The maximum sustained winds will not be as strong, but the strong wind field will itself spread out, and that's not good. Betty and I were just talking here. It looks like that western edge of the eye wall went right over the Naval Air Station, just to the east of Key West there. It didn't quite get over Key West, but it sure looks like it's over the air base down there.
Yeah, either way, though, we know that Key West hurricane force winds. I mean, definitely they felt it, certainly reporting that. So that's the situation right now as Irma is poised to make that landfall over the lower Keys, and South Florida, Broward, Miami-Dade, we're poised to get even stronger winds potentially. That's what we need to be getting ready for as Irma continues its journey up.
Right, and that really is important. If that inner eye wall really does slowly fade away, and the wind field, the strong winds may spread out, so that means that we could even get stronger rain bands here today. And I've looked at this. Everybody can look at it. It's going to go all through the day and into the night. For that, I'm talking about even Miami-Dade and Broward County.
Right.
Some of those wind gusts and your wind level maps for us. It just helps people so much, I think, right now when they are still trying to sleep a little bit or just waking up and they've been hearing these pounding winds all night. It is nice to just know what's going out there, what's going on, how
Lori,
strong they are.
I think we're losing some of the anemometers. They're probably getting blown away, or they've lost power, but we're not getting the reports in like we normally do.
Right. A lot of them knocked offline, but note Miami, an east wind gusting to 70. So imagine getting winds even stronger than that if that wind expansion happens that we're talking about. So, it could get a lot worse than what we have going on out there right now. That's the plan. Plan on that. Let's just say that.
All day and into the nighttime hours.
And Max, we talk so much about this storm being so catastrophic. First of all, the 43 bridges that are in the Keys, if any one of them is wiped out, people are going to be stranded, correct?
That's correct. And, it doesn't, right. Even if the water, the water's going to go over those, some of the islands, the low spots, around Lower Matacumbe, some of those areas that the water is already over the roads there, I'm sure. And it's not comforting that we're not really hearing from people down there, especially in the lower Keys. If anybody is down there and just do the safe thing. But if you have a chance to call, even if you're in the eye, we'd sure like to hear from you. But the fact we haven't heard much is not good news.
Yeah. And for the both of you, how common is it for a hurricane like Irma to regenerate itself not once but twice? Because we were talking about a second eye wall just a couple of days ago.
Right. They go through fluctuations. Hurricane Allen back in 1980 went from a Category 5 to Category 3, 5, 3, 5, 3. 3 different times it did that. So that's not uncommon. We sure hate to see this go back to Category 4 early this morning, but that was based on good information from the aircraft, the hurricane hunters, with that microwave sensor on board that actually measures the surface wind. So sometimes, actually not too many years ago, we had to take the flight level winds, and then a strong hurricane, the planes were flying about 10,000 feet, and then reduce that, take an assumption that usually about 90% of the 10,000 foot winds to get down to the surface, but there is a lot of variability there. Well, this step frequency microwave radiometer instrument actually gives us the surface wind, so that was a real value. But what I was trying to emphasize earlier, that those really strong winds are in that northern eye wall right now.
And there we are getting a few more wind gusts, so people have a sense. If you're in Hialeah, gusting at 62 miles an hour, Miami 70, Pembroke Pines even 68 miles an hour. I mean, that's near hurricane force, Betty.
It is 74 plus miles per hour. That is hurricane force, and we're certainly getting very close to that. And I think it's pretty safe to say at this point, as the day wears on, we will see that in parts of Miami-Dade and Broward, if we haven't already, with some of the gustier bands that have come through. And our Mount Sinai Medical Center tower camera still standing, but I think we may lose this shot soon. You see how that's bouncing around.
I think so. And, you know, this is so different from Hurricane Andrew. Hurricane Andrew may have been stronger, but this one is larger, and that means the winds will be over a larger area, and the storm surge will be spread out over a much, much larger area than Andrew.
And Betty, yesterday you talked about us getting these rain bands, but also the storms. But inside these storms, they had wind gusts that topped 65, 70 miles an hour.
That's right. That was the case. And not just wind gusts, but spots in those bands where the storms were presenting the signs of rotation. So the possibility of some of those storms producing tornadoes. That's what we saw yesterday, and we could still see that today, by the way. We are still under a tornado watch. So as we watch these rain bands move through, we just want you to know that the tornado potential still is there. Conditions are favorable for that. And we're just getting a report from the Miami National Weather Service office that high-rise buildings are likely experiencing wind gusts close to 100 miles per hour. Wow. Stay away from windows. And we all along have said that the higher up you are, those winds are going to be stronger.
Right, but yeah, thanks, Luke. That's a good reminder. We've talked about that previously, but we need to remind people now. Usually the higher up you go, the stronger the winds get, and the Hurricane Center folks did a study that by the time you get 30 stories up, it can be one category stronger up there. Right. So, you know, we don't want to get too academic on the, you know, sustained winds versus gusts. I mean, just plan on strong tropical storm force winds, gusts, and even some sustained hurricane force winds, even in portions of Miami-Dade and Broward County.
And when you're up in a high-rise like that, it just feels very scary. Even with the wonderful hurricane force, hurricane impact glass, it is something to experience being in a high-rise. And that is very close to our Mount Sinai Medical Center tower cam there, where so many high-rises are up and down the water. And it's a lot to experience. So we hope you are not. But if you're joining us, if you're able to see us on Facebook or on local10.com, and or maybe even out of town, and you're watching to see what's happening in your community and to your area, we do want you to know that this storm surge is going to be a big issue now, coming up from the Keys into Miami-Dade County, Key Biscayne, as Max was just mentioning, Virginia Key, up to Miami Beach. Broward County's out of that storm surge warning now, but really this storm surge, because the storm is just so big, it is going to affect all the way up to
And
Miami
speaking
Beach.
of Miami Beach, there's a warning that was just issued by the city of Miami Beach. It says, due to extreme sustained winds, rescue teams are no longer able to respond, so stay inside and stay safe until the storm has passed. One reason why those mandatory evacuations went into effect days ago, because they said simply once the winds topped about 39, 40 miles an hour, those first responders would not put their own lives in danger to go out and try to rescue someone who did not heed the warning.
And that is where we are right now, as the eye wall of Irma is coming ashore, making landfall, beginning over this. There's no specific moment. It's kind of a process over this next hour. But Hurricane Irma, as a Category 4, is coming ashore in the Keys between Key West and Marathon, that general area. And it
Lower
is hitting
Keys, Middle
hard.
Keys, Upper Keys. And, you know, we talked so much about those high rises, too. Let's check it out with our Will Manso, because we just heard how the winds, some people are experiencing winds of 100 miles an hour. Will, we're coming to you.
And 3, 2, 1. Here in downtown Miami, same location we were yesterday, and the winds have really picked up. If we said throughout the morning, I heard a little earlier Max talk about being in a high-rise. Luckily, we're in a high-rise, but just on the 3rd floor. There certainly is a significant difference, though, even on the 3rd floor. So you can imagine as you get higher, it would be very scary. But right now, we've got this glass here. We're going to come on over through these windows. We left this door open so you can get a sense of what's going on here. It is rainy, it is windy, we are seeing strong gusts, as Max and Betty have mentioned, likely hurricane force gusts. Give you perspective though on some of the flooding. At a distance, you'll also see the waves crashing in Biscayne Bay, some of the things going on here. We have seen trees down, we have seen garbage cans pushed over, we have seen actually, and I'm going to show it to you in a minute. I'm going to move over here to telephotographer David Silver about over at a distance you could see a railroad crossing, the arm, actually came off and is in the middle of Biscayne Boulevard, along with some trees and debris. There's also flooding here in the street in Biscayne. And then I'm going to have David step out and close this door because it's so windy. One
Will,
second.
Are you able
We're
to
going to come
us,
over
Will?
here to this
Will, you
area.
have Lori and Calvin here.
David.
Can you hear us?
We're going to come closer here so I can show you what's going on.
Yeah, I don't think Will has his
Here,
earpiece
he's going
in,
to loop
but we're gonna
around,
listen
show you
into
what's
his
going on
report.
over here. Here's the flooding that we've seen. This is along Northeast 8th Street. You see the water coming in. Look at the water coming in now. Look at the fence over there at the parking lot. The fence is just falling apart, blown over that side of the fence, that entire parking lot flooded on that side into Biscayne Boulevard. And then look at this billboard. This is about 20 minutes ago, just got shredded. When we went to bed last night, it was about 1 a.m. The billboard was ripping a little bit. This morning, about a half an hour ago, it just shredded and it's about to pull right off. So that's the strength of Irma right now. Look at the way that billboard is just whipping around. That fence down, the flooding here. We've seen these conditions throughout the night, but when we got up this morning, there was definitely significant change. You know, last night we had our wind meter out and we were seeing gusts of around, the highest we saw was 59 miles per hour. As Max and Betty have mentioned, though, we're getting closer to probably hurricane force gusts. We haven't gone out to the balcony to do our reports or to get that measurement because honestly, it just doesn't feel safe out there. It's so windy, it's so strong, that wind. The water's coming in a little bit off the bay, but it's not reaching the street. There's no issues with that yet. It's just crashing up on the shore there. But take one more look at this flooding here, what we're seeing here. Look at the way the wind whips up on that water that is flooded. The good news is we haven't seen any cars. We saw a car this morning. I couldn't tell if it was an emergency vehicle, if it was a police car. It was a car that went by. That was about 2 hours ago. Since then, we have seen the streets empty as they should be. So as you take a look right now into downtown Miami over by the American Airlines Arena, Lori and Calvin, this is what we're seeing right now. Some street flooding, some very strong winds, that sideways powerful rain, and a lot of debris on the road. I mentioned that railroad crossing arm, this billboard ripped up. We anticipate to see a lot more of this as the day goes on.
Very, very strong tropical storm force winds hitting downtown Miami. Will Manso there for us. Gusts of hurricane force winds. We can all expect that as you look in Isla Mirada right now. This was from just a few moments ago. One of our cameras down there in Isla Mirada. Now, luckily, Isla Mirada is north of where the eye is coming ashore, but this gives you a feel for the Keys. We're all getting a lesson in the Keys. If you're not that familiar with it, you know first you hit Key Largo as you head south, then Isla Mirada, then Marathon, and then south of that, south of the 7 Mile Bridge, down toward Key West is where the actual eye of Irma is coming ashore.
Let's bring you back now to Miami-Dade County. This is in Hialeah. You can see just the palm trees and just trees in general just swaying in the wind. Some heavy wind has been clocked in this area. But once again, this is only the beginning for so many people. It's only close to 9 o'clock right now, but we're expecting this to go on for hours to come for the rest of the day. It's going to be a long day for most of Miami-Dade County, Broward County, as well as Monroe County. And Laura, you talked about the Upper Keys, Middle Keys, and Lower Keys. That's such a unique area for so many people, and for so many folks who evacuated that area. They are probably watching us online or listening to us. And our Max and Betty both telling us that this is an area that, you know, may be sort of reshaped after Hurricane Irma goes through, upgraded to a Category 4 storm. But last night when we left, right around midnight, it was a Category 3, but the 2 o'clock advisory had it clocked at 130 miles an hour, packing winds of 130 miles an hour.
It has increased now. It's strengthened to a Category 4 as it is making landfall in the Keys. This is just going to be such a long event. We just heard from the National Hurricane Center that the duration of this is incredible, and they're really watching that eye wall cycle very, very closely because unfortunately they feel that even more powerful winds and storm surge are going to come up through the Miami-Dade area, the whole coastal area there up the southeast
I think
coast.
uniquely too, it's moving counterclockwise. So we're in that northeast quadrant of the storm, so which makes that sort of the dirty side of the storm, which is one reason why we're getting so much of the tornado warning, and also exactly. And yesterday we had the touchdown in Homestead, and also we saw one in the Sunrise area at least.
Yeah, we've already had 3 tornado warnings this morning. We know a lot of your phones went off around 3:45 this morning. Then again just now it was about 7:40. Luckily that tornado warning has expired. That was northeast Miami-Dade and southeast Broward, a large area. But we are all under a tornado watch. These conditions are just too volatile right now. These outer bands are really really strong, and that's what Betty and Max have told us
Exactly.
forever.
We're going to get more of those bands for the rest of the day, and packed inside those bands are storms that have wind gusts of 65, 70 miles an hour. But we also had Betty tell us, too, that some of the high-rises in Miami-Dade County, also in Miami Beach as well, that they were seeing winds clocked at 100 miles an hour. They're experiencing that. So that is tough to hear, because most people, when they want to live in a high-rise building, they want to live on the higher floors next to the penthouse. But obviously that comes at a high price.
And hopefully most of those folks have gotten out of there. We hope you're not experiencing that in a high-rise along the water right now, because you are getting hurricane-force gusts around 100 miles an hour, and it feels terrible to be that high up, and it's a very vulnerable feeling. Hopefully you have evacuated somewhere safe, and you are just watching us riding through. This is some new video out of Plantation. Some people were telling us they've seen a few trees down in the Plantation area, but generally out there, most of the roads are clear. We have not heard about anything too bad there. In Broward County, though, as long as we're on this shot of Plantation, do know that the EOC has extended the curfew now until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. They know the day is going to be bad. Now you're looking at Miami Beach on our right-hand side. But out of Broward, they are reporting several downed power lines. Certainly a lot of trees down right now, a couple of blown transformers. And we heard that the shelter, the Lakeside shelter, did lose power. We believe they have gotten it back now. But as soon as we can verify that, we will let you know.
And in Miami Beach, cannot be stated enough that how the first responders and rescue teams are saying no longer will they be able to respond because of those high winds that are out there. So stay inside and also stay safe until the storm has passed. But also for those high rises where the winds are clocking at 100 miles an hour, first responders are also telling us, and city leaders are telling us, to make sure that they stay away from those windows. Let's go now to ABC's Gio Benitez, who has a lot more where he is. And Gio, give us the situation. We know you're from here. Talk to us about what you're experiencing.
Calvin, Lori, just take a look at this. I mean, you guys know you have covered so many storms here in South Florida, and I can tell you this is really one of the most intense ones, because remember, right now we are still 100 miles from that eye, and this is what we are feeling here in Miami. Just take a look. You can see what's happening with these trees. We are about 14 stories up right now. That is why I'm holding onto this rope, just to make sure that I just don't fall. But we are in a safe structure, just so you know. It is surrounded by concrete on both sides. We've got hurricane impact resistant windows. The building was built after Andrew. That was very, very important for us. But we are just looking at the incredible wind. Can we zoom in here? You can just see these trees have been getting destroyed here. I'm not sure that by the end of this we are going to keep seeing these trees here any longer, because the winds just keep getting stronger, and we are getting those howling winds. You know how haunting those howling winds were. And the last time I heard winds like these, Lori and Calvin, Hurricane Andrew.
And Gio, at this point, is there any let up? Is there any let up in the winds, or is it constant?
You know what, Lori? It is just getting stronger and stronger. That's what it feels like here. Because remember, we are in that dangerous, dirty side, that northeast quadrant that all of your meteorologists have been talking about, because that is really one of the most dangerous areas outside of the wall. Outside of that dangerous eye wall, you have that northeast quadrant. That is what we are feeling here. I've described this as a whiteout, something that you would see in a blizzard, and we are seeing this here in the rain. Just look at these high rises. And you remember those high rises, you guys remember this, those high rises were destroyed during Hurricane Andrew, because it's all glass. I don't know if that has truly been tested ever since, because this building right here was totally reconstructed. So we're going to have to see what happens by the end of this. I expect this to continue on for several hours.
All right, Gio Benitez for us in downtown Miami. Gio, we're going to be checking back in with you. Try to stay safe as best as you can. Thanks for your reporting.
We have so many great partners with ABC News. Victor Oquendo as well will be joining us. He's positioned up the southwest coast. Gio Benitez in downtown Miami. And these are some of the images of destruction coming out of St. Martin, that beautiful island that so many people have visited. They look forward to visiting for vacation. And look at that. I mean, entire structures down, major trees down on cars, and then you see roofs torn off.
Yeah, and luckily the island avoided any major damage from Hurricane Jose, but you can still see plenty of devastation left over from Hurricane Irma, and just a lot of structures that's not strong enough to withstand the winds of Hurricane Irma, packing winds of over 120 and at one point 180 miles an hour. So some paper you see there left, but some of the pictures that are coming in from the destruction from the U.S. Virgin Islands.
We got reports yesterday that it was about St. Martin, correct? About 70% of the island?
That's right, yeah. 70% of the island, the Dutch government reporting that was possibly destroyed from Hurricane Irma. This is from St. John. Look at those boats, just they were tossed around like toys. That is just amazing to see, and just the bark just torn from those trees. And look at that. It just shows you how in one direction the wind was moving, was strong enough to mow over all of those trees and even some of those structures that were there right by the seaside.
Those are in the Leeward Islands, so if that's the kind of destruction on an island, now granted it does not have great infrastructure, but the Key West does not either. You know, Key West, some folks have pretty strong structures there. We're Skyping with some people who feel very, very safe, but a lot of Key West could not take this kind of damage, and this is what we're seeing on St. John, in St. Martin. Very, very major damage.
And a lot of mobile homes there on Key West as well, so because some people just simply cannot afford to have homes there in Key West. Let's check it now. We have something from Kenny Chesney, the country star singer. Let's listen to what he had to say.
His home was completely destroyed on the U.S. Virgin Islands. Let's listen.
My house we felt that it was a very safe place for everyone because it was built with, stone, concrete, bricks, and it was in an area of the island where we didn't feel like we were going to get a direct wind. So I felt like that if they went downstairs that it would be a very safe place. And I had about 20 people in my house, and, I'm a big dog lover, so I made sure all the dogs were in there also. And so they were scared. They were really scared. And then I had 200-mile-an-hour wind tested windows throughout my house, and every window in the house just went out.
Well, Kenny Chesney says that he was not actually on the island when Irma struck, but his home was used by 20 people for shelter, and the people taking shelter in his home were able to stay safe in a closet and luckily were not hurt. He says they told him it was one of the scariest things they've ever experienced, and you can only imagine why by looking at those pictures. Wow.
Right now, we're able to join our Nicole Perez. She is in southwest Miami-Dade to give us a sense of what she's experiencing there. Nicole.
Lori, Calvin, we were just in our safe house a little while ago because we were experiencing some really heavy wind and rain. So we went over there, but we just came out. We just went up the street. We're a little bit of ways away from US 1, and we're standing right near this power plant there. You can kind of see the flashing, flickering lights. It's almost like little sparks. It looks kind of like a firework. So every now and then we'll see like a spark. So it's going a little crazy over there in that corner there. But if you look over to your left, there's a church over there, and you can kind of gauge and see how strong the wind really is. Take a look at the palm trees there, and it's really, really gusting hard over here in this corner. And then if you, Kurt, if you take a look at the water in this parking lot area, we're standing in front of a carpet tile wood. It's obviously shuttered and closed, but we lost a part of the sign. It's right here in front of our live truck. We lost the P of the sign here. We also had some down trees up the block. So this is what we've been dealing with in this West Kendall area. We're more so in West Perrine. That's where we are right now, a little bit of ways away from US 1. And those are the conditions that we're dealing with right now here in this area. Lori, Calvin?
And Nicole, Nicole, your family is right there in the Kendall, southwest Miami-Dade area. How are they doing? Have you been able to communicate?
I have been in contact with my parents, and my family lives a little bit west from here. They have not lost power. They are dealing with this, a lot of heavy rain, a lot of strong winds, but they still have power, so they're okay there. But in the house that we were just in now, they have no power. That whole strip, that neighborhood there, no power at all.
And Nicole, when you talk about no power too, we have to explain to people about the traffic lights as well. So I know some people are not supposed to be out on the road, but it's going to be a while before those lights are up again. And in some cases, some people may want to get out there and drive. What do you say to people who come to that four-way stop?
Well, Calvin, earlier this morning, Kurt and I, my photographer and I, were underneath the overpass of the Turnpike right at Quail Roost Drive. And if you were watching, if our viewers were watching earlier, you saw the transformer bursting and going in and out. So the traffic lights started flickering. They all went out and then they would come back on. And we drove a few blocks, and that's really what you see. A lot of the traffic lights are out. And we, as a matter of fact, have seen 1 or 2 cars on the streets. So we would hope that people watching at home are watching this and seeing these conditions that we're in. And we're trying to urge you not to get on the roads. If you do happen to be at a traffic light that is out, the most important thing you have to know is to treat it as a 4-way stop sign to stay safe. There's not a lot of cars out there, but we did in fact see a couple of cars driving in our opposite direction.
Nicole, could you ask Kurt to zoom into that transformer behind you? It's amazing how it is flickering there. We have so many outages across Miami-Dade. It could be much worse, but about 400,000 outages down there.
I've heard, Kurt, we want to go ahead and zoom in closer into the transformer over there so they can see the flickering. You know, we pulled over for a couple of minutes. We haven't been here very long, and we have seen like the little sparks. I don't know if it'll happen now, but it really almost did, Lori, look like fireworks. Like there you go. I don't know if you guys saw that.
We do.
But it's been flickering for the time that we've been here in this parking lot.
And we want to emphasize, just like you, Nicole, as we stay with your shot here. I mean, some people may think, oh, well, our reporters are out there. We can go out there. I don't know why they'd want to, but curiosity seekers, there's just no reason to be out there. Our crews have already located very safe places to be. We were kind of ahead of the game, so it is not a matter of just randomly being out on the roads. Nicole, you, for instance, you and Kurt you already had located several spots you knew you could go to and be safe.
Yes, Lori, that's actually a great point to bring up. We're out here to show our viewers what not to be doing in the safest way that we possibly can. And to what you said just now, we have my house that's very nearby, that's a safe zone. We have another home that's another safe zone for us. So really, we don't really travel longer than a mile or so without having a safe spot to be, because as the conditions worsen and this, you're seeing what we're dealing with, we don't want to be out here. We just want to be out here to let everyone at home know what's going on outside and not to go outside and to stay home and to stay safe.
And Nicole, we've heard from reporters who have talked about how there have been lulls in the rain and in the wind. Has there been a case with you as well?
That was the case for us early this morning, Calvin. Kurt and I headed out around 3 o'clock this morning, and I want to say for about an hour, from about 3 to 4:30 or so, we didn't hit much rain. We didn't hit much wind. We did drive through neighborhoods, and we saw a lot of damage. We saw downed trees. We saw fences. But as far as heavy rain and wind, this is honestly the worst that we've seen. We've been in this area, this Perrine area, South Miami area, South Miami Heights area, for a little over an hour now. And this really is the strongest of the weather we've been dealing with as far as wind and rain. We're under a tarp here right now, but if I were to walk out into this parking area right now, I would really get blown away. A little while ago, we were under the overpass, and I tried to get out to give our viewers a live vantage point, and I couldn't because I went to open the door, and the door almost flew off of its hinges, so I had to, with both hands, really pull it hard back to shut it. Kurt was just right in front of our car, so we could kind of shield the wind from him so he could get the shot so that we could show you guys at home.
And this really is the worst of it, as we see in your picture. I mean, this is going to go on for hours. This is for folks who are wondering, when is the worst coming? When is the worst coming? When have we gotten over it? Well, unfortunately, it is going to be all day today and well into the afternoon and evening, according to Betty and Max, and you're living it, Nicole. This is that day we've been talking about, and it is going to be hours because of the size of this storm.
That's right, Lori, and we really urge our viewers not to be out in this. The couple of cars that we did see out in the street, Kurt and I were saying to ourselves, why are they out in the street? You shouldn't be anywhere. Nothing is open, no gas stations, everything is boarded up, and really the wind is so strong that sometimes our van is moving and shaking. I don't know if we can get a shot of that, but there have been times where this gusts have been so powerful that Kurt has had to hold the trunk of the car so that he can get his camera out of the back because it's been so powerful. I have to tell you one last thing. I walk out there and my jacket, my pants, I fly. They're really just like now, and we're underneath this overpass. So this really is the worst that we've been dealing with right now.
Nicole, do your best to stay safe out there, and we'll check back in with you very shortly, you and your photographer. We're going to take you now from Miami-Dade County to Broward County and show our Laren Livingston, who has been in Hollywood along Hollywood Beach. And Laren had a really tough time out there earlier today as the wind and rain really picked up.
Since the sun came up here at the Hollywood Broadwalk, we're at Polk Street. The conditions here have only gotten worse. In fact, thankfully, this building is here providing us some sort of shelter from the wind, so to speak, a block from the wind, because as soon as you expose yourself, the conditions change dramatically out here. These wind gusts have only gotten more intense. In fact, the palm trees have been swaying non-stop all morning long. Rain has been coming through sideways. Sand has been coming through sideways off of the beach here. It stings your face. It stings the back of your head as it flies sideways. And I'll tell you, this neighborhood here is now without power. We were sitting in the live truck this morning. The lamps here, the street lamps, all down this roadway were on. Then all of a sudden they went dark. And that's when we realized that all of the houses, the buildings, the hotels here in this area, the lights went off around them as well. We looked down the alley there, and the lights were off down the alley. And so this neighborhood is now among the many experiencing power outages right now. More than 100,000 at last check here in Broward County alone. And again, the storm surge was an issue for folks, but we're not seeing a lot of that right now. But what we are seeing is intense surf, very rough surf out there up on the water, and of course again that sand being pushed. You can see it even collecting here down the sidewalk here off of the Broadwalk. There are a number of buildings, if not all of the buildings here along the Broadwalk, that have plywood sheets up on their windows, doors. Some of them have metal shutters on their windows and doors. I walked by one of them and saw a couple of those metal shutters starting to dangle and starting to become detached. Hopefully the windows behind those metal shutters will hold up. In fact, we're also starting to see debris flying here as these winds pick up. A piece of metal actually just flew from somewhere behind my photographer while we were shooting just a few moments ago. And then also over here, we're seeing leaves coming down. We're seeing branches coming down. We heard some cracks and pops. Not sure if that was a tree limb or if that was a power line, but we did see before the sun came up different sparks from what we believe may have been power lines or transformers blowing as these winds blew through. There's a reason why first responders aren't coming out, and there's a reason why they don't want you to come out, and that they're enforcing curfews, of course, or instituting curfews, because the conditions are just not good. And if you were to get yourself in trouble, no one would be able to get to you in a safe way to get you out of trouble. Continue to monitor things here, but that's the scene right now from Hollywood Beach's Broadwalk, right here off of Polk Street. And more than likely that situation won't improve. And if we're experiencing this, and we're about 3.5, 4 hours north of the Keys, you can only imagine what those folks are experiencing as the wall and the eye wall and the eye of this hurricane barrels down on them. Just want to make sure we keep those folks in our thoughts and our prayers.
Laren Livingston on Hollywood Beach. We all remain under a tornado watch, and in Broward there, the latest outages were about 172,000 people.
We want to take you now to Coral Gables, and this is how it looks there. It doesn't look as windy, but certainly the rain is on the window of the lens of our camera as we take a look live right here at Coral Gables. And one of the areas that has been barren, and a lot of people took the warning to stay off the streets, and they are doing so this Sunday morning. And it may be a good idea to do that all day long.
And that's obviously an enclosed place where that camera is. We can see the trees just swaying a little bit, but fairly calm right there for the moment in Coral Gables. But we'll have that live picture available to us as conditions change, because Mike Brennan was explaining to us these outer bands are just going to be incredibly strong. And he is seeing a change with the eye wall that could mean some very strong outer bands coming our way later today throughout the midday. Bottom line, this whole day, it is just going to be very intense.
This is video sent to us from Miami Lakes. You can see part of the backyard fence has fallen off here. But again, Miami Lakes, just an area, once again, where people really need to stay inside, like the rest of Broward County and all of South Florida, as Irma makes its way over the Florida Keys, the lower Keys, and makes its way all through South Florida and into Central Florida and up the Southwest Florida coastline. So we're going to stay on top of the story. We are now going to reset here, and as we have been for the past several days. We are now tracking Hurricane Irma. Good morning, everyone. I'm Calvin Hughes.
And I'm Lori Jennings. Will be with you through this very stormy day. A hurricane warning remains in effect for all of South Florida, and certainly a tornado watch for all of us. Very prone to that tornadic activity.
And there are lots of ways that you can follow us today. You can always catch our storm coverage on your laptop or on your app. We will be streaming our newscast until Irma is no longer a threat to us.
If you do lose power, hopefully you have your radios on battery power and you can hear us right now. We will be here with you through the duration. It's nice to hear a friendly voice. We're on 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and Pirate Radio in the Keys.
We have our weather team tracking Hurricane Irma today. We have Julie Derda, we have Max Mayfield, but right now we're going to go to Sanela Sabovic, who has more. Now, I believe you're in Fort Lauderdale Beach in a very windy area.
Calvin and Lori, if you can hear me, we're here in downtown Fort Lauderdale along Southeast 3rd Avenue and Southeast 6th Street, right next to the Broward County Courthouse. The conditions are just deteriorating as the day is going by. We have strong, gusty winds. Just check out the palm trees. They're just swaying, getting shattered by this wind. Look at the ground. This fell off from the Broward County Judicial Complex. All of this, all from scattered on the street. I mean, we're getting down right
Sanela, she's a little tough to hear. Sanela, you're a little tough to make out with your audio there because the wind is just so strong.
But we will stay with your Skype picture because it gives us a good sense of what's happening. Looks like she is not far from the courthouse area there. And you really get a sense of those pounding winds.
Right by Los Olas Boulevard. And we know at last check because the wind meter was knocked out. So at last check, it was going about 60 miles an hour, the wind gusts in Fort Lauderdale. So be careful out there, Sanela, if you can hear us. We know that Fort Lauderdale Beach is even worse. Some of the areas out there, she talked about how the sand really was pounding A1A and had gone into A1A and even up very close to some of the businesses along A1A as well.
We know you're hearing those winds out there, those intense winds. Let's give you a few of the gusts we can get right now. Wind gusts in Pembroke Pines up to 64 miles an hour. In Hialeah, they're clocking at 68 miles an hour. Miami, 71. Anytime we can bring you these, we will, just so you have a gauge of what you're hearing out there, because we know you feel kind of trapped in your homes. The Fort Lauderdale gauge has already been knocked out, but we may get that in between. In Pompano Beach, as far north as Pompano Beach, gusts of 63 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's going to be sustained winds too as well. We're going to check in with Betty Davis and Max in just a moment, but now let's check in now with Eric and JC standing by in our newsroom with much more on Hurricane Irma.
Hi there, Calvin. How are you? Yes, we are standing here in our newsroom. You can hear the buzz of activity, and we're standing right in front of a huge set of windows where we too can see what is happening outside of our building here in Pembroke Park.
And this isn't as bad as what we've been watching, Eric. You see it's windy out there, and we do have rain coming down. There's puddles out there, and you can see the wind it looks like, at least from what you're watching outside, that it's moving towards the east right now. But it was much, much worse just about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, we talked to our weather authority team, asked them what we are seeing from a wind speed perspective. They say somewhere between 64 and 71 miles per hour, consistently blowing outside the windows here at our studios. West Hallandale Beach Boulevard, and there's a reason we can stand here with confidence because this building, this place was constructed specifically to withstand and protect the employees at Local 10 from any type situation, a Category 5 hurricane if that came our way.
Let's talk about that. We built this building in 2009 here in Pembroke Park. And so when you think about my house was built in 1939, it's got cinder blocks, not this building. This was built like a shelter, like a firehouse, poured concrete walls. So these are, of course, hurricane impact glass. But if we go over here, what you're talking about right here and over here, these walls, that is poured concrete. So you have poured concrete walls around this building protecting us, and then another layer of poured concrete walls that go around our studio. And it doesn't end there. When we think about roofs that disappear and that are ripped off, during hurricanes, the shingle roofs, the tile roofs, all the things that we're used to.
It's what so many people are fearing right now in South Florida.
Well, it won't happen here because we have a concrete roof. So that's why this is built like a fort. That's why all of our families are here with us. We have every pet that every one of our employees had to bring in, because this place is a fort and it's not going to be affected. When you talk about winds, 150, 160, it will not affect this building.
And it's not just the windows, and it's not just the concrete. If you just pan up a little bit, you see there's a steel bar right above the door that goes across. There's steel reinforcement to the concrete. So the first level of protection is that concrete, and then there's a level of steel to further protect us here at Local 10. And then, you see the huge live trucks, the big trucks that we have that bring our reporters to you in your homes every single day. We've got massive garages in the back built to house those. The doors to the live truck setup, our back engineering doors, were built specifically to withstand even further, even more than the requirements from the county. The county said you need to build it this way. We surpassed that.
Yeah, and just real quick, because we've got to go to our reporters, I just want to let you know, we're 12 feet above sea level. That surpassed county codes. We did all this. So they had to insure this building to meet all these requirements. So we're going to talk to you more about that. We're going to stay right here, monitor the things that are going on in Pembroke Park so that you don't miss anything. But right now, Will Manso is in downtown Miami, and we need to get him live.
JC and Eric, thank you. We are here in downtown, our location for the last day or so, and we're in a building, a third floor of a condo high-rise. This is a very big high-rise, but we're on the third floor in front of the American Airlines Arena. We're going to come over. We're going to show you a little bit of perspective of what we see. We've got hurricane-proof glass. We've got very strong glass here, but look at the waves at Biscayne Bay crashing in. You see the seaweed and debris there forming, but we have really noticed in the last half hour since these winds have picked up and they're getting closer to hurricane-force gust, that we have seen these waves really starting to pound onto the shore here, pound onto that seawall, and sometimes pound right over that seawall onto that little sidewalk area. Now, we haven't seen any kind of water go any further than that. As we come back and pull out a little bit here, you'll see this is Biscayne Boulevard right in front of the American Airlines Arena, a location that everyone in South Florida knows well. Right now it's kind of a lull period, even though it's very strong. We have seen much bigger gusts and much bigger squalls and windier and rainier squalls than what we're seeing now. But for the most part, all morning long, this has been the consistent scene. Now, I want to come back around, and now that it's not too crazy out there, I want to show you what it's like when we open the door and actually get you a sense. Now, I actually need Zach, our producer, to come help me because this door is pretty strong. We get the David Silver, our photog's going to get it for you, gives you a look at what's going on. Here's some perspective on what we're seeing. You see the American Airlines Arena there. You see the trees and the palm trees, the way they're blowing. There's another look at the bay and the way it's crashing in. We have garbage cans and pieces of trees and debris and branches and all kinds of things all along Biscayne Boulevard. Now, as we come back to the other side of Biscayne, this is making our way past Northeast 8th Street all the way around. David's going to take a little step out here. You're going to see at the distance, we've got some street flooding here along Biscayne, but at the distance where you see all those trees to the left laying there, that's actually the railroad crossing arm that is laying on the street. It got ripped apart this morning at some point. It's sitting there laying on Biscayne Boulevard right now as the rain kind of picks up a little bit. So that's why you don't want to be out on the street, and that's why authorities have said, don't go out. The curfew's there for a reason. Be safe. There's just too much debris, potential debris and things. I'm going to close the store right now. Right now along the streets in South Florida. We whip back around here. If you joined us earlier, you saw the flooding that's going on. This is right on Northeast 8th Street. This has been an issue since last night, but it's just getting even worse now because now the strength of the wind and all the water has actually knocked over a fence there. That fence, trust me, that's not the way the fence is. That's a fence that was holding up and barricading that parking lot yesterday afternoon. Now that fence is down. And look at the way the water, when the wind picks up, just rips along there. That water forming waves basically on the water right along here. And as you look over to Biscayne Boulevard on Biscayne, I don't know how much you could see it because, again, you're looking through the window here. Along there is street flooding along Biscayne Boulevard. That is all street flooding right there. That is very difficult. If anyone were silly enough to be out there driving to get through right now, and you see the way the wind's whipping. And then finally, as we come back around, it's this billboard. This billboard, if you joined us live last night, this billboard had a little bit of almost like a little rip on it that seemed like it was starting to give a little bit. Today, well, it's officially given. I mean, that thing is just shredded, ripped apart. So we've seen the strength of Irma and the winds we're getting here. As Max and Betty and all our meteorologists have been telling us throughout the day, we are seeing gusts that approach hurricane force. We went out with a wind meter earlier, and we've got tropical storm force winds, consistent tropical storm force winds, but we've got those gusts that are going up into the hurricane force range depending on when you catch it. So right now, certainly, this is the scene not just in downtown, but throughout South Florida. One more look at this flooding. Look at the way the wind just whips that water along the street flooding here in downtown. And we got to expect that with all the wind and all the rain that's coming our way, as Max and Betty have been telling us, it's only going to get worse here. So we'll continue to follow the situation in downtown Miami. Let's send it back to our Pembroke Park studios.
And Will, that certainly goes along with the power outages we are seeing right now. The effects you are seeing match the fact that more than 1 million people in Miami-Dade and Broward are now without power. Miami-Dade reaching more than 650,000 customers without power. Broward now over 400,000. So we hate to reach that mark, but we know today, unfortunately, it may get worse because of these intense winds that are picking up.
And Will, not sure about you, but you don't really need an alarm clock this morning. The winds are strong enough to wake you up.
Yeah, we did. You know, we found a spot here. We're in a high rise, and we found a spot on the lobby, like a couch area to just kind of rest on. And we got maybe an hour or two, because once that wind, and I'm sure a lot of people in South Florida feel the same way, when you started to hear that wind roar and pick up as the morning went on, there was also, you know, I don't know how many of the buildings and people that may be listening or watching in these high rise buildings, all these buildings that are made that are a lot of windows, a lot of the times the ceiling on the bottom, the sealant that they put on to kind of seal water from coming in some areas isn't very strong. So we actually have, and I'm going to have David come around here just to show you. It's not a major issue, but I'm sure a lot of people are dealing with it. All this water here is actually coming in through, it's not sealed that great right here. So you're getting a lot of the water coming in when it whips in. And we saw that in the lobby as well. The lobby of this building was starting to get a lot of water come in through parts that just weren't sealed properly with these windows. So again, this is one of the little issues that you have here as we come back around and show you that the flooding that's going on here. By the way, Lori and Calvin, you mentioned power. So many in South Florida without it. We have power here, and I look around at some of the buildings and see lights on. So it does seem to be power. I guess we're one of the lucky ones, so to speak, as far as when it comes to the power on so far. We haven't lost it at any point, and we have it right now.
All right, Max. Will, thanks so much. We're going to talk with Max in just a moment, but we're going to talk with someone via Skype here in just a moment, but we're getting some breaking news. Hurricane Irma makes landfall on Cudjoe Key in lower Florida Keys with top sustained winds of 130 miles an hour. And that is coming from the Associated Press. Once again, breaking news, Hurricane Irma makes landfall on Cudjoe Key in lower Florida Keys with top sustained winds of 130 miles an hour.
And that is 9:25 a.m. on this Sunday as Hurricane Irma, as a Category 4, makes landfall. Let's get to Betty and Max, and we also have Skypers in that area in Cudjoe Key. Betty and Max, certainly this is a kind of it takes a while. This is not just one moment in time. But we're going to get with our weather team in just a moment. We do want to join one of our storm Skypers, Michelle Solomon. She is in Wilton Manors right now. She's going to give us a sense of what she's experiencing there, and then we will get down to some of our Skypers in the Keys. Look at that flooding behind you. Is that a street or a river, Michelle?
That's actually the New River. We're in Wilton Manors. We're west of Dixie. Our power's still on. We put some sandbags out, which I'll show you, but you know, it's whipping around here. I think the gusts are probably the worst of it. We have our deck out here. You see, we have impact windows, and but you see the people across from us are shuttered. We have heard a couple of pops over there from that, but every time we hear one, we say we hope it's. We don't want somebody else to not have power, but we're just lucky we have power right now. But we do have a generator if our power goes out.
And Michelle, when did the winds pick up for you, overnight or into this morning, and were you awakened by them?
Yeah, no, we've been up all night. Let's see, really started picking up here, I'd say around 2 a.m. and I had my buddies at Local 10, my coverage on to see what was going on. Oh, we're getting some heavy rain right now. I think the worst of it was around 4 a.m. We had 90, I think, well, maybe. I have a weather tracker that tells me the wind speed. I think it was about 50 or 60 wind gusts. But we haven't had any flooding over here. We've had a couple of palm fronds down. But you see the water, you know, this is our deck. So
I don't think, we're hoping, we don't think it's going to come over. It hasn't in other situations, so.
Yeah, Michelle, your area was part of that tornado warning yesterday that came down. In fact, there was a touchdown somewhere near Wilton Manors. And how do you plan to ride out today's storm and all of the gusty winds that you're getting?
We're just listening to, we're hoping we can stick with Local 10 as long as we can. And when we get our tornado warnings, we have a little safe room. So we kind of hunker down in there. So we're really just keeping track. I also have a tracker on the phone that kind of says when the winds are going to get really high. And basically, we've been out here, but when it seems to be getting a little bit unruly, we don't want to put ourselves in harm's way. So.
Well, Michelle, we think you've made a good choice by selecting Local 10 to watch today, and but we are a little biased in that. But thank you so much for your time, and good luck.
Right now at 9:30, we want to let you know the power outages have topped 1 million people across Broward and Miami-Dade counties. Broward at 414,000. As we look at Miami-Dade County, it's more than 600,000. So now we have crossed over that 1 million mark without power. We are so sorry to hear. We hope you're listening on your battery-powered radios, or possibly still watching us on your iPad or your laptop on local10.com.
We're going to reset now. We're at the bottom of the hour. It is now 9:30, and we are tracking Hurricane Irma at this hour. Good morning, everyone. I'm Calvin Hughes.
And I'm Lori Jennings. Right at this moment, Hurricane Irma, as a Category 4, is making landfall in Cudjoe Key, down in the Keys. And we are here with you as the effects are being felt all across South Florida.
There are lots of ways to follow us and our storm coverage today on your laptop or on our app. We'll be streaming live our newscasts until Irma is no longer a threat sometime early tomorrow morning.
These are our radio partners. We know you're listening to us right now. We appreciate that. We are here for you on 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and on Pirate Radio down in the Keys.
Let's turn now to our weather team, your weather authority, Max Mayfield, our hurricane expert, and our Betty Davis standing by. Betty?
Hi, good morning, everyone. And that is the headline at this hour, 9:10 a.m. The center of Hurricane Irma made landfall at Cudjoe Key, that coming from the National Hurricane Center, and Irma's wind field spreading out and impacting us all over South Florida, from the Keys into Miami-Dade and Broward. If you're watching from home or maybe listening on the radio, maybe feeling a little unnerved by all the noise outside your door, that is the rustling of winds that are strong now and will likely ramp up as we're heading through the day. And the core of Irma continues to lift a little farther toward the north, getting closer to its closest point of approach here. But that landfall has been made. So let's talk about these winds. Let's dive into the subject of these winds. We'll start with graphics 41. And if you're wondering how fast are these winds blowing outside my house, this is what we have. An east wind around Pembroke Pines and into Hialeah, Miami. These winds are right now sustained 40 plus miles per hour into Kendall 2. And notice some of our reporting stations are knocked offline. That probably a result of some of the stronger winds, and the gusts we're showing now anywhere from 60 to near 60 miles per hour around Pembroke Pines, 64, Hialeah 62. Miami, no reports coming in there. At times we've gusted to almost tropical storm, hurricane force, I should say, around 70, 71 miles per hour. We remain under a tornado watch as these bands, there still could be some spin ups within some of these bands, and do draw your eye if you're watching us right now. If you're not, I'll just describe to you, if you're listening on the radio, what the Doppler radar looks like. The entire area of South Florida is covered in rain. These are all Irma rain bands. There is one band in particular that we need to talk about, and this is one that is extending from the Upper Keys, from 9 miles south of Wilderness Waterway to near Royal Palm Ranger to 14 miles southwest of Key Largo. This one is going to be moving northeast around 30 miles per hour, and that could contain some very strong winds. The primary impacts will be gusty winds of 80 to 100 miles per hour. So if you're watching from Miami, Miami Beach, Homestead, Coral Gables, Key Biscayne, South Miami, maybe listening from the Homestead area, Homestead General Airport, the Redland area, Virginia Key, Kendall, Doral, Pinecrest, Miami Springs, Sweetwater, Florida City, West Miami, and all these places. As this band lifts in, there is that potential for these winds to gust 80 to 100 miles per hour. So that's just a testament to the significant weather being produced by Irma, even outside of that center of circulation, Max. So we have to keep an eye on that band as it lifts up. You think the winds are strong right now where you are. You're a bit unnerved. Well, you could have some stronger gusts coming your way through areas of South Miami-Dade. So we want to put that out there right now.
We've been talking about the slow motion of this. It seems like for days, or they expected to slow down, then it finally started slowing down and got down about 6 miles per hour yesterday, and now it's moving about 8 miles per hour. That's still very slow. We're trying to make the point that these conditions that we're experiencing right now are going to continue throughout the day and throughout the night. In fact, let me show you this graphic on graphics 42. This yellow area represents everywhere you see yellow, that represents the tropical storm force winds, and they go out 200 miles or so from the eye. The orange area represents the stronger tropical storm force winds, so that's what we've been getting here in Miami-Dade and Broward County already, and even stronger in the Keys. So, and then you can see the red area as the best depiction we can do of the hurricane force winds based on the radii from the National Hurricane Center. And we know this is not going to be perfect. This is just giving you a feel for the timeline. There was Category 4 hurricane force winds in the eye wall. They went over the lower Keys right down here in this area, really from the 7 Mile Bridge down to near Key West. So now we're going to walk through this. This is right now 9 a.m. Let's walk through this. It's moving slowly. Here we are by 5 p.m. today, and the center of Irma is going to be a little 30, 40 miles west of Marco Island and Naples. Look at this orange here. That orange area is still over all of Broward and Miami-Dade County and still over the Keys, even with the center well up there. That's what we're getting now. We're getting really strong tropical storm force winds, some gusts to hurricane force, and even some sustained hurricane force winds in those extreme bands that Betty was just talking about there. So this is all through the day. Here we are at 9 o'clock at night. It's it's moved up near Fort Myers and up near Sarasota there, the center. But the point I really want to make here, I don't think those really strong winds are going to get out of here until later tonight, that orange area right there. And the yellow, the tropical storm force winds, it's going to be tomorrow morning. So I hate to tell you that, but this is going to be all day and all night. And by the way, as this goes up the west coast, that storm surge, they're going to have extreme flooding. I mean, everywhere from Marco Island, Naples, Fort Myers, up into the Charlotte Harbor area, Punta Gorda, and in fact probably higher with this one than they ever had in Charlie. Even as it goes near Tampa Bay, it's going to push water into Tampa Bay, not just the St. Petersburg area on the coastal areas, but up in the bay, and then it'll finally, well, for us, the winds will start diminishing at least by Monday morning, but it's going to be a long, long haul. This is the most recent radar scan. There's Cudjoe Key. That's where landfall was called here just a few minutes ago by the Hurricane Center. There are a lot of little islands in there, and the truth is that we don't want to overly focus on that landfall point right here because what really counts is if you're in the eye wall, and that eye wall is over a very large area that we've been talking about here this morning, in that band right there, and that really, I mean, even now it goes from, actually it's over the 7 Mile Bridge over here on the east. So that's really, in fact, I would say Marathon is on the outer fringe of that eye wall. And the eye wall impacted everything from Marathon southward down to Key West. And the western, the inner edge of the eye wall looked to me like it went over the Naval Air Station down there just east of Key West. So, this is, you're going to keep, if you look out your window, I hope you're not too close to the windows, but you're going to see shaking like this. And just looking at that, and moving at this slow speed means that it's going to be a long day and a long night.
It will be. I want to mention it's going to be between 10 a.m. and noon when that stronger band could lift in. Right now, it's over deep South Dade, down toward the upper Keys, closer to Key Largo. That's going to lift in between 10 a.m. to noon and impact parts of the Miami metropolitan area. And that's when the winds could possibly gust 80 to 100 miles per hour. And gusts like that could definitely lead to some extensive damage. So we just want you to be aware that the winds will be increasing in intensity today, and we don't want you to be surprised by that. You're probably already rattled because you've lost power. You're listening to us on the radio. We're going to be with you every step of the way as Irma continues to impact the area. But obviously, we talked about how all along the winds would be an issue. And it's not just the winds, by the way. At times, we still could have some of those brief spin-ups. So we are under a tornado watch. If there are tornado warnings, we'll be passing those messages along to you. Right now, there are no active tornado warnings, but just something you need to be thinking about. If you're hunkered down in your home, it's going to be that kind of day where you just keep an ear tuned to us so we can carry you through this hurricane.
And Betty and Max, just based on what we've seen so far, that Irma has become a Category 3, then a Category 4. In the direction that it's moving right now, is there a chance that it could gain intensity or more than likely lose intensity over the course of the day?
The last aircraft reported that the eye wall was open to the south or southwest, and actually on radar you can see that. You can see the red and yellow there is really kind of the eastern and northern quadrants there. So it's not, to me, it doesn't look as distinct. Sure don't want to minimize this, and I don't want to overdo this, but again, the difference between a semi getting run over by a semi or a freight train.
And Betty, when you talk about the weather that people are going to endure, for people who just have been getting up in the last couple hours and they were hoping that maybe the worst was over, it's not.
It is not, and this significant weather advisory that I'm looking at from the National Weather Service office sort of spells it out. If we can go to graphics 41, I tried to put a track on that next intense band that's going to be lifting through to give some sort of a time frame for when some of those stronger winds will push in. We're already just covered in rain, quite frankly, but within all that, there are these stronger bands that we have to watch out for that are going to be lifting in and could contain some of those winds gusting 80 to 100 miles per hour. So if you're watching right now from places like Coral Gables into Miami Beach, this band is going to be lifting up, and we don't want you to be caught off guard. I know the winds are already blustery out there. It's very windy, winds gusting sometimes to 70 miles per hour, where those gusts could get even stronger, could gust 80 to 100 miles per hour. So we just want you to be aware of that, that even though Irma has made the landfall over Cudjoe Key, those wind impacts will continue to be felt here as we're moving through the afternoon.
And Betty, both you and Max have shown us that at about 5 o'clock, the eye of Irma is going to be up by Fort Myers. However, even the backside of this storm can produce some pretty heavy winds as well, correct?
Right, and that actually what's happening as it heads up towards Fort Myers with the winds going counterclockwise around the eye, that's going to actually push water out of the bay. And then as it passes by and moves north of them, on the southern side of the eye, that's when the wind's going to blow the surge into those coastal areas there, even more inland than I think they expect. And that includes, the Fort Myers, all those little communities around Fort Myers, and the Cape Coral area. That Cape Coral area is extremely vulnerable to storm surge.
We would love to see that storm surge graphic of yours, but before we even get there, Betty, when you had those times on the screen there, that is for the hurricane force winds?
Right. That's just a rough estimate. It'll be between 10 a.m. and noon. If you are in Miami-Dade County, between 10 a.m. and noon, the metropolitan area, so that includes Coral Gables, downtown Miami, all those areas, Virginia Key, Kendall, Doral, between 10 a.m. and noon, that is when we could have those winds picking up as a stronger band associated with Irma lifts in. Lifting toward the northeast, per what the information I have from the National Weather Service office, around 30 miles per hour. So it's within this band where we're finding some of the gustier winds. In fact, that's already starting to move up toward the Homestead area right now. Maybe around Florida City, we'll start to note the winds sort of becoming even stronger as well, as we're checking in with some of our live reporters throughout the day.
And you all talked about those water levels going up, and I think I heard Dr. Brennan say Virginia Key, Biscayne Bay, those areas are going to be facing those higher water levels, correct?
Right, Calvin, that's a good point. We talked about this, I can't remember, 6 or 7 o'clock, but I haven't done it recently. So let's go back, sorry, control room, but go back to graphics 42. This shows the storm surge warning area on graphics 42.
Graphics 42 is what Max is
There we
wanting
go.
to show.
Thank you very much. And it really goes from Miami-Dade County all the way through the Keys and up the Gulf Coast here. Zooming in here, this is a concern. This is right now the winds are pushing onshore here from the southeast, and over here it's from the coming in from the southeast like this. So that's already pushing water up, onto the coastline here. But once the core of the hurricane, and I'll just approximate it here, once it gets over here, remember the winds go counterclockwise around the hurricane. So let's say the hurricane's over there off the southwest Florida coast, then the wind's going to come more out of the south. And that, I think, is going to push some of that water up into Biscayne Bay. And so we're talking about, not just flooding on the Atlantic side, but from the bay side. As that water pushes up the bay, that happened in the Great Miami Hurricane in 1926. It came up the bay and went, pretty far up the bay. And you're going to have some flooding there, both on the mainland side and the barrier islands on the bay side.
And Betty, I don't want to put you on the spot too much, but you all have a graphic showing the winds at 130 miles an hour and the kind of catastrophic damage it can cause. Considering that Hurricane Irma makes landfall on Cudjoe Key in the lower Keys at just about 9:25 with sustained winds of 130 miles an hour, what kind of damage are we talking about that can be caused from that?
We can have catastrophic damage from that, depending on the type of structure. I think you mean this graphic here that I can pull up and show you exactly what that kind of damage can cause from Cat 2, Cat 3. Category 3 winds would be winds 111 to 129. Roof decking removed, snapped, uprooted trees, electricity, water outages for weeks after a storm. And as I said, depending on the structure, we're talking catastrophic. I mean, there's no other word for it.
And we have Cat 4.
We do have Category 4.
Wow.
So, I hope we hear from some people down there. I mean, they need to, do everything they can to protect their lives right now. But the fact that we haven't heard from anybody down there is not a good thing.
And Calvin and Lori, speaking of hearing from people, I would be interested to hear if our producers have been checking in with our crews in Florida City. That's one of the places I think will probably get involved in a more intense rain band. So I'd be interested to know how conditions are changing out there. So as soon as we hear from someone, I think that might make for some interesting chat just to understand what's happening in that direction.
Yeah, I also think what's not on your graphic right there is storm surge as well, and I know that's such a major concern for Max and for the Monroe County leaders out there as well.
Well, we've talked about this, and there are a lot of storm surge graphics out there. There's the storm surge warning graphic. There's a potential storm surge inundation graphic, and then there are the county storm surge evacuation zones. So the local officials, based on that data that we showed here a couple of days ago, that's why they ordered those evacuations. So the evacuation zones were, and they absolutely did the right thing. And I don't want to confuse. I guess what I'm saying is I'm afraid to show too many different graphics on the storm surge. The bottom line, the Hurricane Center is saying 5 to 10 feet of storm surge in the Florida Keys, and 3 to 5 feet.
Right, North Miami Beach to Card Sound Bridge,
right,
including Biscayne Bay.
And that includes, the barrier islands of Key Biscayne, Virginia Key, and Miami Beach.
Yeah. And on up to Sanibel Island and Marco Island and all that, so in Tampa Bay area. Max and Betty, we're going to check back in with you in just a moment, in about 12 minutes at the top of the hour.
And right now we have a chance to hit our crews. We will try to get those crews in Florida City for you, so Max and Betty can speak with them. But Nicole Perez is in southwest Miami-Dade, and we understand you just had a pretty big scare, Nicole.
Lori, I did it. I'm actually going to pick it up for you guys. This branch just snapped right off that tree, and I think I almost had a little panic attack there. It fell right next to me. But what I need to show you right now, we're on US 1. Right behind us is Southwest 132nd Street. This is southbound. Take a look at this massive tree that is just consuming all of US 1. And I really, the picture shows it all. It's just completely snapped, and it's blocking 3 lanes of traffic right now. You know, I was listening to Betty and Max, and those 80 to 100 mile an hour gusts, we're feeling them out here. I think I'm going to send it back over to you guys, and we're going to get back to the car.
All right, Nicole, you better head in. All right, right there on US 1 in southwest Miami-Dade, a huge tree down. Please get inside, Nicole. And now you are looking at our radar. They're trying to find the area where Nicole is, right there in southwest Miami-Dade. But to imagine those huge trees, that's what US 1 is going to be like right now. When we're going to check in with as many crews as we can. Betty and Max warning us that now, from about now, 10 a.m. to 12 noon, especially in Miami-Dade, in the metro area, and Coral Gables, down into southwest Miami-Dade, you're going to see some really, really increased winds and some hurricane-force gusts.
At least 30 miles an hour sustained over the course of time, so that's about a 2-hour period. Let's check it out with our Madeline Wright, who is in downtown Miami. At last check, you were in Little Haiti.
We have now moved to a different section of downtown Miami. We're going to take you on a ride here just to show you how bad conditions are. They've gotten a lot worse since yesterday. This is my photographer, Wade. So we're going to flip this camera around so you can see what it's like for yourself. So this is the 8th Street station. We've got a down tree right here on the side. We've seen a lot of this in the area, lots of down trees. The winds here are just ferocious. And these tall buildings, these skyscrapers, they act like wind tunnels. And so you can see just these traffic signals, how they're swaying back and forth in the wind, holding on for dear life as Hurricane Irma continues to pound South Florida. We've seen, here's another down tree. Lots of trees that have been cracked at the base or just completely uprooted. We've also seen we've seen that they've, a lot of them have lost their branches. Not only have the trees come down in a lot of places, but we've seen bike racks knocked over. We've also seen store windows that have been broken. Gates have flown open. Leaves are flying everywhere. And some of the trees have been bending, the ones that are still standing. Here goes another tree that we have on the side of the road. And, you know, sometimes, like in these cases, the trees are just, or the tree branches or the tree limbs are on the side of the road. Sometimes they're completely blocking the road. And this applies to both Miami-Dade and Broward County, where we've been today.
Madeline, tell us where you are right now. You're kind of coming off of the Flagler area.
This is southeast this is the Flagler area. This is we're driving west on Southeast 7th Street, and now we're approaching the intersection with Southwest 1st Avenue.
So you are right there in the heart of downtown.
Right in the heart of downtown, and we've also seen a lot of rain. I mean, of course, with because the wind is so strong, it's pushing the rain sideways in some cases. Just take a look at these palm trees, how they're blowing so strongly in the wind, just trying to stay still. Now, all the buildings we've seen are holding up really well. We haven't seen any buildings with, the buildings are still standing, but we have seen a gas station that had its roof severely damaged. We've also seen broken windows, and there are thousands of people without power in the region. I mean, here there is power and all the traffic signals are working, but there are a lot of transformers that we've seen exploding as we've been driving around, and we could see that green glow earlier this morning. So you know there's going to be a huge cleanup effort ahead.
Yeah, and Madeline, not just thousands, we're talking hundreds of thousands. 1 million is the count from both counties, and we are going to hear from FPNL at 11:30 from Riviera Beach. They're going to update us on all of the outages and their plans for restoration, as well as the fact that they have a workforce of more than 17,000 crew members from 30 states and Canada here to help us restore power to so many people who have lost power from Hurricane Irma.
Madeline, where are you guys heading now? Where does...
Wade, where's this?
We're just going to try to get out of the city a little bit behind a building.
We're trying to get out of the city right now because the winds are so strong that it's rocking the car back and forth. So we're trying to get away from any flying projectiles that may come. And that's part of why first responders are not responding to every 911 call. They're taking it on a case-by-case basis to determine whether they really need to come out. I mean, these winds, if it's more than 45 miles an hour, it's really dangerous to go out here. And it's definitely more than 45 miles out here.
Yeah.
And Wade, we know you're driving, but you've been through a lot of hurricanes. We can hear you very clearly, Wade. Give us your sense of what you've seen out there.
I made it through Andrew back in '92, and my sense of this right now, I think it's a little bit more than I expected. It's a little bit overwhelming. It's definitely not safe. I think that people should definitely stay inside. It's definitely a warning sign for what can come. And it's definitely a good sign that from here on out, we need to be ready for these things. Hurricane kits, stuff like that. Make sure that we're up to date on everything. It's really dangerous out here right now, and we're just trying to do our best to stay away and bring you guys some pictures of what we're seeing.
Wade Hughes. Wade, thank you so much. And, first responders have said that they are not going to make a point of going out. And you made a good point, too, Madeline, saying at 40 winds at 45 miles an hour or more, they are saying they cannot take care of anybody who may be calling for help. Not to mention there's a curfew that remains in effect for the city of Miami and for several cities in Miami-Dade County.
Madeline, if you can show us your rear view there again so we can see some of the streets, we'll let people know that Miami-Dade officers have indeed sheltered now. They have told us all Miami-Dade police have sheltered for their own safety because of the high winds in Fort Lauderdale. The fire department officially announcing, too, they have suspended service because of the winds. We saw such an incredible response from first responders everywhere. When our crews were out there until really even well past midnight, they were checking on our crews. They've been clearing the piers. They were making sure that everyone's safe. But at this point, no emergency services are out there.
That's right. There are no emergency services. There was a Foot Locker that had its window smashed either because of the hurricane and a flying projectile had come through. I don't know if it was burglarized, but police told me that they initially told me they were not going to respond, but now they say that they are going to send one person out to keep an eye and to keep that area safe. As far as the rain, we've just had a lot of heavy downpours. It started as a drizzle yesterday, but it's gotten a lot worse, and it's going to continue throughout the day and into tomorrow morning. It's been consistent rain. In some cases, when the wind picks up, you can see it's just driving rain. And there is a large homeless population here, and I see them out on the street as we've been driving around, and they're just getting soaked. I haven't been to the beach today, but I have seen a lot of puddling in the area, but the main concern here is just the wind and how ferocious it is. It's strong enough to knock a person over and cause a lot of flying hazards in the area, and also break windows, cause signs and surveillance cameras to come flying down. So it's really this wind that's one of the biggest dangers here with Hurricane Irma.
And I'm curious to hear from Wade one more time as he's driving around, and you can stay with this picture if you will. Because, Wade, we can hear you clearly. At some of the four-way stops, are you finding that many of the lights are out, or are you finding this right here where a light may be working?
Most of the lights are working. We're seeing all the lights are on, like at the trailway stations, Metro Rail, stuff like that. There's a lot of hotel lights that are on, but the street lights are out, and the houses all seem to be dark.
So it's not just the homes that are without power. Some of the businesses and hotels you have seen along the way, this is in the Brickell area, are without power.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And as far as the street signs, the traffic lights We did have a traffic light over on North Miami Avenue that had briefly gone out for about a minute. Then then the light turned. It started when the light went out. It was black, and then it flashed yellow, and then it came back. We've seen a number of power surges in the area, so even though these lights are working, the power is struggling to stay on right now.
All right, Madeline Wright and Wade Hughes, we thank you so much. And as we see on this satellite radar to our right, we can see exactly what you're experiencing right now. And you have plenty of heavy yellow and red coming your way. Betty and Max saying these winds are really going to increase from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Major gusts, anywhere from 80 to 100 mile per hour gusts, as you're feeling pretty sustained winds around 70 miles an hour over these next 2 hours.
And downtown Miami is included in a list of places where they're going to feel those wind gusts at a really high rate of speed. And our Will Manso has been feeling those winds for the past couple of days. And Will, I just assume that you're inside and you're showing us this picture from the inside because it's too dangerous to be on the outside.
Yeah, we tried. Calvin, yesterday we were reporting from this balcony, but as you know, especially on these balconies, you feel that wind so much. We're on the third floor. We're not that high up, but I want to show you something that we just noticed since the last time we talked 30 minutes ago. Look at the distance. We've been talking about the American Airlines Arena. That is the Heat's practice facility, and there's some sort of tarp that in the last 10 minutes is blown off to the side and is now dangling alongside of the building. I didn't see that tarp there earlier, certainly not like that, and I'm not exactly sure what that tarp is. I put in a message to someone with the Miami Heat. Obviously, they're dealing with the storm as well, so I'm hoping to get an answer as to what exactly that is. But especially when the wind picks up, we see that tarp in the back lift up, and then the one that's dangling kind of go back and forth. So I'm not exactly sure why it's there or what it is. If it came from the other side of the building, if it was laid down there on top of the Heat's practice facility, but it's happened in the last 10 or 15 minutes. And it goes along with what we showed you earlier, the billboard that's ripped here in downtown Miami, and the other issues we've seen with trees down, the railroad crossing, the arm down that we saw earlier. These are the kind of things that we see when these strong winds pick up. Now, as for the wind now, let's give you a look, David, if we can, just a look at the Biscayne Bay at some of the waves right now. You can always tell when it's stronger. Like right now, the waves aren't crashing in, so we're getting the sustained, solid winds, but we're not getting those big gusts. When we get those big gusts going, which have now been reported in the Miami area into hurricane force wind gust, you really see that start to crash in, especially when those winds and that waves are coming from that direction. But right now along Biscayne Boulevard, what we see is a lot of flooding. We see a lot of trees down. We saw the billboard damaged earlier. And now we see this tarp. When I get an answer exactly what that is, Lori and Calvin, I'll certainly let you know. It doesn't seem to be a major issue, but certainly it's something that's getting ripped off and pulled off. And I'm not exactly sure why it's there or what it was for or where it came from. But it's sitting right now on top of the Heat practice facility, and we're trying to get an idea exactly what it is.
And Will, have you been getting, I'm sure you've been getting so many texts from friends and family, and any other experiences you can share with us?
Well, I've got my family in West Palm Beach, my parents who are in West Palm, and I've been trying to keep in contact with them. And, my children are safe. I know that. So I'm happy to know that. There's so many people that, are keeping an eye on that, whether they sent their families out of town or their kids out of town. Last check, West Palm Beach, where my parents are, have been getting some pretty strong winds, a tornado warning earlier, but they're doing well. And, as far as friends go, the common theme, I think, among friends is, hey, how are you? And B, I lost power. So I think that's the most people are saying, like, I'm doing okay, but I lost power. And I know Lori and Calvin, you both have been updating throughout the morning the amount of people in South Florida that right now do not have power. And I think that's the main thing for most people is you could deal with being in the home and you can deal with getting that little cabin fever being inside. But once you lose that power, it can get very frustrating, especially knowing that we've got a whole day worth of this still ahead.
I know my family just contacted me in Plantation, and they lost power about an hour ago, Will. And you're right, normally we lose power when the wind blows a little bit, but somehow they held on to power there in a lot of Plantation until about an hour ago. And yet that is not the worst inconvenience, if that's the worst of this.
No.
Some people down in the Keys, we know we're all going to start getting some communication from friends down there who are really feeling the worst weather possible.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too, is that we try to put it in perspective because most of our viewers that live in Dade and Broward, if they're indoors, hopefully they're safe. And, at some point we'll be able to survey the damage, any damage, as we get a really strong wind gust coming in through now, as we get to survey the damage when it's all done. But obviously now is not that time. Now's the time with your family to be indoors listening. If you're listening on your radio, if you lost power, or if you've got power and you're watching on TV, and we'll keep you updated. And then after all this is done, we can figure out exactly what the damage was. But we certainly know, I heard Laurent say it earlier, and I know we've all been saying it, that we're thinking of the Keys right now and the people down there, because we can only imagine what's going on down there. And I know that soon enough we'll start to get ideas, video and stories, exactly what's happening in the Keys right now.
I think we're all sort of bracing to see those pictures when they do actually come out in the lower, middle, and upper Keys. And our hope is that our worst fears are not realized. Will Manso, stand by for us in downtown Miami. We're going to check in now with Eric Yutzi and J.C. Birch with the very latest on the FP&L outages. And right now it is at a record level.
Yeah, well, you guys have been talking about it. More than 1 million when you put Broward County and Miami-Dade County together. We've been watching these numbers.
Yes.
This morning at midnight, those numbers were less than 200,000.
Yeah, consistently surging moment by moment, and you knew, and at Florida Power and Light promised that you would lose your power. Now we're really seeing the brunt of Hurricane Irma taking out power situations across this area.
And the only thing that we can tell you that's good news in this situation is that Florida Power and Light has learned from past storms. They've had more than a decade to prepare for a big one like this. So learning from Wilma, learning from Andrew how to do this. So we also are making a little bit of history. According to Florida Power and Light, they have dedicated 16,000 crews. And you think, where are they getting all these people? Because this storm is headed to affect the entire state of Florida. They're pulling those crews from 30 different states.
Now, there may be some concern that you need to be alleviated of, that as the storm rides up the state, that they may pull some of those resources that may have initially been going to us to give them to other areas. No, the fact is we have a dedicated portion of that 16,000 in response that will specifically maintain their mission to help here in South Florida.
That's right. So you don't have to worry. We know the Southwest Coast is going to get slammed, and we know Naples, Fort Myers, of course the Keys, but that's a different electric company, as you know. They're going to need all the help that they can get, but everybody is going to kind of fan out at the same time after this storm passes to help out. Also, we're hearing some reports of some downed power lines in South Broward, and I know many of you out there, I just talked to my aunt. She lives in West Miami. She lost power. She's saying, I want to get out of here. Right. You cannot leave your home. It's dangerous. That is why we have these plans in place until this storm is over, and that won't happen until tomorrow morning. We're talking about that curfew in Broward County is until 10 a.m. So Sunday, you can't leave your house. You got to be careful.
And when the right time for your power to go back on is when you'll be prioritized, but you need to know they're going to make sure the police departments, the fire rescue crews, and the hospitals, they will get their power back on first. They are the critical first responders here as we look forward after Irma and everything that comes with it passes through.
Yeah, and then the rest of us get power. So let's hear from Florida Power and Light.
Okay, yes, we are also looking at some video. It was recorded outside of a naval station there, the NAS Key West. This is the southernmost naval air station in the continental United States, and this is some video that they shot. We also have video, or a picture, excuse me, of a funnel cloud provided by Reuters. This is from Fort Lauderdale Beach. So we got to look at what is happening there in Key West, and certainly we've talked throughout the morning about the tornadic activity and the threat, the tornado watch that we will be in until noon, and we had several warnings this morning. Picture of a funnel cloud. We'll work on getting confirmation on whether or not it actually touched down.
Yeah, funnel cloud only becomes a tornado if it goes over land. So as long as it stays over water, it remains a funnel cloud. Are we still going to hear from Florida Power and Light?
Okay.
Eric and JC, I wanted to ask you, while we stay with this tornado video from yesterday, I mean, we've all, any hours you're working, this tornadic activity has just been very scary for people, especially when those alerts come on your phone and they just blare and wake you up or shock you during the middle of the day. We had 4 of those warnings yesterday, just from 7 to 8 o'clock at night. And then when you took over around midnight, how many warnings did you experience?
2.
Two official. In fact, one of them came, we were going to Laren Livingston, who was live in Hollywood, and as we were saying his name, Julie Durda ran in and handed Betty Davis an alert, and a tornado warning had just happened in the area in which he was standing.
Yeah, and the winds, or that storm, I should say, was moving at 80 miles per hour. And that was terrifying. We sent Laren straight into the live truck so he could be safe, got him out of harm's way. So I would imagine, are going to deal with those tornadoes as long as we're dealing with Irma. And Leanne Morejon, I'm pretty sure, is she still in Miami Beach?
That's my understanding. Leanne, are you there?
Here, yes, we're still on Miami Beach. We're still on Miami Beach, Washington and 13th Street, and we're already starting to see some structural damage. Take a look at this. This is a sign here in front of the Surf Style shop, and that sign on the on the top with those clear glass blocks, it usually goes up a little bit in kind of a nice decorative design. That whole top part's blown off, and it's now crumbled all over the sidewalk. You can see the wind is still whipping. It's been consistently whipping hard like this for the past at least 3 or 4 hours now, and it's taking a toll on the trees for sure. We've seen plenty of palm fronds, more and more. In fact, something we saw, which we found, my photographer Danny and I thought was pretty unique. We saw a couple of palm trees uprooted and topple over, which is so rare because usually you think, well, these palm trees, they're long, they're skinny, they usually sway with the wind. They're really good at putting up with hurricanes, and that's why they're always growing in these tropical climates like ours. But we saw one that just was completely uprooted. And I want to take you to a piece of video that hopefully we have for you. It's a hotel that we passed. It's the Hotel Chelsea, which is just about 4 blocks from here. And you can see the sign that says Chelsea. Used to be horizontal, now it is vertical, hanging on by a corner and just swaying back and forth with the wind. So that's really been the big picture. Consistent rain falling, not a heavy torrential downpour that sometimes we've encountered during summer storms here, but just steady, nonstop rain. So that's been building up. And then, of course, the wind that's sort of been knocking everything that it can out from actual signs. In fact, we were by an awning at one point that we saw fly off, and then the wind pushed it right into our Dodge Caravan that you see right there. Just knocked right into it. I was sitting in the passenger seat and it just went boom, and you felt it shake. So we've really seen the toll that the wind is taking. Of course, it's coming from the east, and back here is where we have Ocean Drive back there. That's towards the beach, and that's the direction that the wind is coming from. So we've just seen so much of that today. And you can see it in the trees. They're just going everywhere. We did see a vehicle just a short time ago, a pickup truck with a member of fire rescue and an officer. They did stop to take a look at what happened here, but then continue to drive by. So we know that there is somewhat of a presence here, even though we did see a tweet that said that they weren't going to be responding to medical emergencies because of the winds kicking up. So I think they're maybe taking things as a case-by-case basis, and they don't want you to count on them necessarily and risk going outside or putting yourself in danger if you don't have to, because their ability to get to you would be compromised. So I'm going to send it back to you. Definitely, this is going to be the story throughout the whole day. We've been saying it all day. And just as our Weather Authority meteorologist has been telling us, this has not stopped.
Leanne Morejón live on Miami Beach. Leanne, we're going to check in with you as much as possible. You are really seeing some of the most structural damage we have seen so far, except for those signs. There's a couple of major street signs in Sunny Isles Beach and Hollywood, but there on Miami Beach to see those blocks of glass coming down. It's a shame.
And you and I have also talked about Key Biscayne as well. I mean, this is an area, too, that is being hit with some major wind gusts. So,
trying to contact some friends out there and folks who have places out there just to get some word, because as Max is showing us, that storm surge is just going to be really impactful now, going right up through Key Biscayne, up into parts of Miami Beach. Most of Broward now, you're out of the storm surge warning, but these outer bands are really pushing that water up.
Well, speaking of Broward, let's go down to the city of Hollywood, and our Andrew Perez is Skyping with us right now to inform us about the conditions there. Andrew.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I'm very thankful, but I'm kind of shocked that I still have power here in this building. I'm in a building in Hollywood, as you mentioned, right off Washington Street. And I want to kind of show you really quickly before we get to some video that I sent to the station. This is a sliding glass door. There's a park right across the street. I mean, I know it's kind of hard to see in this video, but there's just so much pressure here against the glass, the wind pushing. That's kind of what alerted me in the first place. I mean, I stopped here to seek shelter. I was working the storm last night well into this morning, and I stopped here to seek shelter, to kind of take a quick power nap. I think it was 2 hours before I got that alert from Betty and Max saying that I was also in a tornado warning area. So I got up, and lo and behold, everything was very violent. We've got a little bit of a lull right now, so I'm going to open the door quickly just to show you some of the damage that we're looking at here. You can see a lot of these trees just stripped. You've got a lot of the branches that are down out here. And these bands, they keep coming in and they keep getting stronger. I want to send you to that video that I was talking about a moment ago. 1 second to lock this door here. Because again, I was just surprised how much the sliding glass door, how much the windows were just violently shaking. So much so to the point, I mean, I got up and I started considering, okay, maybe it's time to just spend a couple of minutes in my safe zone, which I planned out. We've been taking every safety precaution first because we've got to protect ourselves in order to be able to do this job and show you guys at home what's been going on out here. As a matter of fact, if you guys want to come back out here live, the whole plan this entire time was to come here. You know, it's a small bathroom. It's in the innermost part of this building that we're holed up in right now. And things were so bad at one point that, you know, I was like, okay, it's time to get the air mattress in there and wait a little bit. So that's the situation that we're dealing with right now. You can see a lot of the damage out there outside. I know several different police departments, fire agencies, they've suspended responding to a lot of calls. I was earlier seeing Hollywood police cruisers going up and down Park Road because it's right near the police department. But now for at least the last 2 hours, I haven't seen any ambulances. So it seems that authorities are staying true to that until, you know, kind of the worst passes us. Keep in mind, this storm, the bulk of it is down by the Keys. Here I am all the way up in Hollywood, and I was seeing some really intense effects. Then it calms down, and then it picks up again out of nowhere. So that's one thing that we want to make sure people understand. Things can change in a matter of seconds out here.
Our Andrew Perez for us. Andrew, thanks a lot. We are going to hit the reset button as we are now a quarter past the hour.
Right now it is 10:15. We are tracking Hurricane Irma, a powerful Category 4 storm that has made landfall in Cudjoe Key down in the lower Keys. I'm Lori Jennings.
And good morning. I'm Calvin Hughes, and a hurricane warning remains in effect for all of South Florida at this hour.
And so does that tornado watch. We are all under that, and we are awaiting any alerts and warnings to share with you.
There are lots of ways you can follow our storm coverage on your laptop or on our app. We will be streaming our newscasts live until Irma is no longer a threat to us.
And we thank you for listening to us. If you've already lost power on your battery-powered radios, we are on several different partners here, namely 790, The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM. You may be hearing us on 104.3 The Shark or 102.7 The Beach. Again, we hope we are at least friendly voices coming to you on the radio to ride out this storm. Also on pirate radio down in the Keys. The best we can do today for you is keep you updated with our weather team and be a friendly voice as those winds and rain just keep pounding.
And speaking of that, our Betty Davis and Max Mayfield standing by with the very latest. And Betty, I do want to inform you that in Atlanta, the first ever tropical storm warning issued for Atlanta as Hurricane Irma hits Florida on its way toward Georgia. But we are far from being out of the woods just yet.
We are really just getting started, things starting to ramp up out there, and all that noise you're hearing outside your windows and your doors. It is the rain, it is the wind, it is Irma after making that landfall, those bands still lashing us this morning. So let's talk about the winds we're seeing out there. Max Mayfield joining me here. Winds sustained around 45 miles per hour. Well inland around Pembroke Pines and Hialeah, Miami, 47 mile per hour sustained wind. They're gusting higher than that. The gusts we're now noting are in the 60s from Pompano Beach to Pembroke Pines and Hialeah. And through this event, you'll notice some places not really registering data. That's because as the rain bands have come through, it seems some of those reporting stations were knocked offline. And the latest thing we're noticing as far as radar goes, it now seems that the Key West radar is down, but we're able to get enough images here to show you what's going on with Irma. Certainly how Miami is being impacted as that radar scans those skies and shows us all the rain all the way around the peninsula. It has been one band in particular that we've been watching, and a little bit concerned that this could produce some wind gusts on the order of 80 to 100 miles per hour as it lifts up toward the northeast around 30. So still to come around areas like Country Walk, Cutler Bay, Coral Gables. This band that's going to be heading in, so don't be surprised if you hear the winds whistling a little louder as that rain continues to lift into the area. It sounds like we're going to be doing something in Naples. Is that right? Matt Gutman. Go ahead, Lori.
Let's see. We are joined by ABC News.
I'm ready. They're talking.
All right. And is that Matt,
hey guys.
Matt Gutman we have with us?
Hi, Matt.
All right,
hey guys.
Matt. Yes. Hi, Matt. You have
Battery
Lori
up.
Jennings, you've got Calvin Hughes, Betty Davis. Betty and Max, our weather team, are right here for you, and it's great to see you. Tell us where you are and how things are going.
Hi, Laurie. Sorry for that miscommunication. We are out in the elements, so cameramen had to change a battery. So we're going to fix that issue in 1 second. But we're in Naples. This is downtown Naples, 5th Avenue. This is essentially the commercial heart of Southwest Florida, and it's a ghost town right now. You can see the wind and the rain whipping in. I mean, you guys have seen much worse than this in Southeast Florida, but these are sort of the gentle nudges of Irma and what it can deliver. And you guys have seen sort of the forecast of what's going to happen here. The biggest concern is not only, of course, the wind, the rain, the falling debris, but in a place like this, it's the storm surge. It is forecast to be up to 15 feet. So just to give you a sense of what it's like, that awning would be underwater. We're at about 3 feet above sea level here. And I'm just going to have Pete, the cameraman, spin around to show you how much of a ghost town it is right here. This is a full evacuation zone, mandatory evacuation. We have seen some salty old Floridians jogging. We saw a guy walking a 3-legged dog, but by and large, it is completely emptied out of people, and there are significant precautions, Laurie and Calvin and everybody there, that folks are taking here. Not everything is going to be able to stop the power of that storm surge, but folks have done what they can. I'm going to hop over that puddle and show you some of what's going on here. So the storm surge is forecast to probably hit up to the awning there, but folks here, and I'll let you hear it, bolting still, literally battening down the hatches as much as they can as this continues to whip us. Now, about half of the population of Naples has evacuated, about 10,000 people. That means there's still plenty of people remaining here. And the mayor I spoke to last night said he's concerned about all those people still here.
Matt Gutman, our signal appears to be going out right there. Betty and Max, you can show us on the radar real fast maybe what he's experiencing there in Naples.
We can. In Naples, too, they are getting some of Irma's rains, those rain bands wrapping all the way around. So that is what he's seeing in Naples right now. I'll just stand up a little bit so we can talk about this. So here's Naples, and here are some of those rains coming in, rather persistent. So that may have been a bit of rain fade we're experiencing with the signal out there. Rain covering up Alligator Alley, Max.
And one thing, the winds are going from east to west there. So as far as the storm surge is concerned, it's pushing water away from the coastline. Once the eye gets up closer to them and the winds come on shore on the south side of the eye, that's when the Hurricane Center is calling for 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. This is actually one of the most vulnerable areas in the entire nation to storm surge, from here up in the Fort Myers, Captiva, Sanibel area.
We want to check in with our Janice Fernandez. She is in Florida City. We've been watching a band just to the south of there that may contain some really strong winds. So let's see how Janice is faring there. Obviously, you're inside, Janice, probably the best place to be right now.
Well, Betty, we actually received a message from the Weather Authority team telling us to get inside because it is just too dangerous to be outside. So we are safe in the hotel, but we do have a view I can show you. Obviously, this window, it's a hurricane impact window, so no worries here. We are being safe as we get close to that window. But I want you to go ahead and take a look at what we're seeing outside. So obviously seeing those really strong wind gusts, and it's a sustained wind, but then every once in a while, just these powerful gusts. As you're seeing there, you can see the trees just almost falling over. And actually, I'm gonna have my photographer zoom in on that SUV because you can see a tree there that's pretty much almost on top of that SUV. So definitely seeing the effects here, and the winds are just so strong. As a matter of fact, just standing outside, I was being tossed around and it was just not safe. And any moment that we try to open the door. The pressure is just so strong. It's actually hard to open doors. So again, the best thing for us is, of course, to be safe inside the hotel. But it has been quite a morning. We've seen the weather deteriorate at around 3 this morning. We lost power. So if you look around, you can see that it is dark. We're dark. We're inside this hotel and it's dark, and we are thankful for the daylight coming from these windows, so that way we can actually see what is going on. But that is the situation, and that is what we expect. The power is expected to go off. We did see transformers sparking earlier this morning, and really just incredible. I just want you to just take a look again outside of this window as you see these trees just, oh, it looks like these trees may even snap, but that's really the extent of what we're seeing. As far as damage, there is this large metal sign right outside of our hotel, and we've just seen it slowly, piece by piece, just start falling off. So obviously when it's safe to go outside, we will go ahead and sort of survey the damage there. But again, here in Florida City, we are safe inside the hotel, and we're going to stay in here until at least this really strong band passes.
Janice, we're looking at the Doppler radar, and it really will be a while before you get out of that kind of weather. But as we were saying, there are sort of stronger bands embedded in all of that, where we see those little, I think, strips of red, Max, that pop up. Those may be some areas where the winds are going to be a bit gusty. As that lifts up, some of that is going to be moving in your direction. But in the grand scheme of things, as you're noting here, you will simply stay in that rain. It's going to be persistent, and it's going to be wind driven, and at times those winds really are going to blow out there. So that is the scenario for the rest of the afternoon and into the evening too. We're just going to be in it.
Max, I just want to mention to you, we just got a very nice email from a woman saying that she appreciates all of us so much, and the two of you, but that she is listening on radio and she can't see anything. So she wants you to describe things as well as you can, because now we have so many viewers listening to us on radio, with nearly 1 million people in Miami-Dade and Broward without power.
We definitely understand that. The Doppler radar right now is covered in the colors of red and yellow. That is moderately heavy to outright heavy rainfall occurring across all of South Florida. If she's listening right now from Broward or Miami-Dade or even into the Keys, we are simply saturated with rain bands from Irma. And occasionally within some of these bands, those winds will gust a little higher. So just picture a scenario where there is rain everywhere, and it won't be letting up anytime soon. It's not going to come to an abrupt end. It's going to be a persistent rain as we're moving through the late morning and into the early afternoon as well. The winds are currently gusting 60 plus miles per hour in many communities, from Pompano Beach to Pembroke Pines, down toward Hialeah as well, and in some cases some higher gusts than that. We've noted gusts up to 70 around Miami, and we could possibly even get to 74, if not 80 to 100 miles per hour at times, as some of these rain bands lift in. Right now, we're tracking one that's moving through South Miami-Dade. That one's going to continue to lift out toward the northeast. So slowly but surely, we'll have those moments where the winds start to ramp back up. I think even around Homestead, we'll have those winds picking back up too.
And Betty, Gary writes to us from Coconut Creek. He says the wind gusts and the rain have been so bad. How long is it going to be this bad?
Well, I hate to say it again, but it's going to be all day and through a good portion of the night. It'll be, I mean, we're going to be hunkered down all day and night, and by tomorrow morning the wind should be getting better, below tropical storm force anyway.
And Gary and Jennifer, we hope you're listening. We will be as specific as we can, and we will keep describing our maps, because we all have to get into this mode that a lot of people are listening on radio, and it's just, they're very appreciative to hear your voices, Betty and Max, and we will continue to be as descriptive as possible. We're also getting reports now of a downed crane damage in Miami, so our crews are working that to try to get us some pictures of that. That was a big concern with those 20 cranes downtown, Betty.
Oh, absolutely. I think what we were hearing was that the cranes were built to withstand winds to a certain level. I think, was it 100 miles per hour or plus?
I think it was 140.
Yeah, so I don't think we've quite reached 140 in the gust, so it'll be interesting to hear exactly what that damage is from those cranes. But it is possible to have other kinds of damage out there. Let's check in with Will Manso to see if he has more about those cranes. Will?
I'm not sure if you can hear, guys. I apologize. We're going to open this door and try to get you a shot. We are actually by that crane. It's not too far from here, and I apologize. It takes me a minute to open this door. It's so windy. David Silver is going to show you the crane right now at a distance. It's one we've been looking at for the last 24 hours. You see in the distance there behind the Freedom Tower, there's a building that's under construction. That crane right there was facing over to the right. You could see the extension of the crane all day. In the last half hour, it changed directions. We thought it was just swinging, just the normal swinging that cranes have done. But we've gotten reports, and we have a picture we could show you that part of that crane actually fell. Now, I can't see this picture right now, so I hope we're showing it to you. But we received pictures of part of that crane down onto another building. I'm not sure the significant amount of damage that was done, how much damage was done. But of course, we've seen a lot of strong wind gusts here in downtown Miami. We've been so concerned with those cranes. And again, I got a little windy there. We could see it here from this one. It's going to be hard to see through the window, but at the distance behind the Freedom Tower, that crane, part of it coming down. So that's all we know at this moment. And again, you guys can see those pictures, and for those listening on the radio, it's just a big crane here that's next to a building under construction behind the Freedom Tower over on Southeast 3rd off of 2nd Avenue, Lori and Calvin. So we're trying to get word exactly on what damage was done, if any. And I apologize. This is the craziness of this scene and why it's so dangerous to be outside, why it's so scary. We just had a message right as you guys were going live to us. The building started an emergency sound telling us that we needed to leave the building because there was an emergency reported. Our producer, Zach, went down to check it out. He just came back to report that all is clear and we're fine. But all of this was going on while getting this information about the crane. So it's been a pretty wild few minutes here in downtown Miami.
But, Will, we have been reporting for a couple of days now that that those cranes were sort of designed to spin around and they were sort of ready for this sort of weather.
And that's why when I saw the crane earlier this morning, we've been showing you pictures all morning of this area. I had seen that crane throughout the last 24 hours move a couple of times, move over to the left, move over to the right, not in any kind of violent way, just kind of doing that swing that it's supposed to do. We were told by City of Miami that there were about 25 cranes in the downtown and Brickell area and that they were able to withstand winds of 140 miles per hour. Now, was there a design issue, a safety issue, the way this crane was put up as to why? Because I know we've had strong gusts, but you could double check with Max and Betty. I'm sure we haven't gotten gusts that significant here. The last report I heard, we'd had gusts in the 70 mile per hour range. So it makes you wonder exactly what happened, how it happened. Was it not properly placed? Was there an issue going on? Obviously, we're going to find out more, and also find out more is what damage done. I also want to update you guys on remember earlier I showed you what appeared to be a tarp on top of the practice facility at the American Airlines Arena?
Right.
The Heat believe, now the Heat aren't there to confirm this, they believe that that's actually the skin of the roof, like part of the roof there, that is, and I'm going to bring David back around so he can show you for those that didn't see it earlier. That's actually part of the top layer of the roof, like a protective coating that's there that's ripping off. So it's not actually a tarp that was on, even though it looks like a tarp. It's actually like the skin on top of the roof, like a protective coating that the wind has now ripped off. So that's what we're hearing. We've got the crane issue going on. Unfortunately, with these winds picking up, there's a lot of damage and a lot of things like this happening in downtown Miami right now.
Real testament to the strong winds and gusty winds you're seeing in downtown Miami. Will, thanks a lot. We'll be checking back in with you.
And we've been able to get some pictures off Twitter. You saw one still picture there of that crane. And we're also working to get someone on the phone who experienced that, who really saw it happening. So we'll turn all that around for you. And some new updates now from FP&L. We saw the numbers go down a little bit. They're just fluctuating so much. FP&L is going to check in with us around 11:30 in just about an hour. But now in Broward, 418,000 customers. In Miami-Dade, 657,000 customers. Still well over that million customer mark, unfortunately.
And we hope to hear from FP&L as they talk about restoration for many of the areas that have lost power. And also they're going to talk about how they have some 17,000 workers on hand from 30 different states, including Canada, to help us restore our power here in South Florida.
They certainly have their ways to get some power back on, but the crews just can't get out there right now until the tropical storm force winds die down. And even that crane situation, Miami police telling us it's just too dangerous for them to respond to that broken crane.
Yeah, that's the case for many of the cities all across both counties, Miami-Dade and Broward counties. Let's check it out with Fort Lauderdale. Sonella Sabovic joining us via Skype. Too dangerous to be out there on the streets, we understand, so you're now inside one of the cars.
Calvin and Lori, yes, last time we saw you, we were outside. We were trying to present those images to you, but it just became too dangerous. Those winds gusting from 60 to 70 miles per hour. So what we want to do right now is take you inside of a vehicle and go eastbound along Las Olas. But this is what we're dealing with. Strong, gusty winds. Just look at these palm trees swaying, teetering back and forth. This is Las Olas Boulevard. We're going to go eastbound and take a look. It is virtually a ghost town. There's no one here. No one driving, no one on the sidewalks, and there is a curfew here put in place. So it's exactly what we want to see. Barren roads right now during these horrible conditions. And just check this out. There's some water collecting here on the side. And look at those downed trees here. We saw this early this morning, and I don't know if you got our video from earlier, but here they are, row after row after row, just downed trees. This is some new construction project, Icon Las Olas. And I don't know if you hear that wind. It is just so strong. Look at this whole strip here, right in front of the Cheesecake Factory along Southeast 6th Avenue along Las Olas as we're heading eastbound. Just down trees, one after the next. And luckily, no one was here. It doesn't appear to be here, so they weren't hurt. We haven't received any reports of injuries. And look at the street lights just swaying. They can become projectiles should these winds pick up even more. This is Southeast 6th Avenue, and it's just incredible what we're seeing over here. Our car even swaying. There's more signs swaying here. We saw a stop sign. It almost fell off earlier. Again, Las Olas, and Will Manso talked about cranes. Not that long ago that we did see some cranes here because there are new high-rises that are being built right now. One was also swaying here, so we're going to be keeping our eyes on that too. But this is a popular tourist destination here, Las Olas Boulevard. This is we're heading eastbound. Trees swaying. We're now getting battered by the rain. And just look at this. Shrubbery all over the streets, palm fronds. Very popular spot here. It is a ghost land, virtually. Street signs are out as well. The power to those lights are out. I know you mentioned something about 418,000 here in, I don't know if it was Fort Lauderdale or Broward County, but we have seen some power out in these streets. Check this out here. We're driving. I don't know if you can see that. Another tree that's down here. In front of the restaurant.
It's just so dark and stormy there, and you're so used to seeing cars parked along either side. It hardly even looks recognizable as Las Olas, even though there's not that much damage per se. It is just such a ghost town, and so many trees down right now.
Yes, and Lori, if you can see this light just dangling there, one of the red lights up here along Southeast 9th Avenue just dangling, could fall really at any moment. Not so much damage structurally, as you were saying, and infrastructure-wise, there isn't damage, to the buildings or the streets, but the palm trees and the signs, they're just falling. Look at this, trees that have been uprooted, and they're just everywhere. This is what we've been seeing up and down Las Olas.
And yet some of that power is on. Those two street lights were on, but then the third one is dangling and broken.
Yes. Check this out. Another down tree here. So we're driving carefully around it because we cannot head eastbound on that side due to that tree being down. And this is why we're urging people to stay indoors. You cannot drive when there's shrubbery and trees down, and it's just a disaster waiting to happen. So we're actually driving west. We're actually driving east in the westbound lanes right now just to get away from all of that. But this is what we've been trying to show you all morning long here. What's happening in Fort Lauderdale. We just got out of downtown Fort Lauderdale. We're continuing our journey eastbound, and that area that's flood prone by the Intracoastal, normally during high tide. We're checking that out. Earlier this morning, Calvin and Lori, that area was not flooded, but we do want to check back and make sure everything is okay there. That is also an evacuation zone. But see the lights in the distance out.
Yeah,
garbage
you're
and debris
actually coming
here.
up on an area where there are homes on the Intercoastal. I'm curious to see how they fared through the night and this morning from those high winds and, of course, from all the rain that we've been getting. And then you're going to be approaching A1A as you drive down Las Olas Boulevard. I'm curious to see what you're going to find out. How tough is it for your driver to negotiate all of the debris that's in the road?
Well, that's what we've been doing, Calvin. We're just driving very carefully, going slowly around those trees. Just earlier when we first started this live shot, you saw like row after row after row. So we're just kind of driving in the opposite way because there's no one really on the streets right now. But when everything does die down, there's another one there. It's mostly what we've been saying. Whenever everything does die down and people start extremely dangerous.
You're doing a great service
bit of
by
shrubbery
Skype here.
there.
Yeah, it's a great service to people who had to evacuate this area in Fort Lauderdale, and anyone who had to evacuate who lived east of US 1. This really helps them to see that structurally, anyway, everything seems pretty sound, and there's not a ton of standing water, just a lot of minor debris down in the roadways.
Yes, we haven't seen standing water, Lori, when we were in downtown Las Olas, but this is the problem spot here. This is where the area generally floods during king tide and high tide here, and we're actually seeing some people on the street, right? I have not seen a single soul in sight for hours. Don't understand where they're going or what they're doing, but they're here.
Looks like you're coming up
along,
upon something, too, on the roadway, too.
Walking here along Las Olas. More debris from trees along the roadway, palm fronds here that we're seeing, and we're carefully maneuvering around them.
Well,
and
so
here are
now
the
you've
homes,
been getting
Calvin,
winds
you
of
were
about
talking
60
about.
Okay, go ahead.
Here are the homes that you were talking about.
That's right.
We're seeing shutters there. Some homes had the plywood up. It doesn't appear right now from what we're seeing that there are any broken windows or any trees on top of any vehicles or homes at the moment. Even despite these strong gusty winds, 60 to 70 miles per hour, you can see those palm trees just getting battered by the wind right now. And we're approaching.
Sanella,
yes.
we have to remember, we haven't seen the worst of this yet. Betty and Max telling us really it's going to be all the way through noon. We're going to see, some major gusts and then well into that. Really, we're talking the rest of today and into tonight, well into tomorrow morning. So you're giving us a good sense now, but we don't know what's still ahead.
And Sanella, stand by for just a second. And Betty, we saw winds clocked at about 60 miles an hour in Fort Lauderdale at last check. And so those strong bands that you have been telling us about over the course of the last 24 hours, that this is an area that's going to see much more.
Yes, eventually later the winds should start to ramp back up there as we get more of these bands lifting through. Right now my eyes are really focused on Miami-Dade County, particularly that little stripe of red you're noticing on the Doppler radar cutting across southwest Miami-Dade. I think within that those are some of those stronger winds that may gust 80, maybe 100 miles per hour. I can tell you that there has already been a report of a wind gust. Let me find it. It was one of the more substantial at Cutler Bay. Let's see. Wind gust of 83 miles per hour was measured at 10:13 this morning at the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Station 34 in Cutler Bay. So an 83 mile per hour wind gust measured there. So those kinds of wind gusts are possible, and that is tropical hurricane force. And that's the bottom line. We want you all to know that as we are moving through this event this morning and afternoon, those kinds of wind gusts will be possible and possibly coming within some of these rain bands embedded in what looks like a shield of rain blanketing South Florida. And right now, of course, as I said, my eyes are focused on Miami-Dade, where it is pouring, and I do see that area of red within that rain band.
And with that, Betty, maybe we can hook up with our crews in Florida City. Our producers are trying to hook up with Janice Fernandez or Michael Seiden for us. We will try to get to them, but meanwhile, we can get down toward there. We'll check in Coral Gables in just a moment as soon as we bring you these current power outages. And we also know in about an hour, we're going to hear from FPNL as they talk about what they are going to do in the hours to come to try to restore power in Broward and in Miami-Dade. More than 1 million people without power right now, and in Broward alone, 418,000
870 people, quite a few folks and customers from FP&L without power right now, and those are the numbers from Miami-Dade.
657,000, so we're still well over that million mark.
Wow.
And we are speaking to you by radio to so many of you there without power, and we will be as descriptive as possible, and we hope you feel somewhat comforted just by having some familiar voices with you, because it's a long day to ride out this storm.
And speaking of that, the folks in Coral Gables have evacuated the streets and evacuated their homes before Irma has arrived, and there's been a curfew that's been in place. Let's check in now with our Janice Stanwood, who spent the night in Miami-Dade and has the very latest now.
And Calvin, Laura, you said it, there's a reason there is a curfew, and that's because conditions, especially this morning, have really deteriorated. I want to step out of the way, and you can see just the gusts of wind and the rain bands, and take a look at that awning. It's flapping around, and I don't know how long that fabric is going to last. And you can just see the trees, they're whipping around, and look up right there to those power poles. They're swaying in the wind. In fact, they were swaying a little worse than they are right now. We have heard, since we've been out here, a few booms, which we believe are transformers blowing. And I know that some people here in Coral Gables don't have power. They might be listening to us on the radio. Right now, we're on the famed Miracle Mile, and you can see it is really just a ghost town. Nobody's out. It's lots of wind, lots of rain. And, you know, there's really been a concern about construction debris. We've heard a lot of that from our viewers. You can see right here that there's some road work being done to Miracle Mile, and all of these barricades are up. I can tell you that they're all bolted down into the pavement, which is good. Hopefully those bolts stay. Here's already sort of one casualty, one trash can that had been bolted down to the pavement. That came right up. I'm not sure when that happened, so don't worry. We're going to be kind of staying away from that once those wind gusts pick up. We're actually in a strong concrete structure, so don't worry about that. We're definitely keeping ourselves safe, but we want to bring you these pictures because if you are watching or if you're listening to us on the radio and you have a home in Coral Gables, so far at least where we are, we haven't seen any major damage, but we've also not been able to get into some of those residential areas where those huge, big, beautiful trees are. So I don't know the situation with those. I know yesterday we did see one Norfolk Island pine that snapped and it fell. Don't know the situation in some of the other residential areas of Coral Gables, but at least right here on Miracle Mile, it's a ghost town. The wind is definitely whipping around. And Calvin, Lori, I don't know if we have a quick second to talk about the Keys for a moment, because I had a chance to Twitter message with somebody I know who's riding out the storm in Key Largo. I wanted to see if he could do a phone interview with us. He wanted to conserve his battery power, but he told me that he lives on the bay side, and maybe this is something that Betty and Max can explain because we're getting limited pictures now out of the Keys because they don't have power. But he said that on the bay side of the Florida Keys where he is, he's Buttonwood Bay, which is roughly mile marker 95. The water just sucked away from the bay, and the levels are actually extremely low, which is kind of a scary thing to see. And maybe that's some phenomenon that our meteorologists can explain. But the folks in the Keys, and he's in a concrete block house, so he's sort of hunkered down in a safe area. But it's a scary situation for people in the Keys for sure. And well, obviously it's a scary situation for anybody who's holed up in their house right now with these conditions that continue to deteriorate.
All right, Janice Stanwood for us in Coral Gables, and we do have Betty and Max on standby here to give us the location of where this storm is and what Janine was just talking about in terms of the Keys and the upper, lower, and middle Keys.
Okay, this is the radar. By the way, the Key West radar is out. If you didn't hear, here is the eye wall right here that's lifting up north of the Keys now. That doesn't mean the wind's going away, but the worst winds are over with there in that area between Marathon and Key West. One thing here is that if we look at the bigger picture, you remember yesterday we had all these bands that were spaced apart. Those bands are up in central Florida now. The bands would come through, it'd be really windy, really rainy, and then you'd have a lull. Then another band would come through later. Well, now this whole area here especially to the northeast, those bands are just closer together, and it just, we've been trying to say more frequent and more intense as, the core of the hurricane gets closer to us. So if there are folks in the Keys that are listening, I'm going to try to walk through the storm surge graphic. And This is from the National Hurricane Center, the potential storm surge flooding. It's not going to be exactly right, but at least it'll give you some areas here. And by the way, before I zoom in here, if you look at the area on the southwest Florida coast, this whole area here, this is really susceptible to storm surge flooding, and a lot of that's not real populated, but there are communities there. Choccolosky, the little island over here, and Everglades City, they're going to get tremendous flooding in that area, and then Naples and all the way up. So let's start down here in the lower Keys. And you can see the yellow represents 3 to 6 feet, the orange 6 to 9 feet, the potential of that. Now this is not going to flood everywhere, but you can see this is actually, here's the Key West Naval Air Station right there. I didn't draw that very well, but I'll try that again. That's the Naval Air Station, Key West. The Saddle Bunch Keys, you can see there. This is Sugarloaf Key right there, and there's some orange. I don't know if you can see. I know, well, you can't on the radio. You can't, but there's orange here in the Saddle Bunch Keys and Saddleback Key. Here's the landfall point there.
Cudjoe Key.
The Cudjoe Key. Thank you. And then all the way over to this is Big Pine Key right here. And you know, a lot of that is, this whole area is not going to be underwater, but the area, there's tremendous, the yellow, again, 3 to 6 feet, the orange, the potential for 6 to 9 feet, and there is, it's hard to see, but there are some orange areas there even on some of those bigger islands there. So we're going to work our way up, and there's Marathon over in the upper right, and so here we are, Marathon. The blue is 1 to 3, the yellow 3 to 6, and you can see that area there between Marathon and Grassy Key. The folks in the Keys will know exactly where these places are. Duck Key, there's most of this is blue and yellow, which is 1 to 3 or 3 to 6 feet. There are some areas in here, even around Grassy Key here, that are orange, and a few other smaller areas that are going to be even higher than that. So when the Hurricane Center says 5 to 10 feet, they don't mean that the whole Keys will be under 5 to 10 feet of water. They're going to have inundation. It's going to be bad, but it doesn't mean all the Keys are going to have 10 or 15 feet of water. Layton Key, a lot of flooding, not as high as some of the areas. Lower Matacumbe, this is where the great Labor Day hurricane 1935 wiped out a lot of areas there. There's some flooding there, but not all of it, it looks like. And there's just as spotty from Alamorada, Windy Key, Plantation, and up to Tavernier. So there are, I mean, some of this had probably come over the road and flooded out larger areas, but it's not total. It's as we move up into Key Largo, Penny Camp State Park, you can mostly yellows and blues in there, so that the yellow is 3 to 6 feet. Not everywhere, but some of those areas do have that. Now we're going to get farther north of Ocean Reef. That is the only yellow. It may be hard to see, but the yellow is right along the immediate coast on the Atlantic side. On the bay side, it's not as bad. That blue is 1 to 3 feet. But over here on the mainland, there's a chance of very significant, well, flooding moving farther inland than some people probably think. We're moving away northward now to Cutler Bay from Homestead, and it doesn't push as far inland as we talked about yesterday and the day before, but still that's a large area with the potential of 3 to 6 feet of flooding. Zoom in here, there's Homestead Air Force Base. Looks like the runways are dry, but the barrier islands there, and even here's Turkey Point down the bottom. It looks like just minimal flooding around the plant there. But then working our way up to Blackpoint Marina, there's a large area of 3 feet or greater in that area. Going farther north here, here's the Deering Estate, up to Matheson Hammock. And that's not all flooded, but there are some areas in there that are the blue 1 to 3 feet, and then some areas over 3 feet, and it looks like a sharp line right there. You can see there it doesn't go beyond that. Well, that's old Cutler. That's the Cutler Ridge. That's where the name Cutler Ridge came from. And so I'm not going to go through all of this, but this is Matheson, Hammond, Cocoa Plum up to Biscaya. It's really limited right along there near that.
Max and Betty, while you're getting some new information there, and you are on Miami-Dade County, we just want to mention, we're just getting word that they are closing schools Tuesday. So they are closing schools not just through Monday, but through Tuesday, most likely because of this storm surge you're talking about.
Okay, and I'm going to end with this one here because we had kind of hit, Mike Brennan and I both talked about that surge going up into Biscayne Bay. The latest runs here, the potential storm surge really does not show significant flooding. There's some flooding up here in the northern part of the bay. I'm a little surprised at that. I would have thought that southerly flow would have pushed more water up the bay, but according to this, it's not going to be that significant. So I shouldn't say not significant. It's not going to be anything like it is farther to the south.
Okay. All right, well, we're just getting the 11 a.m. advisory in on Hurricane Irma. It is headed for the southwest Florida coast, and winds will continue to increase over the South Florida. That's the headline from the National Hurricane Center. Calvin and Lori will send it back to you. Meteorologist Luke Doris and meteorologist Julie Durda will be with you to break down this 11 a.m. advisory shortly.
Okay, and that's coming up in about 8 minutes. Thank you so much. And we are now going to go to our Jeff Weinseer. He's in the city of Hollywood. He's joining us via Skype to talk about the conditions in the city of Hollywood. Jeff.
Calvin, Lori, good morning to both of you. This is actually my neighborhood. It is west of I-95 near the Hard Rock Hotel. We've been driving up and down here. You can see most of our residential areas like this, and I'm going to have to back up, but you can see down the street there are limbs that are totally across the streets that you simply can't pass through. Believe it or not, we still have electricity here in western Hollywood in the Emerald Hills area. We've been driving up and down most of the I'm driving and Skyping at the same time, so bear with me. Most of the damage that we've seen, simply trees and roads that are unpassable, specifically if you're in the Hollywood area. Park Road by the Hollywood Police Station, trees all along those roads as well. The winds have been all night long. The pounding rain has been all night long as well. Power is out in some areas, but on. It's flickering on and off. Down these streets, a lot of debris. We had talked about the mangoes and the avocados, the things that could be projectiles. Look over here, right here. This is a tree that just laid that stuff out, went flying through the air. Those are things that in hurricanes should be taken down. And then if we make left, this will be Northville up to headed towards 46th Avenue in the city of Hollywood. You can see in front of homes here, trees are down. This is not a major road, but a residential road. You can see the debris in the road there. And this is what people are going to have to deal with when the storm passes. No cars on the road right now. See tree damage there. We're heading towards 46th Avenue to North Hills Drive. This would be just east of the Hard Rock Hotel, North 47th Avenue. Let's take a look there.
And Jeff, what are you finding as far as power outages? Right now in Broward County, about 418,000 outages. What are you seeing in the neighborhoods? Can you tell?
It's sporadic. My brother lives 5 blocks away. He's out. We live closer to Hollywood Hills High School. We have electricity. We're in good shape. It is simply sporadic right now in our area. We had electricity all night long. That is what we're seeing here. Basically, it's just trees down. I'm going to head towards Sheridan Street, which is a busier road. But there you go. You see trees down, limbs down. Again, When you drive through, once this all clears up and you drive through this stuff, and one of the tips that we had said is you're going to probably need Fix-A-Flat or that green default slime, because you don't know, the debris is very sharp and not a good idea to drive through that debris. Here, okay, so this is North 46th. It's a kind of a main artery between Sterling and Sheridan Street, and so you have basically a limb right in the middle of this street here. I've been listening to the police scanner as well, and here, okay, so here's North 46th Avenue. You can see somebody left out their bins here. Those become projectiles, but you can see this is North 46th Avenue in the city of Hollywood. A pretty major street between Sheridan and Sterling. You can see that tree I'm approaching right there, coming up across the entire road. So this road is blocked.
Okay, Jeff, we are going to let you continue your travels through the city of Hollywood and let us know what you find over the course of the day. We'll check back in with you very shortly. We're going to try to go to Cuba here and talk with our Hatsovella, who has some new video of the damage left behind from Hurricane Irma that slammed into Cuba, I believe, on Friday evening.
We're going to get right to the pictures here that we have. And Hatzel, most importantly, have you heard of any lives lost?
Lori, I can report to you that as of now, no death reports here in Cuba. At least that's what the government is saying. What is more important to talk about is the destruction really that this storm has left behind and how it's going to affect tourism in Cuba, obviously something that Cuba relies heavily on. Some of the first pictures we're going to show you are from Cayo Coco, which was very close to where we were staying, on the eastern side from where we were staying, and I believe it was almost a direct hit when it came to the hurricane here. This picture, you see this building, the front end of it almost completely wiped out. This looks like some sort of tourism building, because you can see the golf carts, something that you see typical on the barrier islands. The second picture, you see all the tile damage, the tiles that came off. You know this is a tourist-type destination or a building because of the quality of the tiles. The third picture you see here, it looks like a hotel building. The water tanks, the blue water tanks you see there, those are tanks that those folks rely on for water anytime you have tourists staying there. This is big. The next picture you're about to see is a gas station. We've been able to travel extensively here in Cuba, and I can tell you that most of the gas stations are not closed. No gas is being sold to anybody, and this is going to be crucial in the coming days. A lot of folks here don't have generators, and the power is already out throughout the country. That is something that people are concerned about, especially because we believe it's going to be weeks before most of Cuba is back on the grid. But take a look at this next picture. This gives you a sense of the damage on the western side of the island, closer to Havana. This is in Matanzas. It doesn't say where it is. These are pictures being printed and shown by Grama, the state-run newspaper. This shows significant damage in Matanzas, the northern part of Matanzas. That's close to Varadero, which is highly popular with tourists from around the world. And this is a graphic picture. You see that two gentlemen standing on the roofs, their houses almost completely submerged in the flooding. This also comes from Matanzas. At this point, we're not quite sure what town it is, but it probably is a very tiny, tiny town, likely on the coast, on the northern coast of the Matanzas, just like we were staying in Caibarin. Similar sort of situation there. Matanzas, again, is the province where Varadero is located. And again, that's crucial because that tells you and gives you a bigger picture of how much tourism is going to be affected with the storm. The last two pictures you see there is inside one of the towns there in Matanzas, and you see a lot of power lines down and lots of trees being toppled there by the storm. So again, to summarize here, Cuba remains without power as of this morning. As we drive to Matanzas, we want to get some survey of the damage in Varadero, and we're being allowed to go and get some of that. The weather is still cloudy. It's been raining all day and all night. Last night it was pretty heavy rain and flooding in Remedios. and that continues. I mean, this is a massive storm, and it's hard to believe that we're in the center of the country and we're still getting some of its effects.
All right, our Hatzel Vela in Havana, Cuba. And Hatzel, thanks a lot. We'll be checking back in with you. Our thoughts and our prayers are certainly with the people of Cuba as well. Hatzel, thanks a lot.
Right now, we are tracking Hurricane Irma as it makes landfall in the lower Keys, and the outer bands just slam all of South Florida for the rest of the day. I'm Lori Jennings.
And I'm Calvin Hughes. Good morning. We're here to carry you through these rough, stormy hours that may last until tomorrow morning. A tornado watch remains in effect for all of South Florida, and more than 1 million customers are out of power across Broward and Miami-Dade counties.
There are lots of ways for you to follow our storm coverage and be with us on your laptop or with our app. We are streaming our newscast live until Irma is no longer a threat.
And many of you are hearing us on 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and if you're in the Keys, you're listening to us on Pirate Radio.
We want to get you right to the new 11 o'clock advisory. Meteorologist Julie Durda and Luke Doris right here, the team. Let's get right over to you.
That's right, Lori, Calvin, South Florida. Thank you for joining us on the 11 o'clock advisory. We noticed that it is still a Category 4 hurricane. Irma is still packing winds of 130 miles per hour, gust 160 miles per hour. Pressure rose just a bit to 933 millibars. It's now moving to the north at 9 miles per hour, where the last advisory, it was moving to the north-northwest. It is located about 80 miles south-southeast of Naples. I did want to touch on what Hatzel was saying. Of course, he is still seeing some rain bands from the system. As you can see in the center of your screen, we have some outer feeder bands still wrapping around the center of Cuba. Heavy rain and gusty winds. And last we had checked, tropical storm force winds extend out from the center over 200 miles. So they could even be dealing with really downright breezy to windy conditions as tropical storm force winds start at 34 miles per hour and grow stronger. So here's the forecast path. Let me explain it to you if you can no longer watch us. Of course, we have been mentioning from time to time for the last few days that now that the forecast cone has shifted to the west coast, our concern goes out to our friends in Fort Myers and Tampa, all the way up the Panhandle, because that is where we are expecting possibly the center of Irma to continue to track. With that said, it looks as though it's 115 miles south-southeast of Fort Myers, Florida. It will be headed that way before making its way towards the Panhandle as a Category 1 hurricane. So up and down the west coast, the big concern will be the showers, storms, tropical storm force winds, hurricane force winds, and also the storm surge, which we've been talking about, that is deadly. So Irma made landfall this morning as a Category 4 hurricane at 9:10 at Cudjoe Key. And since then, it has been bringing nothing but heavy rain and gusty winds, flooding everywhere across South Florida, the Keys. We have been dealing with damaging winds. We've got our reporters spread out all across South Florida, bringing us the images of what's going on in your neighborhood. If you are in Pompano Beach, I want you to know right now you have a wind speed of 47 miles per hour, 43 in Pembroke Pines, 47 in Miami, but it's not actually the wind speed you want to concentrate on, it's the wind gust. We have wind gusts reported in the 60s in Pompano Beach. For you in Hialeah listening to us, we have 66 mile per hour winds, Pembroke Pines 68. So again, we're well into the strong tropical storm force wind frame. And again, this is nothing. We're still expecting the possibility of hurricane force winds. That brings me to the next forecast that we're telling you about. We have hurricane warnings still in effect for South Florida. We have a tornado watch in effect for South Florida. Remember, we tell you there's a possibility of tornado activity embedded in these showers and storms that we're seeing wrapping around the center of Irma. Right now, we just have a shield of moderate to heavy rain. So far, it doesn't look like on the radar we are seeing the possibility of tornadic activity, but heavy rain for you listening anywhere from Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Homestead. As we zoom in, it looks as though more heavy rain over the upper Keys. These bands are consistent. They're steady. It's something you're going to be dealing with all day long. We warned you this would be hours upon hours of rainfall and strong winds. Now, I want to also bring your attention to the flood watch that is still in effect. This will go until Monday evening at 8 p.m. We have had some storm reports, and we're also expecting rain accumulations to continue. Some rain accumulations already 2 to 4 inches across some isolated areas, 4 to 6 inches across southern Miami-Dade. But we'll continue to see rain totals anywhere between 8 to 15 inches, isolated areas, 20 inches of rain. I'm going to toss it over to Luke Doris for more.
You know what's interesting here, Julie, is it's still 130 mile per hour sustained winds with the hurricane. If we could flip over to graphics 47, there's a couple things I want to show on the radar. First off, those of us in the Keys, the middle and lower Keys, your eye wall has moved out. The hurricane has moved north. You are still in hurricane force winds. There's no question about that. But the eye wall has moved to the north. And something that we see, I don't know if I'll be able to use this television behind me to kind of draw on, but I was going to illustrate a few things. If not, that's okay. But with that, Dr. Brennan, last time that we spoke with the National Hurricane Center, had mentioned the possibility of some sort of a replacement cycle going with the eye yet again. And Julie, we have done this, I don't know how many times since we have been talking about this hurricane. Here we go. Okay, so the eye wall replacing itself, two eye walls. And I'm going to have to ask the expert and see what he says when we get to speak with him in a matter of a few minutes. But here, of course, is your main eye. Now, this is north of, what is this? This is Cudjoe Key, like right around here that took the direct hit. But what you also see is this surrounding one that's much larger. And Max, he alluded to it just a little bit, or at least he mentioned it. We're wondering if the inner eye isn't being consumed and this outer eye is taking over. And what's important about that is we see a response with this in the winds in the rest of South Florida.
Yep.
We have seen a lot of these 80 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts over the past, really, what, couple hours or so? So where we're seeing a lot of these, if you're in Homestead, if you're in Cutler Bay, if you're in Central, especially parts of Miami-Dade, you get this line. I'll draw it for you right through here. And Max and Betty were talking about this just moments ago. It's not as pronounced as it was, but we did have the crane that went down downtown.
Yep.
We've had some pretty significant damage.
Storm reports that have come out. And unfortunately, actually in those areas, our wind gauges aren't working anymore. Not a surprise when we're seeing wind gusts up to 80, 90 miles per hour. So, I mean, we were expecting that to happen. But it's something that you at home, if you're listening to us, you're hearing that as the wind is howling, and then you're probably seeing it. As you can see, we've got some video of some very heavy rain and gusty winds. So continue with your thought. I know you were going with...
Yeah, there's another line. It's going from about Isla Mirada, and it kind of straddles around this possible secondary eye wall that's developing. So Isla Mirada, even up toward Key Largo, there's a little bit of a gap between these two. I'll kind of make this one a squiggly. There's a little bit of a gap, but those two lines right there are the most intense that we see. So let me clear some of these out for you. And we go a little bit further north. Now, you can see another little segment right through here, and this is going through downtown. So looking at downtown Miami, you have experienced some intense winds already, hence the crane that, crumpled that we'd seen in our report. Where it does appear to be a little bit lighter is for our viewers that are up in Fort Lauderdale and Broward County as a whole. This line is still intense. Don't get me wrong. We've seen our reporters that have been out showing the damage from that area. But this is going to get worse, I think, for Fort Lauderdale, for Broward County as a whole. It's going to.
This is all going to move up as long as the eye moves up.
This is going to move north. And as that does, the whole area, the worst for everybody is going to be along. When you're even with this line that I'm drawing, right now that's Isla Mirada. So further north that this storm goes, the hurricane moves, then you're going to be in the worst of the winds to the east. So that's going to happen as we go throughout the day. Let me see if I can't time that out for you just a little bit. Before I get there, let me show you some of the wind gusts. I know, Julie, you just showed this. Let me see if this different view. It's a little tighter. So we have 60-plus mile per hour wind gusts. Look at Naples right now at 56. They're on those kind of outer bands. But we're near 70 mile per hour wind gusts consistently at a lot of the sites that we have left online. There have been so many that have been knocked out, including Kendall, Fort Lauderdale. We haven't heard anything from Homestead from their sensor in quite some time.
Since about 7 a.m.
Yeah, they had a really intense band come through then.
Our Janice Fernandez at Florida City had to deal with the lightning, the thunder. We had to bring her indoors. She had some very heavy rain and gusty winds that are wrapping around the bands that are continuing to feed Irma to be so strong. I mean, it's still a Category 4 hurricane.
Yeah. So if you're experiencing this in the Keys, I think you are seeing that eye pull away. It will improve for you. But for most everybody that is along and north of Isla Mirada, you're going to actually see your winds increase. Your rain's going to become more and more steady. Let me time this out for you. Here is a model. It's not perfect, but it's going to give you a rough idea of what you can deal with through the day. So here we are starting the clock at 11, and it does a good job of predicting some of these wind gusts, 95, 80, something like that. We have certainly had reports of near those wind speeds, so it's doing a pretty good job. Look at the numbers climb as we go deeper. So this is this afternoon at 5 p.m. Maybe we can take this full screen. I think it's going to be difficult to see in that little side shot that you have where we split the screen. But if you can't see this, or if you're listening to me on the radio, by and large, going from Pompano Beach down to Kendall, the model is putting out widespread 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So as we go later past that, there will still be near hurricane force, if not hurricane force, wind gusts through most of South Florida through 8 o'clock, through sunset. So all day long, this is in play. We will see the Keys and possibly southeast Miami-Dade start to weaken by about sunset to probably below hurricane force, but still tropical storm force wind gusts. We're not out of those until we get to tomorrow. This is midnight, and from Pompano Beach to Key West, still experiencing tropical storm force wind gusts according to our model. That makes sense. The storm by tomorrow morning is going to be centered somewhere in probably northern Florida and possibly even approaching Georgia. And as it does, we'll drop down to wind gusts around 30, 35 miles per hour. Still gusty, but the worst of it will be out of here by then. Not until then, though.
Right. So our story is we got to get through this for the next 24 hours. More rain, more wind. Sit tight. We are here with you. If you still have power and you can watch us, you'll be watching us for the next 24 hours. If you're listening on the radio, we are going to keep you posted on everything you need to know, what's going on outside your front door, because I know we don't want you outside. We are going to do everything safely, from our live reporters, from our graphics to our updates. Your weather authorities got you covered.
Okay, all right, Betty and Luke, thank you so much. Let's check in now. We have someone joining us by phone, Alberto Casaretto. Thank you so much for joining us, Alberto. Yes, and you're along the water here in Fort Lauderdale. And as Julie and Luke just told us, that you're going to be facing quite a bit of wind coming up here over the course of the next several hours. What is it like for you now?
Yeah, it's pretty breezy right now. It's in the 30 to 40 mile an hour winds. We do have also a little bit of a breach of the seawall here on Cordova Road. I'm in Rio Vista. As you can see there, the water is going over the seawall. This seawall does get breached usually in king tide in October. But as you can see, the water is going further up closer to the houses.
And I think a lot of people were sort of awakened by the winds this morning. Were you one of those people?
Yes, it was very windy. When I went to sleep, it wasn't that windy. And when I woke up this morning, there was definitely a lot more wind, a lot more waves here in this little area called Lake Juanita.
And how?
And I have.
Go ahead, Alberto. Go ahead.
So the water hasn't breached my seawall yet, but there's a little bit of water coming over. So I'm hoping that the water doesn't go over the seawall and up into the front of my house.
And we're hoping as well, too, that is the case. And how long have you lived in South Florida, and were you here for Hurricane Andrew 25 years ago?
I've lived in Fort Lauderdale since 1975, pretty much. So I was 5 years old when I moved here, so pretty close to a native.
So you've endured some hurricanes.
And I was here with Hurricane Andrew, but that hit more in the south area, so we didn't feel too much of an effect here in Fort Lauderdale.
Of course. But what are your thoughts about Irma so far? Did it live up to what you thought it was going to be, or did it fall beneath your expectations?
I think Irma is pretty impressive, considering that the eye hit close to Key West, and we're feeling these effects all the way in Fort Lauderdale.
Now,
that's an impressive storm.
And I know we're just getting a view from what appears to be your backyard area here, but what about your entire neighborhood? No other impact from Hurricane Irma?
No, I think there's just been some trees down. A lot of my neighbors do not have power or cable. We fortunately still have power and cable. So we have a WhatsApp that we're using to communicate all together to tell the neighborhood what's going on. Our neighborhood is pretty prepared here in Rio Vista.
Alberto, thank you so much for your time, and check back in with us if something changes with you, would you?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
We have a chance now to join by phone Pedro San Jorge. He has been near the crane collapse that we've been telling you about in downtown Miami. Pedro, do we have you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Wow, describe to us what you saw.
Actually, since 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:30, I woke up. I've been expecting the hurricane the whole day, so at 6:30 I started feeling the wind or whatever, and I started from my, I have impact windows. I'm in the 30th floor in the building Biscayne, and I started filming, just putting my hand out a little bit, and it was crazy, and I was filming the crane, and as time went on, I have it documented in my Instagram. You can go live all together. There's a few videos with the time it was picking up, the wind was picking up, and the crane was moving a little bit more and more. But then I was like, yo, you know what? Nothing's gonna happen. It's just windy or whatever. And I try to lay down. As soon as I lay down to try to take a nap, I hear a big bang and everything, and then I come look and I find the crane have broken.
So Pedro,
So
even with the sound of all the winds all night long, you could hear the crane break?
Listen, I cannot lie, to be honest with you. When I open the sliding, I'm in the 30th floor. When I close the sliding door, I don't hear nothing. It's incredible. And then when I open it, it's like the world's falling apart. But when I close my door, my impact windows here of the same building, like I don't hear nothing what's going on outside. The bang I did hear, and I hear a little whistle. I'm not, the little whistle, but not bad. When I open,
but Pedro, you heard this.
God,
so with your
everything that's going on outside, and right now I'm just looking at it. I'm literally in my room looking at the crane, just waiting for it to fall. If the wind picks up, I think it will fall.
So Pedro, we are seeing the pictures as well that you sent and the video. We thank you for your time. Pedro San Jorge, right in downtown Miami. You heard this crane break. We thank you for touching base with us and sharing your video and pictures. It has been quite the sight and quite a scare for people in the downtown neighborhood.
Let's go down to our Ian Margot, who is in Florida City, and he is as close as you can possibly get to the area that was
live
first
U1
impacted
IFB, please.
by Hurricane Irma. And Ian, I don't know if you can hear us. What are conditions like for you in Florida City right now? He may not be able to hear us at this point. Ian, if you can, we can see you. Can you hear us? No. Okay, well, we're going to try to check back in with him very shortly. And Julie and Luke, this area, this map that we're seeing to the right here, for many of the people who are listening to us on the radio, what can they expect in terms of a timeline? And because even the backside of Irma appears to be and is going to present a problem for South Florida for some time to come.
Actually, Julie, hold on one second for us. We have Madeline. We do have you up on our screen now. Madeline Wright is on Skype in downtown. And maybe as you get going, Madeline, Julie, and Luke will be able to give you a sense of what's coming your way. But fill us in with your cameras there in downtown.
Well, Calvin and Lori, we're in downtown Miami right now, and it's just really, really bad. Hurricane Irma is really pounding this area. And I want to show you some street flooding that we've seen. I'm going to flip this camera to the other side. This flooding, we drove through it a couple of times. The first time it was bad, but now as time continues passing, this flooding gets deeper and deeper to the point that it's even flooding the parking lot of the Performing Arts Center here. You can see just how much, it's almost like you're driving through the sea with all the water that we have underneath the bridge. And we know that a lot of overpasses or underpasses, they have a lot of water that's accumulating because it is such a low-lying area, these areas under the bridge.
Madeline, that
the
was
winds have been
what
ferocious.
You just passed. Was that right by the Adrian Arch Center where you would go up to get on 195?
Right. It's right near the Performing Arts Center, or also known as the Opera House. And we drove through it a few times, but as the water continues accumulating, we're not going to be able to drive through. It's going to be to the point where your engine might stall out if you try to drive through that water. But we're continuing to get more rain as the day goes on, so you can only expect that area is going to flood even further.
And Madeline,
these winds have just been ferocious.
If you can, just describe as best as you can where you are exactly, because we're looking at your pictures here. You're going right by where Will Manso is stationed in that high-rise to your right, and to the left is the AAA, the home of the Miami Heat, and you're facing the Freedom Tower.
Right, this is Biscayne Boulevard, right, that we're on right now near the intersection with Northeast 8th Street. There's the American Airlines Arena right over there. And here we go with some more street flooding. You can just see the water splashing up as we continue to drive by. All the wake from our car is creating. And we've seen a lot of downed trees on this road, especially palm trees that have just been toppled over like bowling pins. Downed trees, downed branches. We've seen some fences that were knocked down, some potted plants, along with, look at that railroad sign. The wind has knocked over that railroad sign, or it's knocked down the railroad sign. So somebody might think well, there is no, is there a train back there? No, there's no train anyway, but it's a hazard, as you have to drive around it in order to get there. Just a lot more damage in downtown Miami as we've been driving by, just stray objects in the street. It is very hazardous to be out here, and when the wind picks up, it can blow your glasses off, like what happened to my photographer. It's just treacherous out here, the rain, the wind, and we're so close to Biscayne Bay, and the closer you get to the water, the more fierce these winds get.
And meteorologist Julie Druta is right here to give you a sense of the kind of winds you are experiencing right now, Madeline.
That's right, Lori. Madeline, I got to tell you, our wind gauges have been knocked out because of how strong those winds are, but we do have 47-mile-per-hour wind speeds reported in that area, which is tropical storm force winds. But we know the gusts are even stronger because as we look at the other recording stations that we're actually getting the data from, the wind gusts are in the 60s. I mean, well inland, so I can only imagine what they're like at the coast. We could be talking 70, 75 miles per hour. Again, our gauge is actually not picking up the wind gust. A lot of our gauges are out, but the actual wind speeds are in the 40s. And to mention that sea level rising, we had talked about it all the time. We knew that this was going to happen as the system did approach the Keys, and added to the sea level rising, we have all this rain at the same time. So we're not surprised to see ponding and possibility of the water levels rising. As you said, Biscayne Bay was starting to rise when you guys drove by.
We haven't gotten to Biscayne Bay yet, but it is directly, it's right over there. And here we go with some more of the street flooding. It's actually getting worse as we continue to drive by this area. I do not recall this being flooded earlier. And not only have we seen the street signs knocked down, but the trees that are standing continue to sway as if they're at risk of breaking any moment. Some of the traffic signals were hanging by a thread we saw earlier. Some of them had been completely knocked down. There's just a lot of scattered branches, as you can see, lying on the side, in the road, on the side of the road. So there's going to be a huge cleanup effort after this is all over. But right now, we haven't seen that many people. The streets are mostly deserted. We have seen a few cars driving by, struggling to get through that flooded area that we just passed. There goes a guy right over there, braving the fierce winds of Hurricane Irma. Looks like he's trying to he's actually taking a picture of that door that was broken over there. We have seen broken glasses, broken windows in some of these storefronts. But of course, these people are not going to be able to get to it till after the storm passes.
And Madeline, I see Julie pointing at some of the damage that she's looking at from this live video you're showing us. Julie,
incredible.
Does it surprise you at all?
It doesn't, because we knew we were expecting tropical storm force winds, strong to hurricane force winds. But when you look at numbers on a map compared to when you actually see it live, of course you're saying, ooh, oh my goodness, because this is our reality, South Florida, and unfortunately we still have hours to go. This is nothing compared to what we're going to have to deal with as the worst of the weather from Hurricane Irma continues to track up the West Coast. Again, we weren't even affected by the actual eye here in Miami-Dade and Broward. Our friends in the Keys had to deal with the worst of the weather, the strongest winds. But just for us here in South Florida to see the debris, the trees down, you said a door was smashed. That's why we wanted you to be prepared. That's why we have been talking to you at home for weeks, for actual days, but told you weeks and months ago that we are going into hurricane season and you need to have a plan. And so we hope everybody comes out of this fine and there's no major damage to anything. We're just happy that everybody seems to be okay so far. We don't recommend that people are out on the streets, like you said, Madeline. Somebody was out taking a picture. We suggest you stay inside. Again, the worst is still yet to come for Miami-Dade and Broward residents.
And she is right now near Bayside. Madeline, go ahead.
Right, this is Biscayne Boulevard near Northeast 2nd Street. This is the area where the palm trees have, I mentioned, have come down like bowling pins in some areas. The buildings are standing. The buildings are holding up really well. Most of the trees are still standing, but in some cases we've had some roof damage to certain areas like a gas station, and there are a number of trees down as we go. I mean, there are so many trees, but there are also a lot of them, although most of them are standing, some of them have just been completely uprooted or they've been snapped at the base, like that. Well, that one's uprooted, but we've seen a lot of snapped ones. The flooding has continued to be a problem, like worse of a problem than it was before. And the more we drive around, the more damage we're going to see.
Madeline, I'd like to add, if you guys get into a tight spot, just be aware and make sure you know where west is, know which way direction west is, so you can get away from that. You know, you're getting that intense onshore flow, and it's piling up the seas and pushing it inland, and you're getting some of that surge, and you're getting the rain, of course, on top of it. So if you get into a tight spot, west is the way that you want to go. I'm also afraid that the worst is yet to come. We've been talking about this band that's to your southwest. You're more centered toward downtown, but we get down near Homestead and just north, right around Key Largo, actually. From Key Largo to west central Miami-Dade County, there's a line that is reminiscent of the one that came through earlier today that knocked over the crane, and that's going to move north. It's going to bring more intense winds with it. At this point, it may have gusts to 80 miles per hour. It's also going to bring more of that onshore flow and possibly push even more of that water in. Beware of that.
Right, I will be aware of that. I'll know which way is west at all times. This, it does really surprise me to see downtown Miami like this. I've never seen it like this before. I usually, when I come down here, most of the times it's sunny. The streets are filled with people. There's traffic. People are going to places. But right now, everything, for the most part, is closed. The streets are deserted. There are no cars on the road. It's cloudy, windy, rainy. The sky was flashing earlier this morning. We've got isolated street flooding that's getting worse as the minute goes by. We've got trees that are down, tree branches, street signs that have been knocked to the ground, traffic signals knocked down, fences also on the ground. And this is we haven't even hit noon yet. This hurricane still has not, the wrath of this hurricane is not going to finish or is not going to be done until, sometime tomorrow morning or sometime tomorrow. You can speak better about it than I can.
Yeah, early tomorrow morning, yes. Early tomorrow morning. Madeline, we thank you so much. We are going to try to reset here at the bottom of the hour. We know we have a lot of radio listeners out there, and we certainly want to find out the direction of Hurricane Irma, especially after that 11 o'clock advisory. But we do thank you in downtown Miami, traveling for us and showing us all the damage and destruction from this Category 4 storm.
And right now, it is 11:30, and we are with you right here. We want to let you know that there is plenty of flooding over the Venetian Causeway right now, not far from where you see Madeline there in downtown. Also in Miami Beach, we're getting reports of several down trees, down power lines from our crews there who are hunkered down.
And causing more than 1 million power outages all across South Florida right now, and one of the largest power outages that we've seen from a storm in recent memory. And there is a phone number that was given to us from Florida Power and Light that people can actually call to make sure that that they are able to get restoration.
It's 1-800-4-OUTAGE. And normally, of course, they generally know when you're out of power, but it doesn't hurt to give a call because we are dealing with more than 1 million power outages across Miami-Dade and Broward County. So give a call, 1-800, the number 4, OUTAGE, 1-800-4-OUTAGE, and just make sure that they're aware of your outage.
And we're hoping to hear from FPNL here coming up very shortly. They are going to have a news conference to talk about how they're going to deal with so many outages all across South Florida. And also they're going to talk about how they have so many workers out there, thousands of them from 30 different states and from Canada as well, to help them restore power to South Florida.
We will also hear from the governor around 12 noon because certainly he is just as concerned now about the southwest part of the state as this storm Irma heads right for Fort Myers, and the storm surge in the Naples area, Fort Myers, beyond Punta Gorda is really a huge concern.
Sanibel, that's right, Marco Island. Let's check in now with Luke and Julie, who are with us. But also first, we're going to go to Nicole Perez. She's in Coconut Grove to give us the very latest about some bad flooding that you've experienced there, Nicole.
Calvin, Lori, yes, we are right in front of Monteith. So anybody who's familiar with Coconut Grove area, they're familiar with Monteith. And we were driving. On the way to get here, I can describe it to you the way I can describe it to Kurt. I told him a little while ago, I felt like I was driving through Jurassic Park. So the amount of trees we had to navigate to get through that had fallen on the floor, signs, traffic signs, stop signs were on the ground. We finally got to a point where we saw some flooding. And what I thought was a little bit of flooding is massive flooding. We were on Southwest 27th Avenue. We drove a couple blocks down. Now we're directly in front of Monteith, and there is the bank center right next to me that the sign has completely toppled over. And we are looking into a river. There are no roads. We are at the intersection. All traffic lights are out. We're feeling the gusts of wind. We're sitting in the car, so we are safe, but it almost feels like take yourself from Jurassic Park, then sit yourself in one of those 3D rides that people sit in, and you just feel the machine shaking and moving. That's exactly what we feel like right now in the car, watching white caps, Calvin and Lori, white caps on the road. What used to be an intersection right in front of Monteith is a full-blown river.
And so at this point, Nicole, when you came from US 1, did you even see the flooding on US 1, or is it all more down by the water in Coconut Grove?
No, Lori, it's all down by Coconut Grove by the water. So we made our way here on US 1 fine. Well, not fine. You know, we navigated through the trees, the down trees, and what we had shown you earlier, how they were just completely consuming the roads. But US 1 was okay, not flooded. It was more so when we got down here, closer to like Bayshore Drive. That's when we pulled up and we said, oh, this is a visual of a lot of flooding. So instead of staying there, we just drove a couple blocks down to get into the front of the intersection, and we really cannot go any further. It is a river. It is a river with white caps and waves.
Rising water levels are going to be an issue for the Virginia Key, Biscayne Bay area. We're going to hear much more on that coming up from our weather authority. And Nicole, stand by. We're going to now try to go to Laren Livingston, who is live in Broward County in the city of Hollywood, to let us know
right here.
He's facing up there. Laren, go ahead.
I'm going to tell you right now, we have the ocean that has literally come across the beach here, across the Broadwalk, and is making its way down the sidewalk now. We see seaweed being blown from the beach and from the water down the Broadwalk. This wind has been powerful, and it has only been consistent throughout the morning, and that is an amazing sight, seeing this storm surge from these white caps and these white waves and choppy waters out there as the storm continues to blow through. We are here at the Hollywood Broadwalk, right off of Polk Street. We were here this morning, the street lamps were on, and then they went off. So these folks have been without power for at least 4 hours now. This neighborhood has been in the dark. We have not seen too many people out. We saw one man come out earlier this morning, took a couple of photographs. I believe he lived in a home nearby, and then he went back inside his home. I don't think he should have come out in the first place. My photographer, you can see him, the camera shaking because we're trying to, make sure we can navigate the sand and the water that is now sheeting down this sidewalk that leads you right up to the Broadwalk here, and also make sure we don't fall down because of these high winds that are blowing here. And I'm not sure how high they are, but we can certainly feel it. If we can walk down this way, Brandon, be careful. Be careful.
And Laren, we
just wanted to show you
the winds are really bad, but we can hear you and our radio partners. If you're listening on the radio, it's tough to listen to, but Laren Livingston is live on Hollywood Beach, where he is saying the ocean and the seaweed has literally come up onto A1A now. So Laren,
the water is literally coming up the Broadwalk now. And that's why I said, let me go see if what I'm seeing is actually what I'm seeing. And in fact, that is the ocean, that is the water literally coming across the beach. And then down here earlier we saw a little bit of debris, a lot of leaves. Just over there we saw the tree branches come down there. And of course you can see off in the distance sometimes how that sand and that water shoots across in these high and very powerful winds. And interestingly enough, as soon as you walk between the alley here, it gets a lot easier to breathe because the wind is cut off from the ocean there.
And you're protected by those buildings. And Laren, just 1 second, stand by for us. Julie and Luke, I know you guys are listening in and watching this as well. For the people who are listening on the radio, they think our reporters may be putting themselves in danger, when really what Laren is trying to show you is that this is not an area you want to go to. And he wants to give you some sort of an example of how fast those winds are moving.
We are seeing right over Hollywood, Hollywood Beach, South 14th Avenue, Hollywood Lakes, right over Beverly Beach, Atlantic Shores Boulevard, Hallandale Beach, all dealing with the same shower that is bringing such heavy rainfall. For Laren actually not being able to barely hold on to his hat is because of the winds. Now, as we look at our wind gust, again, some of our wind reporting stations have gone out. Unfortunately, one is Fort Lauderdale. So let's see if we can get the wind speeds. And you know, from time to time, we have been getting reports from the National Weather Service that we've been seeing wind gusts and wind speeds in that area anywhere between 45 miles per hour for wind speeds to gust up to 60. So we wouldn't be surprised that maybe that is allowing the sea level to rise, as we do have Hurricane Irma just on the other coast of us, and we knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, Laren, you know what's striking me now is there was a storm surge warning for all of South Florida. That was trimmed back to North Miami Beach, and we had northeastern parts of Miami-Dade County removed, and all of Broward County was removed from that storm surge warning. Can you tell me from your vantage point there at the Hollywood Broadwalk how deep the water would be above ground level over the Broadwalk?
I couldn't tell you, and right now I'm trying to figure out exactly where it's coming from, because I see now sand, and then there's water chasing down the Broadwalk. So I'm trying to figure out exactly where it's coming from.
Well, be careful, Laren.
Blowing down. It's pretty intense. I know I'm trying to be as careful as I possibly can, but it's just inundated, and you can see it sheeting across. See, I believe every time we see the wind pick up, that's when we see the water come across, because that's what I was looking at a few moments ago, and then it seemed like it died down, but now it's coming back. But so it doesn't look like it's going to be too deep, maybe a couple of inches once the gusts pick up and the wind pushes it over. And then once the gusts die down, and when I say die down, I mean relatively die down, because they're still very intense, it seems like you can make out the sand, and then they'll pick up again like they are now, and the water just kind of sheets over. But this is literally water from the Atlantic Ocean coming across the beach, coming across the Broadwalk, blowing sand and seaweed and seawater down into the neighborhood here.
And Laren, we appreciate your report in Hollywood so much. We want to check down in Florida City right now. We have Ian Margol and our crews down in Florida City to give us a feel there. Ian, we're glad you're indoors, because there's no choice right now.
No, in fact, our weather team was telling us that there was hurricane force winds outside. They were telling us the only safe place to be was indoors. And I know we're right in front of a big window here, but this is impact glass for the hurricanes. I want you guys to take a look outside, what we're looking at right now. You can see this stop sign is down. You can see how the winds are still howling out here in Florida City. We've been dealing with this since before sunrise this morning. I was out, my shifts this morning started right at midnight. So we've been seeing, since then, it started as little squalls, we would get a break for a little while, and then it would pick back up again. But in the last 6-7 hours, it has just been nonstop wind, and the gusts have just been getting stronger and stronger and stronger. We were speaking with some of our weather team, our meteorologists there, and they were telling us we were getting 80 to 100, somewhere between 80 and 100 mile per hour gusts at one point. That's when we decided, you know what, it was unsafe for us to even be undercover where we were outside at that point. But you can see, I mean, there are trees down in this area. We've actually been seeing power lines sparking all day long, but we have not had power here in our hotel since 3 in the morning. We were seeing transformers, the green arc glow of transformers across the horizon, literally all morning long. And at this point, guys, I can only imagine that most of the people surrounding us just don't have power, and that's why that has stopped at this point. But we were seeing these arcing glows of those transformers popping. It actually happened live on air with us. I was explaining it to Eric and JC early this morning. And then as I was explaining it, we had it happen and we lost power, haven't had it since. But our hotel here they've been very, very kind to us. They've taken very good care of us. This is a very well-made building with obviously the hurricane glass and things like that. We're very safe in here. But fortunately, we haven't seen many people outside walking around. Early this morning, we were seeing people driving up and down US 1 still. Fortunately, since the last several hours, we haven't seen anyone out. Very, very good news, because it's just too dangerous to be out and about in Florida City right now.
And Ian, stand by for us for just a second. We're going to talk with Julie and Luke about what's going to be coming your way, because even as Irma pushes out, he's still going to be getting some bands of thunderstorms and even some heavy rain and wind too as well, correct?
Yes, actually, it's going to get worse. This is one of the bands Luke and I were mentioning at the top of the hour that's more, since you may not be able to see us, on the radar it's more red, which means we're seeing heavier precipitation, and normally in the shading of our radar, we're seeing the possibility of more severe storms that are wrapping around the center of Irma. Now, nothing's been indicated on our radar. Usually we would see a lightning or a tornadic activity that would show up on our radar, but we're noticing where you're located is where we are seeing the possibility of some moderate to heavy rain right over Cutler Bay, Princeton, Homestead into Redland, all the way down to Turkey Point, Chrome Avenue, US 1, everybody near Florida City, and these areas are dealing with moderate to heavy rain, gusty winds. We did have one of the wind speeds that actually worked down there that we didn't lose. I believe the wind gusts were reported in the 60s. So that's going to continue. And actually the wind gusts may get even stronger, because we are expecting this line of showers and thunderstorms that are more red on our radar to move into those parts of South Florida and southern Miami-Dade.
And Ian, that's the best weather.
Hey, and guys,
yes, those details, if that helps you, because you cannot step outside right now.
No, absolutely not. And you can see the power lines here, guys, just bouncing up and down. And we haven't seen any fall around us, fortunately, but they have been swinging back and forth all morning long. And as soon as the sun came out, we really got an idea of, some of the damage is just mostly snapped tree limbs and things like that. But there was, in the front of our building, this sign for our hotel. They had metal siding around the entire pole of the sign, and all morning long we were just literally watching it snap off piece by piece by piece. The general manager came out this morning once the sun was out and was looking at it, and we were telling him what we saw, and he said, you know what, if that's the worst we get, I'm okay with that.
Now, Ian, you've been out there all morning. Tell me the difference between the showers and storms you're getting now compared to what we talked to you about maybe around 2 o'clock in the morning.
So around 2 o'clock in the morning, what we were seeing, Julie, was we were seeing a lot of the wind, but we were getting breaks, right? We were seeing during those bands, we were getting some minor breaks. I would say that the wind is whipping around significantly harder now. The rain has been consistent, and it has not slowed down for hours at this point. And at one point, Betty had asked me if there was any accumulation. We're definitely starting to see at least an inch or so accumulating in multiple of the lower, especially in the lower spots. Actually, if we zoom into that parking lot that's across, our window's a little bit dirty because of the debris, the grass, and the leaves that have been flying across. But there's definitely at least some ankle-deep water, what's looking like across the street from us there, right here in Florida City. But yeah, it's definitely been an increase, steady increase, and you can see these. Look at the tree. If we pan down just a little bit, the tree right here, that hasn't fallen yet. That's just being blown over by the wind right now.
Well, and the eye of Hurricane Irma is just to the west of you, just about to the west of you. We can measure it out and see how far west it is from southern Miami-Dade, just south of Homestead. And that is the reason that you're seeing heavier rain and stronger winds, because again, these are the hurricane force winds that extend out from the center 80 miles from this system. And at the last advisory, tropical storm force winds extended out from Hurricane Irma 220 miles. So again, you're dealing with those hurricane force winds. They'll probably, if our gauge work, we probably see those wind gusts reported in hurricane force. And then unfortunately, you're not out of the woods yet, because as Irma slowly continues its path up to the north, you're going to see the back end of those hurricane winds before you see those tropical storm force winds. So you got to sit tight for us, be safe, and Yeah, the incredible video that you're showing us. But again, we want you to be safe out there.
And Julie, we're
going to stay hunkered down in here. We're going to, go ahead.
Ian, I was just going to say, as you're getting some of the worst of it with that red line, for those of us listening on radio, those of you out there, we're trying to describe this as best we can, but it is just very intense. And do know that the conditions from our reporters are almost as intense, Julie, on Miami Beach, in Coconut Grove. We are hearing of it in quite a few places now, up all the way into Miami-Dade County.
Absolutely.
And speaking of Miami-Dade County, let's go down to Madeline Wright, who is in Brickell, a place, a popular, trendy place for especially the millennial generation. But you're seeing a lot of flooding, too, as well in this area. This area is prone to flooding.
Yeah, we've got a lot of flooding. This is Brickell Avenue near Southeast 11th Street. And you can just see how much water there is. I mean, this is the type of water that you really don't want to drive through. In fact, this tow truck, he just came here, but it looks like he's backing up because he just doesn't want to take a chance. This is the kind of water, you don't know how deep it is. A lot of drivers, they make the assumption that the water doesn't look that deep, but then they find out as they drive that the water is much deeper than they thought, and they wind up getting their engine stalled out and doing terrible damage, in some cases flooding their cars. So if you are in this area, Brickell Avenue near Southeast 11th Street, you definitely want to stay away. And just to show you how strong the winds are, you can see down in the distance over there, some of the winds just whipping the water over the water. That just shows you how ferocious these winds are. It was like when at the time I was in the United Arab Emirates, the driving next to the desert, the sands of the desert were being swept across the highway. Well, the water from this flooding is being swept across the city as Hurricane Irma continues unleashing her power here on South Florida.
And this is just the kind of storm surge that Max Mayfield has been talking to us about, how these outer bands would be heading in that kind of northwestern direction, but then as some of them will start to head north and kind of push this water north right into you. So at this point, I mean, the water is coming kind of from the east, coming right into downtown in that Brickell area, and we are just going to see more and more of this as the hours go on.
This is the worst of the flooding that I have seen in this area as we've been driving around downtown Miami. And just over the course of an hour, we've seen more. We've probably counted about 5 locations with flooding, but this is by far the worst. I mean, this stretches from this TD Bank over here all the way down past the street beyond what the eye can see. So this is very extensive flooding, and it's going to take some time for all this water to recede.
Madeline Wright in the Brickell area of downtown Miami. Madeline, thanks a lot. Keep driving around and showing us what you can find out there as Hurricane Irma does a number on South Florida. Let's turn now to ABC News correspondent Molly Hunter, who's live now from New Smyrna Beach with more on what she's seeing out there. Molly, go ahead.
Guys, just a sign of how big this storm is. We're 250 miles from Naples, but I just want to show you the storm surge that's happening over here. Even just since we've been standing here, this has come up. Now, this is probably a 3 to 4 feet surge already. They were only expecting a 2-foot surge. Take a look at this dock. We were actually standing on this dock just yesterday, and you can see it's at least 1.5 feet over that dock. But again, we're all the way on the East Coast, and we're 200 miles up the coast from Miami, and we're still feeling it. Now, there are wind gusts. They are kind of coming in waves, sometimes strong, sometimes light. We've been getting kind of drizzles all day. But guys, I just want to show you where we are actually. So you see that bridge over there? We're 2.5 miles from the Atlantic, and actually out there is a mandatory evacuation zone. Here is not a mandatory evacuation, but I can tell you this neighborhood is empty because, of course, residents here as of 2 days ago were expecting the eye to come right over.
And you are kind of between Orlando and Daytona Beach there, Molly, on the water. And a lot of folks thought this was going to head right up that way, and now they must feel some relief, although they're feeling the conditions, as this heads more toward the southwest coast.
That's right, guys. There is a lot of relief. Now, we were just down at a marina down the street. Of course, boats everywhere on the coast of Florida. You can see all these empty docks, though. People have actually gotten their boats out. But at that marina, people were tying up their boats, anchoring their boats, tying extra tight because they were waiting for that eye of the storm and for that eye wall to come right over this marina. And they were expecting to have to weather the storm here. Now everyone is much more relieved. Over Hurricane Matthew, I just want to take you up here a little bit. Hurricane Matthew actually flooded all the way over this street. But you can see this is grass, guys. There's not a lot of moisture that this earth can actually take. But there is a road, and of course there is this line of houses. Now I will show you a little bit. There are cars, of course, but most of these houses are boarded up, and they got out of town a couple days ago, heeding those calls to evacuate, to get somewhere safer while they wait for the storm to come in.
And we are seeing the water, but what about the wind? I'm watching you sort of get whipped there just a little bit by those windy conditions.
That's right. We're expecting the wind only to pick up. And look, it's nothing like we see our colleagues over on Naples and down in Hollywood. I've been watching your coverage all morning. They are really getting whipped around down in Miami. But we're expecting the wind to really pick up. Now, just south of me, actually, they are getting a lot heavier winds as those squalls come in from the Atlantic, pushing inward. And there are tornado warnings just south of us. But up here, we're expecting this wind only to get worse. And I can show you, just so you can get an actual look, the palm trees over there. They are blowing, but they're certainly not blowing as much as they will tonight as that storm moves up the west coast. And again, guys, we're only about 140 miles from Tampa. We're 250 from Naples, and we're still feeling it here. Back to you.
And it just shows how wide and how monstrous Hurricane Irma is. Molly Hunter, ABC News. Thank you so much, Molly.
So many people got out of our area and went up to the Orlando area, possibly toward Daytona. That's right where she is there, between Orlando and Daytona. So for friends in the Orlando area, hopefully they are going to be able to ride this out. But these outer bands are just really tremendous, and this is a long event. Max Mayfield's been telling us the duration of this is tremendous. So many people keep asking us, Calvin, we're getting so many texts and emails, when is it going to be over? How much more? When is the worst of it?
All day.
All day. It really is all day.
This is an all-day event.
Well into tomorrow morning.
And what's interesting, too, just about people who are leaving, this is one of the largest evacuations in American history. 6.5 million people, voluntary, mandatory evacuations, told to leave the areas where Irma was going to have an impact. And so we are seeing it right now. You can see there on the right side of your screen how Homestead, Florida City, Key West, parts of Fort Lauderdale, Miami, all getting hit with those outer bands. And our Betty Davis told us early, along with Julie and Luke, that it's not just those outer bands, the wind gusts, it's those storms where the wind gusts are packed inside those storms of those bands, causing a lot of people to get blown around by those wind gusts at 65, 70, in some cases 80 miles an hour. I know in Cutler Bay, winds were clocked at 83 miles an hour by the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Station there. So a lot of folks are feeling it, especially in southwest Miami-Dade.
Will Manso is feeling it in downtown Miami right now. We're getting a lot of reports in from downtown Miami Beach. Will, some of the worst is right on you.
Well, we've seen a lot of different scenes, and we're starting with this one right now at the American Airlines Arena because it's right across from our location here on Biscayne Boulevard. And you see that hanging over the practice facility for the Heat. I've gotten confirmation from the Heat, and luckily it's good news. The confirmation is this. This is actually the exterior membrane of the roof of the Heat's practice facility. So consider it sort of like a layer that goes on that roof. This is not damage to the actual roof itself. The Heat tell us that the arena and this facility both have the roof intact. This is no consequence to the stability of the roof. So that is good news, that even though this layer, and it looks strange, it almost looks like a tarp dangling off, it's actually the exterior membrane of the roof of the practice facility. So we wanted to give you that update per the Heat, that there's no structural damage right now. There is no issue. There's no concern that there is any damage or will be any damage to the roof at the American Airlines Arena or this facility. Now, as we come back down here, we'll show you along here next to it. This is what we're starting to see a lot more of, Lori and Calvin. This is what's changed. You know, we had the winds throughout the last 24 hours. We're actually starting to see the trees snap, the waves crashing in. There's a tree here that, this is just within the last hour, over by this city bike rack, that just snapped right in front of us. I mean, you see it in two pieces right there. It just at some point just gave in to the strong winds and the gusts that we've been feeling here. Sustained well in the tropical force, has all our meteorologists been saying throughout the morning and into the afternoon soon. Gusts that are in hurricane force, and it hasn't let up. As we show you back over to Biscayne Bay, we'll show look at all the debris and all the seaweed that's come crashing onto the edge now. And a lot of times when that big wind comes, it kicks in, and a lot of that debris then kicks forward. It's just what we've been looking at for the last hour. Now, David Silver, my photographer, is going to get off the tripod here because he wants to be able to come out and show you. So we're going to work David over, and he's going to come over here because he wants to be able to show you a little bit of the force of the wind. Because, again, we're protected by this hurricane-proof glass, which is a good thing. Trust me, but we don't want to be out there standing there. But we want to give you a little perspective of what's going on. Let me lift this up here for a second. We're moving on over. Just getting all our cords in place here.
Will, we
I'm
just
going to
want to
open up this.
mention while you do
Go
that,
ahead.
and we do have Julie and Luke right here to pipe in, you know, on what you're experiencing in downtown. We just got a report in Hialeah of someone who lost their roof. We're getting reports of the Venetian Causeway pretty much underwater. So it is all around you.
Well, it's around us, and you're just going to see the amount of pressure it takes just to open this. And David's going to come on over here, and he's not going to step out too far, but he's going to give you an idea of the wind that we're seeing. I mean, listen to that. I mean, you see it. Look at the way it pounds on the street, the way the water goes. And this is what we've been seeing, Lori and Calvin, and Luke and Julie, if you're listening as well, how much the wind is pounding. And remember, this is very close to the location of the crane collapse, and I think we've got the video from earlier. So while David shows you this, let's go ahead and show you the video of that crane collapse if we have it ready. We're going to close this door because it's just getting a little too windy for him right here. Show you the video of that crane collapse earlier if we have it, if I can close this door. This was right down the street from us here. We actually have a view of that area where this crane collapsed. And we talked so much in the last 2 days of whether these cranes would withhold or withstand. And the word we got was that it would be fine as long as it's not up to 140 miles an hour. Yet we saw that crane collapse and we saw it fall forward. And if we're not already live, let's come back live to where we are here, because even though we're looking at it through the window, that crane in the distance you see there, that is the crane that snapped. That is, we have the vantage point from here. And early this morning, it was sitting in its regular position, and we noticed it did move. We thought it was just swinging. Of course, within minutes, we got reports that it was a lot more than that it had actually, part of it had collapsed. Speaking of collapse, David, let's go down here to this fence. Look over here, this fence. All this fencing along Northeast 8th Street that protects this parking lot and divides it from the sidewalk. First of all, it's all become one just little mini river there of water. I mean, you see all the water flowing there, all the flooding, but all the fencing is collapsed. And as we come back up, Calvin and Laura, I think earlier in the morning we were showing the billboard. Here, David, let's show the billboard here. The billboard is now completely ripped off. We saw part of it just shred off and ended up actually attaching to a part of the fence and then onto the ground. All of these conditions. And again, this is just some of what we've been seeing. We saw a railroad arm earlier in the middle of Biscayne Boulevard that had come off, the railroad track arm that comes up and down. We see this flooding here all along these streets. The crane issue, you name it, and it seems to be happening with all this wind that's happening.
Our Will Manso in downtown Miami. Will, thanks a lot for that. We'll be checking in with you as those conditions will continue to change as you are in an area where we know the wind's going to pick up, especially over the next several hours.
For more on that, let's check in with our meteorology team here. Julie Durda and Luke Doris are right here. Julie, we're just noticing on some reports that it's actually high tide in Miami Beach right now. That doesn't help anything.
We're going to touch on that in just a second. Lori, Calvin, in South Florida, we want to let you know that the National Weather Service has stated that the tornado watch that we have been under has been able to expire. They're stating that while additional tornado activity, 1 or 2, is still possible, so we can't let our guard down. And I quote, "We didn't think the threat would be widespread enough to warrant expanding the tornado watch into the afternoon hours." They are letting it expire, but again, we don't want to let our guard down, because embedded in some of the storms that are coming onshore right now over southern Miami-Dade and into the Upper Keys, we're seeing a line of some strong storms, right, Luke?
Yeah, we are. And, we'll start with storm surge, and I want to go through and in detail for those of you that are listening on the radio that have lost your power. Just stick with me. This is going to take a little bit of time, but I want to let as many people know as possible where you are, what is happening now, and what you can expect as we go through the rest of today. I know that we have a lot of questions out there. I'm here. I don't have TV. Tell me what's going to happen. And let's do that. First, I do want to touch on this storm surge situation. And we've seen a lot of this. We saw it in Hollywood with Laren. He was out there. We're seeing it with Will Manso's view in downtown Miami. Madeline is seeing it as well. She was down near, Key Biscayne. And she was on Biscayne Boulevard. Yep. Is that correct? Yes.
And all those places usually flood. Sorry to interrupt. During high tide as it is, and we are approaching high tide.
And what's interesting here is there's a couple of possible worst case scenario things that are, I think, attributing to this. One is we have a possible new eye that is developing with the hurricane. And I'll touch more on that in just a second, but all that you need to know for now is that is possibly helping to contribute to more of that onshore flow and we have all that rain that is coming with it as well. This is an intense line of rain through all of South Florida as this band has developed. So now let's do a radar tour, and I want to tell you what we see on the radar all through South Florida so you can have an idea of what's happening now, what you can expect next. First, that eye that I mentioned. And before I'm done, the high tide is coming in now too, Julie. 11:57 is high tide. So we have high tide, we have strengthening onshore winds.
We have rain since about 2 o'clock this morning for all of Miami-Dade, Broward, and the Keys.
Yes.
I mean, it's been consistent, steady rainfall. So you add all those things together, and of course we're going to see something happen along our shoreline.
Yeah, I'm thinking the worst of the possible storm surge about Isla Mirada. All the way up to, we've seen it in Broward County, and we weren't really expecting much there. So take it all the way up from, and we saw some flooding in Kendall. Now, there was a point previously in the forecast where Kendall was under the risk of some storm surge. I don't know if it's a combo of storm surge and rain flooding or if it's all rain, but we're seeing that flooding there. But basically, inundation, at least partial inundation, is possible really from around Isla Mirada all the way up into now Broward County, at least up to around Hollywood. So the radar, Key West, we're going to start with you. You took a very hard hit. I have some good news for you, and that is one, the center of circulation, the eye that you endured, is now about 40 miles north of you. You're wondering, what does that mean and what does that say about rain? Well, you are still well within the 80-mile periphery of hurricane force winds. So you are still experiencing hurricane force winds. It seems your rain has let off just a little bit. In fact, if you could imagine a donut, the inner eye, the inner hole is being chewed up. In fact, there's been a bite taking out of the left side of it, right over you. It's not completely gone, but it's been chewed away just a little bit. And with that, that's where this new eye looks to develop. Imagine the outside of the donut now taking over. And unfortunately, you're going to be dealing with this for quite a while. So if you think that you've experienced a bit of a break, perhaps you even did with some rain letting up briefly, I think that this is going to redevelop over Key West and strengthen across the entire edge of this donut. We're going to go through where everybody has this donut. Looks like we may be having a new radar issue as well.
Yeah, we've had several issues now that the winds are so strong. Again, hurricane force winds have been taking down our radar sites. They've been taking down our wind gauges. So bear with us, but we will get you through it. We'll talk you through everything you need to know.
Okay, so the center of circulation, that eye, 40 about miles north of Key West, you are still experiencing hurricane force winds. You still will for a while. We'll go through all the timelines after we're done talking about the rain and where it is. Cudjoe Key, you took the official landfall just further east of Key West. We're looking toward Big Pine Key, Saddle Bunch Keys, all the lower keys. You have the same type of scenario as Key West, and that is there's a new eye that's possibly developing around you, and this could bring you a secondary surge. You may be a little bit down now. You're between these two potential eyes. This is probably going to pick up, I expect, both with rain and with winds, and with winds we are talking hurricane force. It will not be as severe as what you had last time. This is a weaker line that will come through. Still, we'll probably see gusts somewhere in the 75 to 100 mile per hour range, and that is an estimate. We do not have sensors there. That is just my estimate. We're going to work our ways further north and east past Big Pine Key and Marathon. If you can imagine this donut, the very western edge of that, the inside edge, is about starting toward Marathon, this new developing side. So you are already on the edge of some heavier rain. This new band, this new eye wall is developing pretty much right on top of you. What does that mean? That means that you too are probably going to soon experience another surge in winds. You're also going to experience another surge in rain. Isla Mirada, you are pretty much right dead center in this new developing band. Right over you, you should be experiencing, I would assume, heavy rain, very heavy rain, and intense winds. Some of the reports that we've had from other stations that have been, seeing something similar by a radar perspective have been 80 to 90 miles per hour. This is the type of line that toppled the crane in Miami. We looked at this closely as it came through Miami, and then the report started to filter in and say, yes, it was indeed.
And let's hold that thought right there. We have Madeline Wright, who's actually in some flooding. She wants to give us some more details. Madeline?
Avenue near Southeast 12th Street, and it's just it's really bad. The water is getting up to my knees. Let me show you, like, you can pan down the camera. Just look at how bad this flooding is. It's all the way up to my knees, and as I keep going further and further beyond, it's even deeper than that. And the winds are just really bad right now. It's actually whipping the little water particles into the air, kind of like a dust, but it looks like dust, but it's actually water. This is near the. We have a lot of hotels and banks in this area, so any cars that have been coming here have been turning around because they realize just how bad it is, and they're not willing to damage their car to drive through this water. This is very deep. It's actually a lot deeper than it looks. And every now and then we get these wind gusts that just try to push you down. It's actually knocked my hat off a few times, and my hat is soaking wet. And my this is beyond the depth of that my boots can handle. I do have waders, so when I come back, I will put those on. This is the type of water. It's just really bad flooding. It's going to take some time to get all this water to recede.
Madeline, that's just, it's incredible how much water you have there. I have to tell you, what we're seeing, what I believe to be a new developing eye, you're on the very fringe of that. You're on the very outside of that. So everybody that is between Isla Mirada and downtown Miami, down toward Brickell, if you're in between that includes Key Largo, that includes Homestead. We're looking at you, Florida City, Kendall, Cutler Bay. You're all within, and Hialeah too. It curls. It's a donut type shape. So it goes even into southwestern Broward County. So we're looking toward Miramar and Hialeah, all on the edge of this. Miccosukee would be right in the middle of it, Cutler Bay, all some locations that are within this new, much broader, but still intense, possibly new developing eye. And with this, you're going to get a lot of rain. You're probably going to experience more frequent gusts beyond hurricane force winds. Madeline, could you estimate the winds where you are? I know that you don't have a sensor. I know that's a difficult thing to do, but maybe compare to what we've had from earlier today. Can you give us any idea on what you're experiencing there and describe it in downtown? Is it Brickell that she's in? Yes. In Brickell.
You mean you're talking about the depth of the water or the wind speed?
Your wind speeds. Wind speed.
My wind speed. I wish I could give you some hard numbers. I don't have my anemometer on me, so I won't be able to measure it, but it's ferocious. I mean, this is just very bad wind to the point it's rocking your car as you drive along. It knocks a person over.
So, Madeline, you would say it's stronger than any winds you've been in all day long?
Right now, it's very windy, but this is a lull compared to the wind gusts that I've had. These are some really intense, powerful hurricanes. It's a tropical storm, but to me, this is
Madeline, if you can hear us, can you show us, Madeline, now how it looks in this picture, like it is literally up to your waist? I mean, how high is the water on Brickell Avenue?
This is
up
now
to your knees.
above my knees. My knees are down here, and it's getting deeper as I go by. There's a little dip in the road, so it's kind of unexpected when you step on it, because you're even further down in the water than you were before. So it's just going to get, I have no idea how deep it is. This is a street. This is not a river, but it looks like it. And this is the worst flooding that we've seen all day as we've been driving around Miami. This is one of 5 or 6 locations. And as the minutes pass, the flooding keeps getting worse because the rain does not stop.
And Madeline, tell us where you are as it relates to where you are in the street. For the folks who are listening on the radio right now in their cars, where are you exactly in the street to show us how deep that water is?
This is Brickell Avenue near Southeast 12th Street. Southeast 12th Street is down there. Southeast 13th Street is over there, and there's a sign for Florida State Road 972 west going that direction. There are a lot of skyscrapers around here. We've gotten reports of construction accidents in the area. Debris from construction sites flying. And there was, I've seen a number of stores that had windows broken. I want to mention this. I had to call 911 earlier today because there seemed to be a looting in progress at a CVS in this area on Northeast 2nd Avenue, I believe, or Northeast 2nd Street. There was somebody in the store appearing to take money from a cash machine or doing something suspicious. I've seen a number of situations where the windows have been broken, and unfortunately it leaves these businesses very vulnerable because the police, the first responders are not able to respond to every 911 call. They have to take it on a case-by-case basis. It's very treacherous out here. They have to use their judgment and discretion to determine what types of calls they need to respond to.
Madeline, we just can't get enough of this picture. As long as you're safe, we will stay with your picture. We see the JW Marriott there. Look at that water up past your knees now. Unfortunately, Madeline, this water is going to rise so fast. You must stay safe. As long as we have your picture, thank you.
This is 1080 Brickell. This car is stuck in this garage because he can't get out. He came out. He realizes there's a problem. His engine's going to fall out. There's going to be very bad damage. I don't know what he's going to do. He can't go into these waters. This flooding is really severe. This is some of the worst flooding I have seen here all day.
Flooding we have seen by far. You are really getting it in the downtown area there, and this is exactly what Max Mayfield and Julie Dirt have been describing to us, the way this water can just hit right into downtown and rise very, very quickly.
And in fairness, though, Brickell is known for flooding, and this is certainly not foreign to that area. I mean, Brickell is known for having a lot of water. But as you look to the right here of your screen, and as Hurricane Irma is still lashing South Florida, and Luke, you brought up something that I found very interesting. You talked about how this second eye wall is apparently pushing these bands out and causing those storms to be more intense, correct?
Yeah, what we have is a strengthening. The whole storm in our part of South Florida is picking up in intensity, partially because a lot of us are getting closer to that eye. Mm-hmm. The eye is still going to be, the original eye is still going to stay offshore. It's going to stay out, at this point anyway, in the very near term, out in the Gulf of Mexico. That original eye has weakened and has been overtaken by a new, much larger eye. It is not as intense as it once was when this made landfall on Cudjoe Key, but it is bigger and covering more area, and in general, this is all picking up in steam. And what that means is a stronger onshore flow that has coincided with the high tide. So you get a high tide on top of more storm surge with this very difficult thing to predict. I don't even know if this is predictable, these eye wall replacement cycles. I would say no, and it just is happening right on top of South Florida. I think that the worst of it is going to continue over the next probably 4 to 5 hours, something like that, depending on how long this eye maintains itself. But that's what I see on my end. I think that this is going to last a while, and at times our winds are going to really pick up with this as well. On the order of 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, yeah. I think that's still certainly reasonable. We saw it earlier today as this started to occur.
Right.
And Julie and Luke, we are looking at Hollywood Beach right now to the left of your screen, and definitely the ocean at times is coming right up over the sidewalk there. It is not flooded A1A so far from what we can tell, but it is over the sidewalk. If we can get back to our Brickell picture, though, if Madeline is still up, anytime we can bring you that video, we will, because that is by far the worst flooding we have seen. We're told they are down, moving to a little bit higher ground, thank goodness, because that water had already gone from Madeline's knees up another 3 or 4 inches with just in the minutes we were speaking to her.
Absolutely, and that's a storm surge that we are so particularly watching, because as Max and Betty they've told us that is a real danger for Brickell, and not only for Brickell but for all of South Florida, and especially even after a hurricane strikes.
Luke and Julie, is it, as we look at your radar there in Fort Lauderdale, is it high tide there as well?
I believe so. I think
I don't have that right in front of me.
Our high tide was 11:57 in Miami. I think it's at 12:23. So
10 minutes from now.
Yeah.
For Fort Lauderdale.
We've been adding that, and on top of what the National Weather Service just told us, they said radar estimates, because they haven't obviously been able to base anything. Nobody can go outside to give us real, actual numbers for radar, as what they're expecting that we've received anywhere between 2 to 4 inches in the Brickell area alone. And remember, when we talked about getting prepared for the hurricane, we were expecting anywhere between 15 to 20 inches of rain, with isolated areas possibly dealing with more than 20 inches of rain. And honestly, I believe that since we've been seeing this rain for hours upon hours, ponding on the roadways, the flooding that we're seeing, as well as high tide and the onshore flow that is becoming very aggressive across our east coast of South Florida, is going to provide for those flooding concerns that we're having.
You know, I'm reminded of, I believe it was back in early July, where we had a flash flood warning, and it was Brickell. And I remember there was a man, he was floating on a barrier, on one of those plastic barriers, a road barrier. The water there, we had, I think, 6 inches of rain, and Brickell flooded. And we're seeing this all across, all the way from Broward County southward. The water is going to be much, much deeper than that day where cars were stalled out. My point being, don't try to drive in this. We saw that man in Madeline's live shot where he was trying to exit, or possibly trying to exit that parking garage. Don't try that. You will put yourself in harm's way for sure if you do that. Just wait this out, and you'll have to find another route, do what you have to do, but do not try to drive in these flooded roadways.
We just want to say one more time, the worst is still yet to come, as these bands are continuing to wrap around the center of Hurricane Irma over the Gulf of Mexico. From the Middle Keys, we're talking to you, Marathon, Key Largo, up towards Homestead, Florida City, downtown Miami, Brickell, Cutler Bay, and towards Miami Springs, all the way towards Aventura. We're talking to all of you. Everybody needs to stay indoors. Right now, we're starting to see the peaks of hurricane force wind gusts being reported. Miccosukee, Hialeah, in towards Miramar, Pembroke Pines, Aventura, Sunny Isles, Hollywood, Weston. I know you're hearing the rain on your rooftops, and you're hearing the winds battering outside your front door. Just stay inside. Take your time. We're here with you. We are going to break down everything for you as we get through this hurricane as it continues to push towards the west of us. Deerfield Beach getting slammed with some moderate to heavy rain right now. Coral Springs, Boca Raton, US 1, I-95. A lot of the areas we typically see flood on a typical summer-like day with some sea breeze storms. As you can imagine, my friends, you know where you live in those areas where you see those flooding concerns on a typical summer day where we see a sea breeze storms. Magnitude times that by about 4, because unfortunately that's how bad it is outside, and unfortunately it's not going to stop anytime soon. We warned you over the last few days this was going to be a full 36 to 42 hour event. And boy, it is coming true. And that's, I think, a popular question. A lot of us want to know, hey, where I'm at, when is this going to stop? When is it going to get better? This is not a on and off situation. This is a process. So you will have peaks where it's going to top out as far as the worst of the wind, the worst of the rain, and then it will slowly, very slowly, work its way down. The peak right now is over the upper Keys. We're looking at you from really Isla Mirada northward, specifically Key Largo. You are about even with the center of circulation. Thus, that's going to be your closest point. You're going to have the highest winds and that intense second possible eye wall that is bringing those heavy rains. Homestead, Florida City, you're at about that peak as well. Maybe the next 30 minutes it tops out as its possible worst. Miami, you have not seen your worst yet. You haven't seen the tops of this. This is going to continue to increase as both that secondary eye wall and the original eye move further north. As that happens, your winds will increase. It's the same story toward Cutler Bay, Miccosukee, Kendall, and Hialeah. You all have more rain, more intense of the winds, possibly gusting to 100 miles per hour in your future. Aventura, you'll be next. This moves from south to north, so the further north that you are, you'll be next in line for the peak. And this is going to be this afternoon as we go through today, possibly sometime between 4 and 5. Ultimately, we get up into Broward County. Weston, Hollywood,
Fort Lauderdale, Lauderdale by the Sea, Coral Springs, you are all going to be the last in our coverage area to experience this peak in winds. That should be sometime, I would estimate, about 6 o'clock. Now, if we go back down to the Keys at that point, we'll go to Key West, you will still, by sunset, be experiencing hurricane force winds. You will not be out of tropical storm force winds until sunrise tomorrow. By that point, it will gradually become safer to go outside, check your property. We won't be out of that in Miami until probably midnight tonight, and probably not until 8, 9, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And up in Fort Lauderdale, Broward County as a whole, again, this is an estimate, so if you're in Broward County, this applies to everybody. You're going to be dealing with near hurricane force winds, probably through at least sunset. The gusts at least will be beyond hurricane force. It's going to stay that way until after midnight tonight. We should be seeing that drop off by mid-morning tomorrow below tropical storm force. That's when it looks to really start to improve for most of South Florida.
And we want to remind you, tropical storm force winds are 39 miles per hour up to 73 miles per hour. So when you hear us say the term tropical storm force winds, you can gauge the wind speed in your neighborhood. Since some of our wind gauges have gone out, and hurricane force winds 74 miles per hour and stronger. And speaking of that, we did get some early indications from the National Weather Service that North Perry Airport actually saw a wind gust around 10:40 this morning of 109 miles per hour at Pines Middle School. So it's capable of happening. It's been happening, and you're going through it as we speak. Here's another live look from one of our tower cams. Just dreary, gloomy out. Unfortunately, this picture is not going to change anytime soon.
Oh, this is our Mount Sinai camera. Wow, if you're familiar with this, we show this on most of our newscasts. And where is it? This is from Mount Sinai. What we're looking back toward, is it Key Biscayne that we're looking at from this vantage point?
No, it's the city of Miami.
Right.
We're looking, okay, right, yes, correct.
Normally we would see downtown Miami buildings, but you can't see anything.
You see nothing here. It's just blinding, and that camera is rocking all over from these powerful winds. And again, I want to highlight the highest winds I expect are yet to come for the downtown Miami area.
Well, Luke and Julie, that kind of information is so important because right now, I've got to tell you, most people are listening to us on radio. We have 1.6 million customers without power as of 12 noon. In Broward, we're up to 450,000 customers without power, as we expected. In Miami-Dade, 737,000 customers. So if you're without power now and you're listening to us, just know we're all in this together. It is a long duration event. As Luke and Julie are telling us, I mean, this is 36 hours, 42 hours. You keep asking, we know, when's the worst of it? When's the worst of it? But that's the kind of timeline that Luke and Julie are just bringing you. Just know that the worst of it right now is in the upper Keys, moving toward Homestead, Florida City, and then it's going to be Miami's turn, and then it's going to kind of make its way north, oddly enough, because of how these outer bands are moving. Then later tonight, the worst of it will be up in Broward.
And from south to north is what Luke said. Those cities include Weston, Miramar, Pines, Miami Springs, Aventura, Alamorada, Coral Springs. Those areas are really getting it. And the city of Hollywood is getting it as well. Let's check in out with our Laren Livingston with the very latest on his conditions that he has out there. And Laren, last time we saw you, you were dealing with some very, very windy conditions. What is it like now?
Still dealing with those windy conditions, but we got a better vantage point so you could actually see this water, this rough surf, and these waves coming and crashing over the beach here. And at times it will crash up against the wall that is right here off of the Hollywood Broadwalk. And it looks like it's several inches deep as the ocean now has become part of the beach and is coursing down the Broadwalk. In fact, a few moments ago, we saw an armored police vehicle go down the Broadwalk here. I'm assuming that police vehicle was coming out here just to take charge of the situation and assess what's going on here. And hopefully no one is out here and nothing has happened here. Not hearing any reports of that. But I just wanted to show you there's some large ceramic, I'm assuming, or cement pots that are here normally to hold the garbage cans, and some planters here. I don't know how much those things weigh, but they're not small, and they have now kind of drifted onto the sidewalk here. We're seeing seaweed tossed about, and we're seeing sand, of course, now pouring outside of the Broadwalk and down onto Polk Street, which is where we are. And this wind continues to whip. It continues to howl. Every once in a while, we get one of these really, really, really big gusts of wind, and then you can't even see where the ocean ends, the beach starts, because it's just blinding. Rain, water, wind, combination of all of it, it's just blinding, and you can barely even see the horizon of the water as it crashes up. But this is an amazing sight. In fact, we saw something very similar early this morning further north at Dania Beach. The water all the way up on the beach, but not quite covering the beach, but a large majority of the beach, and then lots of sand and seaweed spilling over into the parking lot as it's forced and pushed by these heavy winds. I couldn't tell you how heavy these winds are, but these are some of the heaviest winds that we've seen since we've been in this area. And we've been in this area the last couple of days just monitoring the conditions here in southeast Broward County, Hollywood, Dania Beach, etc. And I've not seen the winds, not felt the winds this heavy. In fact, what we were dealing with yesterday and this morning mostly was sand stinging our faces. Now the rain hurts when it blows across this beach and into your face, just because it's being pushed by some very, very heavy winds. And so hopefully we'll be getting out of here soon, just because I'm not sure how much further this water is going to go and how much further it's going to team down this ramp here. But it is intense and extremely intense, as intense as I've seen it and have ever seen it here on the beach.
Yeah, Laren, it is high tide there right now, so that is adding to it. This water is just pouring up. But to be clear, it is not actually on A1A. It is just covering the sidewalk. Is that correct?
That's correct. A1A is going to be behind us to our west. And so the Broadwalk is here. It's just the sidewalk, the Broadwalk that we're seeing it cover, and the beach here has not started to cover A1A yet. As far as I know, we've been perched behind this building here that faces the beach. It's all boarded up and shuttered up. And as far as I know, the street has not started to flood.
All right, Laren Livingston live for us in the city of Hollywood, one of the areas that's going to be seeing a lot of that wind and rain for some time to come, at least until 6 o'clock tonight, if not longer. Let's check it out with Christy Kruger, who is at the EOC in Broward right now, to give us the very latest on what's happening there. Christy.
1 million people in both Broward as well as Miami-Dade counties are without power right now, and that number only expected to rise this afternoon, because we are going to see more of these windy conditions well into the early evening hours. I just spoke a short time ago to Juliet Rolak, who tells me from FPL that don't worry, just as soon as the winds do die down, the FPL trucks are ready to roll.
This is the largest pre-deployment of workers in U.S. history. We have 16,000 workers who are prepared to activate after this storm. There are about 30 different utilities, state utilities, as well as contractors that are here down with us, our FPL staff. And we have estimated it's approximately 3 times the number of our normal workforce that are in place and ready, strategically placed to immediately deploy once the storm has passed.
This is actually an historic endeavor, the greatest number of people they've ever had ready to roll at any given time. You can see behind me the folks here at the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center. They are busy working on temporary housing. They're working on prioritizing where they're going to be going and what they need to get done just as soon as the conditions are much safer for them. But you may be worried that with this storm, with Irma heading up the west coast, that resources may be diverted that way, FP&L resources, in fact. But don't worry, Juliet told us that indeed there are plenty of folks who are going to be out there getting our power restored just as quickly as they can. Of course, police, fire, hospitals will be the priorities, and then neighborhoods will come in right after that. But the folks here want me to stress 2 important things. One, down power lines. There are going to be a lot of those. And with all that standing water, you don't know what's underneath that water. So when things get better, I know you're just going stir crazy out there. We are too. Don't go in your neighborhood neighborhoods. Don't go assessing all the damage in flooded areas, because water and electricity and those down power lines, that can be a very deadly mix. The other thing, you see us driving around, our crews are out driving around, but once the weather gets better, don't jump in your cars and go assess the damage yourself, because all those flooded roads, especially the flooded roads right next to canals, that can be treacherous. You don't know where the road ends and those canals begin, and as we have all seen in previous storms here in South Florida, that can also end up to be a very tragic circumstance. So the bottom line here, do not let your guard down. I know our weather team has been saying that over and over again. The folks here at the EOC want to remind you that some of the worst weather is still to come. So just hang tight, folks. We're going to get through this together. But don't do anything that's not safe. Don't be a hero. Let FP&L do the work for you. Back to you guys.
Yeah, this is a process, as we heard from one of our meteorologists, Luke, as he talked about. And the curfew, Christy, if you're still with us, it was extended, correct?
It is. It's 10 o'clock on Monday morning. That is when the curfew right now stands to be lifted. A couple other quick things. Lakeside Elementary, they lost power, that shelter. However, the National Guard was brought in overnight to bring some portable fans and air conditioning units. So those folks should be doing okay at this point. We understand there may be some damage to a few of the parks, perhaps Tradewinds Park. I'm trying to work to get some of that confirmed. So there is damage out there, but because the conditions just aren't safe, the folks here haven't been able to go out and really assess the damage. They'll do that just as soon as they can.
Christy, thanks so much. And as we come back on camera, I want to just bring you an important update from the city of Hialeah. Because right now, Hialeah Public Works has lost all power to its sewer regional pump station. Bottom line for you at home, if you're in the Hialeah area and you're listening to us, they ask you to try not to flush your toilets. Do not generate any wastewater that doesn't have to be. And just be aware that you may experience some sewer backups until these repairs are complete. And of course, they cannot get out there and work right now in the current conditions. So try not to flush your toilets right now. Just try to hang it tight. And that is the City of Hialeah's Department of Public Works. They've simply lost power.
And the areas affected by this are north of Northwest 138th Street to Northwest 154th Street and east of Northwest 97th Avenue to I-75. Also affected by this sewer outage is north of West 52nd Street to Northwest 138th Street and from West 20th Avenue to West 36th Avenue. Once again, in the city of Hialeah, try to avoid the unnecessary generation of wastewater and be cognizant that some may experience sewer backups until the repairs are completed. No time frame on when those repairs are going to happen.
And not far from there is the city of Coral Gables. They are making sure you know about their emergency curfew. They have keeping that in place from 7 o'clock until 7 a.m. Monday morning. And you are looking live right now in Coral Gables where the conditions are really worsening. And this is just what our meteorologists were telling us about. Janine Stanwood is there live. Janine, are you able to speak with us?
I am. I'm able to hear you and I'm able to speak with you. You can see the wind and the rain is just kind of coming down now in droves. It's coming down sideways. We're actually thankful to be in front of this concrete building where the rain isn't smacking us in the face, but you can see the wind and the rain. It's definitely moved some debris into the road, at least where we are. And we're sort of in the heart of Coral Gables, Miracle Mile. We really have not seen any major damage where we are, but I would imagine in some residential areas you may start seeing some of those beautiful tree branches to come down. I will tell you that since the last time we talked to you, this whole area, it has lost power. In fact, if you're familiar with the Coral Gables area, that's the Hillstone restaurant. We actually saw it with its lights on, and then we saw those lights go out. We have some video that shows you a transformer blowing, and we've actually been hearing those booms. We heard them last night. We heard them today. A lot of Local 10 viewers are telling us that their power is now out. So power being out in this area is certainly an issue. So if you live in Coral Gables and you're listening to us on the radio right now, I can tell you, at least in the Miracle Mile area, it is a ghost town. It is just windy and rainy. No major damage right now, but not a soul on the street. Also, Gables by the Sea, that is an area that is at risk of flooding, and we've also seen some video of some major flooding in that area. So it's definitely a sight to see. I don't know, can we walk over this way a little bit maybe? I'll try to kind of walk as far as I can.
And Janine,
one big concern, of course, is
Janine,
sure.
as you get in place, just know that we have seen tremendous flooding. I mean, up over your knees, not far from you on Brickell Avenue. So that is just 10 minutes north of you and south. Really, the worst of this, according to our meteorologists, the worst of it, the peak, is moving from south to north right now, and it's coming through Homestead, Florida City, and it's pretty much headed your way.
Right, and so we're prepared for it. We do have cover, Lori, and thankfully, at least where we are, we haven't seen any flooding because we're inland. But another concern, of course, is construction debris, and a lot of Miracle Mile has been under construction. These things, well, they're bolted into the pavement, so hopefully these stay as the wind gusts get higher, although that trash can, that was a casualty of some of the winds earlier. But that's the situation here in Coral Gables. Just take a look. I mean, just driving rain, driving wind. We're seeing all sorts of palm fronds and awnings and even power poles swaying in the wind. And so it's definitely an issue here as it is in other parts of South Florida. But here it's windy, it is rainy, and we're really not seeing anybody on the road, which is a good thing at this point. I'll send it back to you guys for now.
They just did all that construction there on both sides to change those sidewalks. Let's hope everything stays down and doesn't become flying debris. Janine, we'll check back with you. Thanks.
And we are getting an update now on the power outages that we've tried to keep you up to date on. And in Broward County, that number is just astounding at 450,060 in Broward County alone. FP&L saying that they will try to restore power as soon as it is possible and these winds die down, but that may take a while.
The worst of this weather right now, there you see in Miami-Dade County, 680,940 outages. So about 680,000 in Miami-Dade, and in Broward you had about 450,000. The numbers are very, very, very high right now. So we know most of you are listening to us on the radio, and we will try to be as descriptive as possible. We are looking at the radar right now, which is just showing the worst of it. These huge outer bands, as you can imagine.
Homestead in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, those winds and those line of thunderstorms is going from south to north there, and just really just doing a number on southwest Miami-Dade and a number of other cities in Broward County is soon to be in the line of fire. Many of those cities that were ticked off by our meteorologists include, we're talking Miramar, Weston, Miami Springs, Aventura, Kendall, all of you getting just some really intense weather right about now, and that's going to continue for the rest of the day.
Yeah, in Broward County, you can even expect the peak of it, the worst, more around 6 p.m. So if you think it's bad now, it is still coming your way. We have Sanella Sabovic on Skype with us from Fort Lauderdale. And Sanella, that's basically the time frame. For as bad as it is right now in Fort Lauderdale, we're told it will be worse around 6 p.m.
Lori, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last thing that you said, but the worst is coming, that is for sure. It's been raining since we saw you last, really, for several hours consistently here. And I want to show you something. Broward Boulevard, generally not prone to flooding. Well, look at what we found here. Broward Boulevard and Andrews Avenue, looking like a small river there. I could just show you on the driver's side here. Look at all of that standing water. The sidewalk is completely covered in water. Again, this is Broward Boulevard and Andrews. And I want to show you something right here. This on the ground is the street light that fell off, the traffic light. We've seen, you mentioned the power outages not too long ago. Well, we've seen so many traffic lights out. This one, the wind just totally knocked it down. We've seen gusts here topping more than 60 to 70 miles per hour. Again, that light, thankfully no one was here when that happened. That light became a projectile, really. And we're going to continue heading eastbound on Broward Boulevard. Just look at all that water. Again, the sidewalk, this is Stranahan Park, covered with water here. See, we're driving right over it. And again, now we're making our way to Broward Boulevard and US 1. And an interesting thing I want to point out along US 1 is that from what we've been seeing all day long is that there are down trees. We showed you Las Olas earlier, but in particularly on Broward 1 is we're going to be making our way. We want to show you a major tree that fell, toppled over, and is blocking all of the southbound lanes. We're going to get to that in a moment. But again, just look at all of this flooding.
It's standing water, and Sanella, I know that water is an issue for you in Fort Lauderdale, but the winds were clocked at about 60 miles an hour, so that's probably what led to that tree being uprooted.
Yes, and we're going to show you that momentarily. I don't know if you can see it right now in the distance as we're approaching Federal Highway here. You see a little palm tree that fell down too, and that's what we've been seeing, Calvin. Not so much structural damage at this point. We haven't seen broken windows, doors that are broken. What we've been seeing is mostly this. The trees that have toppled, palm fronds that are scattered all over. Now these traffic lights that are out and that have fallen, this traffic light is still functional, but as we were traveling along US 1, we were really heading northbound from Broward Boulevard to Sunrise. Every light there was virtually out. Now we're on Broward and US 1. We're going to continue northbound. We're going to make a left turn. But look at all that. There's caution tape in the distance there. I don't know if you can see that. There's debris in front of that building right there. Just look at the whipping winds here. It's kind of moving our car, but you can see how this water is just coming at us. This rain pelting the streets of Fort Lauderdale here. And the wind gusts, yes, 60, 70 miles per hour. We felt it. That's why we couldn't be live earlier for you outside. And we've moved into the car to show you all of the damage. And for those that have evacuated Fort Lauderdale, and this is kind of what, for those of you that don't know what's happening, this is a great way to show everyone. Because some of you have evacuated East Fort Lauderdale, east along US 1, which is down that way. So here's what's happening in your neighborhoods. And Calvin and Lori, this is the tree that I was talking about. It's just an incredible sight. This large tree, we're pulling up to it right now on US 1, right by Northeast 4th Street. It is blocking all of the southbound lanes of US 1 right there. I'm not quite sure when that toppled over, what time that happened, but no one has been here in the last hour to remove this, and people can't work in these conditions really. But check that out right there.
You see it,
right there,
and that flooding at Broward and Andrews is just incredible. Traffic lights down in Fort Lauderdale, and the worst isn't even set to hit there until about later this evening around 6 o'clock. Look at that huge tree down. Sanella, we're going to stay with your picture from Skype. Luke Doris, our meteorologist, is right here. And Luke, you say a tremendous wind gust was just recorded?
Yes, this is actually a little bit of a surprise. We had been looking at an intense line, it's a very strong line, near Homestead, Florida City, Key Largo, curling its way around northwestern and west central parts of Miami-Dade County. We focused a lot on that. We just had a report from Miami International Airport, back-to-back 2 reports, I should say, of 92-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is ahead of that main line that we had seen. Now, I'm not sure if this is a consistent line of strong winds or if this is an embedded, just kind of happenstance on the edge of this stronger line that we initially talked about in central Miami-Dade County and down towards southeastern Miami-Dade County. But heads up, and especially, we just had Sanella that's north of there, and we are wondering about those of us in Fort Lauderdale, or if you're in Aventura or Hialeah, you're wondering when is it going to be the worst for me. I think that there's going to be some of us that experience these 90 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts as we go through this evening. The further north that you are, the later in the day you will experience this. The peak right now is over Key Largo, Homestead, Florida City, and near Miccosukee as well. And now I have to throw Kendall and Cutler Bay into this peak as well. Miami, obviously the airport just got it. So Hialeah, you're right on that edge. So you're near the peak of this storm, it looks to be. And I think it may last quite a while for you as well. Maybe the next couple hours or so before we start to see it maybe taper off a bit. But hurricane force winds likely for everybody that can hear my voice until we get to sunset before it starts to taper off to our south, and that would be down in the Keys. Now, we may after sunset, and I'm talking maybe 10, 11 o'clock or so, start to see it drop from hurricane force to tropical storm force in the middle and lower Keys. Upper Keys, it's going to be later. It'll probably be midnight or past before you see that transition from hurricane to strong tropical storm force. And the further north that we go, that later trend is going to continue. So Miami and Broward, or Miami-Dade County as a whole, we're probably going to be seeing the threat for hurricane force winds at least until midnight tonight. The tropical storm force not until 8 or 9 tomorrow morning, and Broward County is going to be the last to experience the peak of the winds over the next, let's say, 3 hours or so, and will experience the greatest hurricane force wind gusts until about midnight, 2 o'clock, and then we'll transition away from tropical storm force, probably not until late morning tomorrow. That's your timeline. But I did want to mention that we are seeing those incredible wind gusts beyond 90 miles per hour in some areas that we didn't quite spot earlier.
And Luke, curiously, that 92 mile an hour number, is that so far the highest that you've clocked?
No, it's not. This same band that we are experiencing right now through Key Largo, Homestead, the area that I've been hitting pretty hard, this curls around to the western, southwestern part of the state. In southwestern Collier County, we had an extreme wind warning issued no more than 20 minutes ago. I know it's not part of our coverage area, so we didn't pop in. 115, I believe, miles per hour. It was a life-threatening situation. The National Weather Service issued that alert immediately. And we have not seen that in southeast Florida. But it's all connected with the same band, this potential new eye, or if you want to think of it as a second eye. I'm not exactly sure how to classify it, but it is a localized area of very intense weather.
Now, Luke, as long as we have this picture here, these live pictures from Fort Lauderdale, we know there's tremendous flooding around Broward Boulevard and Andrews Avenue, traffic lights down, trees down. It is not widespread, but it's quite a bit of activity there in Fort Lauderdale. Give the folks in the Fort Lauderdale area their timeline, and then maybe we can kind of move on south and hope to catch up with our crews closer to the peak of this right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a weather model here with me, and we can work through this together, and I'll describe each county, and as we go through the day, I'm going to start this right now at noon, and peak gusts somewhere beyond 80 miles per hour, right near 80 miles per hour. There will be some exceptions, like we just saw with the 90 mile per hour wind gusts toward Homestead, and according to our weather model, right near Miami or so. So this is what we have at the moment. Now, the Keys, we'll go down to the lower Keys I'm going to stop this now at 4 o'clock. So we'll just go forward in time, and then I'll read through some of our different areas. The Keys still experiencing likely hurricane force wind gusts at 4 o'clock. And the Miami-Dade counties, we're going to be looking at wind gusts possibly near 80 miles per hour, still hurricane force wind gusts. Broward County, 80 plus miles per hour, still hurricane force wind gusts. We're in this through the rest of this afternoon across the board. Now we'll go to sunset. I'm going to take this just past 8 o'clock this evening, and it should, by about sunset or a little bit after, in the middle and lower Keys especially, and probably all the Keys, be down to strong tropical storm force. No longer hurricane force wind gusts after, let's say, about 9 o'clock. But we still have them in Miami-Dade, especially central and northern Miami-Dade. We still have them in Broward County. Now let's go into midnight. I'll go a little bit past. We'll go to 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, I think most everybody by 2 o'clock in the morning is out. We're done with hurricane force wind gusts. We are still seeing tropical storm force everywhere, all through the board. And then we'll go to sunrise tomorrow. We'll go just past 7 o'clock or so. And we'll be out of tropical storm force in the Keys and probably out of tropical storm force in most locations, though Broward County, being that far north, you will probably be the last one.
So even at 2 a.m., you're saying everyone will still have tropical storm force winds? Everyone.
It won't be safe, really, to be outside and checking your property and all that, really, until tomorrow morning. Just ride this one out. We've been this far. Just go ahead and stay put. And by tomorrow morning, it should be much improved.
Great advice. Stay put for a second day in a row. And let's take you now to Florida City. And our Terrell Fournier is really feeling some of the winds that Luke has been talking about. Terrell, show us what you are seeing and feeling.
Yeah, these are live pictures here in Florida City, which is very close to the border of the city of Homestead. But take a look at this. We are really getting battered by these very, very strong winds, and it's safe to say that these are sustained winds because these winds are just not letting up. In fact, you see that minivan just to the side over there? These winds have been so strong that it literally rocks this minivan that weighs several thousand pounds at least. You see it being pushed just an inch or two to the back, an inch or two to the front, and this vehicle, of course, is off, and it is in the park position. But certainly a lot of damage that we are seeing just from our vantage point as well. There's a flagpole that is positioned here. Last night it had 2 flags on it. It was blowing very, very ferociously, for lack of a better word. And this morning, part of that flagpole is in pieces and on the ground. I don't even see where the flags are at this point. Some other shingles and things of that nature can be seen being peeled away from the roofs of some businesses around here as well. So we're definitely seeing a lot of damage here in the Florida City area because of this storm. All along US 1, there are downed trees. We have not been able to, obviously, to venture out from where we are. But just so you guys know, we are in a protected area still at the hotel. We are protected by a concrete wall on two sides of us, and then in the back there are impact windows. So this is the only vantage point that we are able to see. In fact, that we are so covered that we are not really getting wet at this point, but we just wanted to provide you from these images. So we are still being safe as we provide you with these live pictures, but some pretty, incredible pictures coming out of the Florida City area this afternoon.
You know, Terrell, that you really are in the height of it right now. The peak of these outer bands going, according to our meteorologists, it's hitting the Upper Keys, Key Largo, Homestead, Florida City, and now it's getting into Cutler Bay and Kendall. And these are all areas that are getting hit, and the highest wind gust we just got out at MIA, 92 miles an hour. So it's incredible with the turn of these bands, that counterclockwise movement, how many communities are being hit. And you are bringing us these pictures on the left side of your screen. If you still have power, you can see the power of Mother Nature in the peak of Irma's outer bands.
All right, Terrell, we are going to check back in with you very shortly. And right now, we're going to take you to Coconut Grove, where the flooding is taking place, and not far from there, Brickell. We saw those photos earlier from our Madeline Wright, but Coconut Grove really feeling this storm surge backing up onto the streets here. Not quite sure what intersection this is.
It looks to me like that is down by Monty's and City Hall, right where you would make the curve there at the very end. In the distance, you'd turn up to Cocoa Walk. Oh, it's just terrible to see this much flooding. Folks, if you're listening on the radio, we would guess that's up to your knees. I mean, the flooding, it looks like it's basically almost covering the fire. The
fire hydrant.
The fire hydrant that's right there. It's almost as high as a fire hydrant. The roads are completely impassable. This is 27th Avenue coming down to Bayshore Drive, right by City Hall. And that is very tremendous flooding. Some of the bushes and on the medians there are still visible. But this is very serious flooding, and this matches what we're seeing in downtown Miami. This
covering up the sidewalks. You can't even see the sidewalk there. You can't see the street. It looks like part of a lake or some sort of a river, but no, this is, as you said, 27th Avenue and Coconut Grove, rather. And this is awful.
You know what's fascinating? We can see the current. If you can imagine, we are looking south in Coconut Grove, right along the water. The water should be pushing inland. It's actually pushing out toward the ocean, and yet it's flooded. So this is how bizarre the storm surge is, and only our meteorologists understand how this can happen. But we're seeing
it's even knocked over a sign you can see there.
Yeah,
that,
knocked down a major sign at right near HBC radio there. But the actual current is so whipped around, and the way this storm surge comes in, it's actually, it looks like the water is coming up now from the south and being drawn into Coconut Grove.
And if you can picture this, if you're listening as well, there are white caps on the roadways from that water. The wind is blowing so hard. This too in Coconut Grove as well, I believe, and water pushing up onto the sidewalk. Not quite sure what street this is, but
it's right in that same area, that courtyard by Marriott there. It's pretty much all that area down by City Hall and 27th Avenue meeting Bayshore. It is very, very flooded.
Yeah, this is another piece of video from one of our viewers here, from Jessica and Danny Music. Coconut Grove, showing just how storm surge is really backed up into the streets and causing lots of flooding. This looks like it's in a neighborhood.
It looks more like going down Bayshore Drive when you come out of right after Vizcaya and after Mercy Hospital, and you're going down Bayshore, not far from the ocean. And these homes, wow, that storm surge is really high. It looks like at least about 1.5 feet to 2 feet.
Here's a live picture now from outside of our studios here in Pembroke Park, just along Hallandale Beach Boulevard in the 3400 block. And no major flooding over here, just lots of wind. You can see those trees and the palm trees being whipped around.
We also have, we are getting hooked up with Will Manso. He is in downtown Miami, where we saw even a crane literally just break in half. And you see one kind of crane or weather tower here. This is normally our Mount Sinai Medical Center tower cam, but we can barely make out Miami Beach. You don't see anything in this shot. It is just a whiteout, and those are the kind of conditions they're seeing in downtown Miami and Brickell Avenue. Stay away. Don't even think about getting in your cars right now, folks. The peak of Irma, the peak. We may have been talking about landfall back around 8 a.m. Well, now we're seeing the peak effects from Upper Keys all the way up through Homestead, Florida City, Cutler Bay, Kendall, downtown Miami.
Yeah, and Broward, the last to get it, sometime at around 6 o'clock tonight. The storm moving from south to north. And let's check it out with our Will Manso. He is in downtown Miami, and you're one of the areas that's feeling it. And you can, well, we can see from this picture here, this is the AAA, the home of the Miami Heat, being torn apart and by Irma.
Yeah, Calvin and Lori, we want to show it to you again, and we want to also show another piece of video. Let's first update you on what's going on here. These winds are so strong, and look, we're behind this glass here, these windows that are hurricane-proof, so you don't really hear it. I think you could see the force, and then if you look at the distance at the Heat's practice facility, the exterior membrane off the roof actually is being ripped off. Now, the good news is we're told by the Heat this isn't actually the roof itself. It is the exterior membrane of the roof, which is peeling off. It seems like a tarp almost that's coming off. We're told by the Heat, though, there is no damage at all to the roof, and they are not concerned that there's any consequence to this exterior membrane getting ripped off to the damage. So the roof itself at the arena and to the practice facility is fine. But when you see these winds, and David, we can come over here, just you see the way the trees whip around. Just think as a person, this is why we tell people don't come out, as a person trying to walk this. We haven't seen anyone. Unfortunately, a short time ago, we did see a man who for some reason was walking in the middle of Biscayne Boulevard. And if we've got that video, I don't have a monitor on me. I hope we're rolling that video. I want to show it to you. This man was attempting to walk down Biscayne Boulevard and got caught in a big gust and could not slow down, eventually landing hard on the steps at the American Airlines Arena. Shows you the force of those winds, and we don't mean to make light of the situation. We hope he's okay, but it just goes to show why you cannot be out here. I mean, a wind like that, a gust gets you and hurricane force winds, and you're getting pushed forward. You cannot slow yourself down. So, Lori and Calvin, I don't know if we just saw that video. Again, I don't have a monitor with me here.
No,
Will,
we weren't able to see it. Actually, here it is.
Okay,
this is some of the crane video, and let's see if we're able to see the man walking down the sidewalk.
We'll check and see if they can get that turned around, and if not, you can show it later. Basically, it was a man walking down literally the middle of Biscayne Boulevard. He got caught in a big gust, couldn't slow down, was trying to grab onto a tree, and eventually crashed into the steps, shoulder first, onto the steps at the American Airlines Arena with a lot of force. I hope we can get that turned around because, again, it's not to make light of the fact that this man fell. We hope he's okay. We did see him walk off holding his arm down Biscayne Boulevard, but just the fact that you cannot attempt to come out to these streets and walk. I mean, you just can't. You can't be in this area like that because with one of those gusts get you. I don't know if Dan, our director, or if some of the folks there can hear me or listening in, if they can get that video turned around. If you can't at this moment, then
now,
hopefully.
Will. We have it now.
Okay, good. And
I
just want you to
it looks like someone who's homeless. He doesn't have any shoes on.
Yes, it does. He doesn't have any shoes on, and it clearly, in this case, it clearly is. And you hate to just make that assumption, but you're right. It clearly appears to be a homeless man. But it goes to show when he tries to step forward, he cannot slow himself down, and that gust gets you like that. Hurricane force wind. Where are you going to go but down? So, no reason for anyone to be out right now in this weather.
But it also speaks to how certainly. This gentleman clearly didn't know, but if you are out there, it's not safe. You need to be careful and just try to stay in as much as you can. But it's just a testament to how strong those winds are down there, Will.
And
yeah,
Will,
and look,
Will, not far from you, we wanted to mention, just to let people know, University of Miami has canceled classes for the rest of this week. And Miami-Dade County has canceled all classes through Tuesday. We want to remind folks Broward County is closed until further notice. So they are closed till Tuesday and beyond, really until further notice. And we know FSU, I mean, this just shows the size of this storm. FSU already canceled classes yesterday for the rest of the week. But now University of Miami, not far from where you are, no classes all week.
And they said their statement was at least through the next Monday, up until that next Monday. So it's at least through this week. And then, of course, they'll assess the damage, as we all will, after this storm finally passes, so we can figure out what kind of damage there is. But both of their campuses, the Coral Gables campus, their Marine campus as well, They're released saying that they will not be open through all of next week. And Lori, as you mentioned, Florida State is already closed through next Friday. So the universities, here we are in South Florida and then Tallahassee, obviously the northern part of the state, yet both, because of this storm, not having classes this week.
And Miami-Dade schools adding to that as well. And well, we thank you so much, live for us from downtown Miami, overlooking the home of the Miami Heat. And we know, as you talked about, that outside, that membrane, that tarp area on the back of the arena being just kind of ripped apart, but the arena itself is intact. And you can see in downtown Miami, too, those winds are really whipping up. And on the right side of your screen, what we're looking at right now is how the outer bands of Irma are really doing a number on Homestead, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Boca Raton. Even Luke told us how winds were whipping up at about 115 miles an hour in Collier County not that long ago. That was perhaps the highest number clocked from those wind gusts, but 92 miles an hour in Miami-Dade County at MIA.
And as you see on the left side of your screen, downtown Miami, you do not want to be there. Not far from there, major flooding in Brickell. The water is rising tremendously fast. All the way up in downtown Fort Lauderdale, Broward Boulevard and Andrews, completely flooded up to close to your knees. You do not want to be out in this at all. If you're wondering when the worst is coming, well, we are in it, folks. The peak is right now hitting Key Largo up through Homestead, Florida City, Cutler Bay, Kendall, all the way up to Miami International Airport. We can't emphasize enough. Hialeah is next, where we've just told you about the sewage outage there. The sewage pumps are not working, so they want you not to flush your toilets if you can help it. Please don't flush unnecessarily, and be very aware that you could experience sewer backups in parts of Hialeah, and they can't do anything about it, Calvin, because the power is out completely to their regional pump station.
And we also heard from Christy Kruger, and I think even though it's Broward County, it applies to Miami-Dade County as well as Monroe County as well. Once Irma pushes out, I think it's very important, she says, from a safety standpoint, do not try to walk in any sort of standing water, especially that is the case in Brickell. We saw in Coconut Grove as well. Down power lines could be a major issue for so many people. It is a deadly mix of trying to get out there and trying to see what else is, how bad things are. And also, Christy talked about how don't try to assess the damage yourself. Not a good idea. Do not let your guard down. Stay inside for as much as you can a day, and then you have others who will get out there and do the surveying for you.
Very good advice,
Yeah.
and that will be well after tomorrow. Yeah. Our crews are out there. Glenna Milberg is in the thick of it right now in Miami Beach. Glenna, we're amazed you can come to us. All right, you're in the car. Good.
Yeah, and I want you to know that we feel very safe in the car right now when the big gusts you've been talking about in Miami Beach come at us. We feel the car rock, but feel very steady. So I just wanted to put that out there. I think we're very safe where we are positioned in the car positioned as well in such a way that we're going to be good. And I wanted to show you and tell you also, for those people who cannot see Local 10 right now but are listening to us, about what we're experiencing here in what they call mid-beach, mid-Miami Beach, not South Beach, not North Beach, a very residential area and a very tree-lined area, very old trees, very lush neighborhoods here, which is probably not really a good thing in this strong of a hurricane or any hurricane. What you're looking at, what we're seeing right now, is a lot of rain horizontally falling from south to north and starting to pool on the roads where we are, but some roads now are impassable because of water. The location we are right now on Alton Road in Mid-Beach is about the highest spot in the general vicinity. We are at about 8 feet elevation from sea level, and so you're not going to see impassable roads right here, but not even a couple of blocks away. The water has already made it very dangerous to drive. One of the many reasons it's dangerous to drive. We, by the way, have seen no cars on the road this morning. All of these trees, you're looking at down branches. We watch large, heavy branches fall as the morning goes on. There are trees down all the way. There are branches broken off of the trees. I want to talk a little bit about power situation. Most of Miami Beach is out of electricity. There is some video I think you may have, I will describe it to you, from one of the neighborhoods where explosions, one after the other, could be seen by residents.
I don't know. Frankly, I don't know what that is. It would be, I've seen transformers explode. That's what it looked like to me. What that was factually, I can't tell you, but very frightening for people who live in the area to see explosions like that. So power outages widespread around the beach. And then, of course, the bigger issue, and perhaps the biggest issue on the beach, is water. We are at high tide, was about 2 hours ago. So anyone who lives on this island near the water, which is a considerable, significant population, will see water probably 3 feet higher than it was last night, just at base level. And then with all this rain, the Venetian Causeway, which is a low-lying causeway, some of the views from high-rises around it show that it is almost underwater. Water is just really the dangerous, life-threatening issue on Miami Beach right now, be it at the marinas or around the coastal areas or around the roadways. And the double whammy on the roadways, really, falling trees and the power lines. These are not neighborhoods where the lines for FP&L are buried. They're all up. You can see power lines on every road. So when trees come down and take power lines with it, that is just a recipe for disaster. No way to tell whether the lines are live. Since there are so many power outages, chances are they're not at the moment, but that's not something anybody, of course, wants to ever think about. So it feels like we are in the thick of something. The gusts have been strong enough to blow small people over. And it's a very dangerous time to be out. I know that the command staff and the emergency operations and first responders are, as we've been telling you, based at Mount Sinai Medical Center in their emergency operations center that they've set up. First responders stopped responding to anything at about 7:30 this morning. The conditions, that's when they just got impassable and dangerous even for first responders with the proper vehicles. So, Lori, Calvin, right now, anyone who might find themselves in trouble on Miami Beach might be in a really bad situation. So anyone watching this or listening in the vicinity, stay high, stay dry. Plenty of the homes, older homes, are concrete. In these conditions right now, a properly secured home should be a very safe place, and anybody watching or listening on Miami Beach and the environs, best to stay there.
Yeah, perhaps on battery-powered radio, considering that many of the residents, as you just said, are out of having some sort of power outage right now. Glenna, we'll speak with you in just a moment. And speaking of those power outages, we have the latest numbers now from FP&L.
In Broward County, the outages have reached up to 488,000. In day, they've come down a touch. They're now at 726,000, so these numbers do fluctuate. There you see 726,000 customers. And in Palm Beach County, we're getting our first numbers out of Palm Beach County now as this storm begins to make its way north. 227,000 customers without power in Palm Beach County.
And to hear that much of Miami Beach without power right now, so tough for so many people, and you may in fact be listening to us on the radio, and we will do our very best to make sure that you know the numbers that you need to call FP&L, and also any updates we get from FP&L in terms of when they are going to be able to come out and restore your power. We'll of course pass that on to you.
And right now we have a chance to check in Coral Gables. Janine Stanwood is right there as the worst of this is making its way from south to north now. Janine, what are you experiencing? Janine, we have your signal. If you can hear us, please go ahead.
Oh, you have me. Hi, sorry about that, you guys. Was trying to establish a signal here. Yes, right now we are in the Coral Gables area. I've stepped out of the way, and you can see there in the distance just the gusty winds, and that is an awning that we saw that fell off from the awning of a storefront, and it came right off, and now you can see it's just sort of starting to tumble down the street. There's a reason why authorities say that this is not the time for people to be out, because of things like that. That can certainly become a projectile. And then down there, you see it just looks like a little bit of debris on the street, but those appear to be either roof tiles or maybe, I don't know, some sort of planter that came off from a top balcony of this structure. And so certainly if you're walking, if you're driving, I mean, that would probably crack your windshield. So definitely right here in the Coral Gables area, it's windy. We're seeing sporadic wind gusts, and the wind gusts are causing some debris to fly, and it's just not a safe situation. Where we are, of course, we're being safe. We've got a concrete structure that we are under, but all morning long and all into the afternoon now, we've just been seeing these gusts of wind. And there it goes. There's that awning. It's depending on the way the wind shifts. The awning has just been sort of tumbling around. At one point, we saw it go airborne. Yeah, the wind. So there you go. Here's another gust that is starting up again. And I think probably because a lot of the wind, a lot of power in this area has been knocked out. So if you have any friends or family that live in the Coral Gables area, there's a good chance that they are without power right now. In fact, you can't hear it because it's in the distance, but in this downtown Coral Gables area where we are off Miracle Mile, there is a hum in the air, and that is likely from the generators from some of the hotels in this area. So a lot of the more major hotels, they've got generators up, so they're able to get power to some of their main common areas. But that's the situation here. But a lot of this area, we can tell you, without power. We were actually here, if you're familiar with the Hillstone restaurant, it's right on Miracle Mile. We were actually watching, it had its lights on inside, and then about an hour ago we saw the lights flicker and then they went off. What do you want me to show? Oh, the traffic lights. Yeah, the traffic lights, those are off as well. And again, another reason not to be out, not to be driving around, because the traffic lights are not working. So it's definitely a hazardous situation here in the Coral Gables area. At this point, we're not really seeing any flooding or big standing water. The issue here is the wind, and it's the lack of electricity. And of course, in any of these areas, any of these business districts where you've got awnings, you've got trash cans, you've got planters and plants, you may start seeing things flying around and they're projectiles, and it's just not safe. I mean, boy, we've just seen some signs flapping around in the wind, and who knows how long that bolt or screw is going to last before one maybe gets loose and the thing starts flying off. So, Lori, Calvin, that's the situation here in the Gables. Just a lot of wind, some gusts and some rain. So if you have family in this area, at least at this point, if you're not able to watch us, but if you can hear us, definitely windy, definitely not a good time to get outside.
Yeah, well, you're going to be seeing that for some hours to come here. And Janine, we are getting reports of a down power line in Plantation. Yeah, I just saw the minivan go right behind you. Of a down power line in Plantation that has caught fire. We're going to have much more on that as soon as we can turn that video around and show it to our viewers. But as for you, earlier you showed us how there was a transmitter that caught fire and blew.
Calvin, I'm losing your audio just a little bit. Ask me that one more time.
About the transmitter that you showed us earlier. Talk to us about where that was and what you know about that incredible video that you showed us.
Of transformers. Are you asking me about transformers?
Yeah, the transformer, yes.
Yes. And in fact, last night and into today, we have heard the boom. And at one point, we were wondering what it was. And then, of course, it becomes very obvious. Transformers have been blowing since last night and into today. And, whoo, there comes another wind gust. So, yes, we've heard the transformers blow. In fact, you see the video. There's video of a transformer blowing. And so that's definitely an issue here in the Coral Gables area. And I don't know if we have that other video, too, of Gables by the Sea. That's an issue of, that's some flooding that can happen. So
we're seeing it now.
We're here. Thankfully, these are not coconut palms, but, we're seeing palm fronds and all sorts of things blowing away. In fact, my photographer and I, Bill Thomas and I, we're taking cover so nothing comes blowing at us. But that is the situation here in the Gables and along Miracle Mile, which is thankfully, it's for the most part, aside from the one or two cars that we're seeing, it's a ghost town.
Coral Gables is pretty protected right there, just inland enough. Janine, thanks so much. And that video of yours was incredible. Boats, the docks are completely underwater. The boats look like they're one.
And by the way, I don't know if you guys are still trying to talk to me. I cannot hear you. I've got a radio in a baggie, and it's because some of our communication is down. So I'm not able to hear you right now. But I've got a radio in a baggie, so when I'm in this structure, it's a little bit hard to hear you. I'm going to send it back to you, though.
Okay. Janine, thanks so much. Those are just some of the conditions folks are dealing with, but nothing worse than what Madeline Wright has discovered for us. And you see this video. Yeah. I mean, this is Brickell Avenue, folks, the 100 block as you're looking down toward the Four Seasons, down toward the major hotels. This is on the left there.
The Argentinian restaurant that is on the right side, the name of it does not come to mind. Oh, wow.
It's almost like you're standing right there by Capitol Grill, and you are looking south on Brickell Avenue, folks, and then Brickell Key would be off to your left. I mean, this is Brickell Avenue, the flooding, the waters. This was about an hour ago, too. It was up to Madeline's knees, and then beyond, it started rising incredibly fast. And you see those gusts of wind. I mean, storm surge, Mother Nature is really at work.
Yeah, JW Marriott down the street there. There's a brewery over to the left. This area is very trendy, but right now, this is hard to believe that this is happening in this area because this is all the storm surge that we've been hearing about so much. And we'll have a lot more coming up on that with our meteorologists who are looking over their maps and all of that. But right now, you can join us on the radio if you are listening, and there are several options that you have.
Jot them down in case one station doesn't work for you. You can get to another. We know we're kind of the lifeline right now. We're just happy you're tuned in with us. We have several radio partners, 5 of them out there. 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and Pirate Radio in the Keys. We are simulcasted right now almost completely. Yesterday they were bringing in some music and hitting us at the top of the hour. But right now, this is all the information people need. And we are here to carry it through with you. We'll be here for the duration because this storm is a long duration.
It is a process. This is not going to end in the next couple of hours. We're talking this is going to extend overnight and into Monday morning, especially for the Keys and for folks who live in Broward, Miami-Dade County, southwest Miami-Dade. You're seeing a lot of the bad weather in Florida City, Kendall, Cutler Bay, areas like that. You are seeing a lot of bad weather right now, and that's going to extend because that line of thunderstorms, as the storm moves from south to north, is really going to hit a wide swath of people.
So really, until 2 a.m., we can all expect to experience these tropical storm force winds. I mean, everywhere, and then you're going to have these hurricane force gusts continually throughout the afternoon and night. So
some clocked as much as 92 miles an hour. The wind gusts at MIA and Miami-Dade County, Collier County, 115 miles an hour. That's not part of our viewing area, but that is an indication of just how fast these winds are moving.
Now, Broward County, again, they're going to feel the end of it. The worst of it will be there around 6 p.m. tonight. But Sanella Sabovic has been driving around Fort Lauderdale, and now she's in the Sunrise area to bring us her report via Skype. Sanella.
Well, Calvin and Lori, we're along Sunrise Boulevard, and we were heading out to survey some more damage, and we came across some people looting here, actually taking advantage of this situation. This is Power Line Road and Sunrise. We're heading westbound. Simon's Sportswear right here. We first caught this about 5 minutes ago. You can see people right there. The glass is shattered, broken, taking advantage and just taking items from this store right there.
Sanella, what is the address again? It's terrible to see.
Can you see this now, Lori?
Yes, we're able to see the looting.
Simon's Footwear, Sportswear, actually. You can see people, I don't know if you can see our image, just taking Nike boxes, shoe boxes, various gym shoes, I believe. They've been looting the Simon's Sportswear along Powerline Road and West Sunrise.
And Sanella, this is a live picture. This is actually happening in real time, we understand, in Sunrise.
This is actually, yes, this is happening right now. Right now, you can see people going in and out. The glass is broken there. And we've seen dozens of people, you can see right there, running in and out. This is a child now.
And they can see you, and they know you're taking video, and yet they're not even deterred. And people stepping out through the glass with boxes of shoes.
And
yes, they know that we're standing right out here in front. This man is actually covering his face because he sees us. This is Simon's Sportswear again. And that's not the only store we saw people stealing from. And just across the way here, there is a Foot Locker. Same area, Powerline Road, Sunrise. We're heading westbound now. This Foot Locker actually has shutters here, but somehow someone managed to break a corner of it apart. This Foot Locker. We're going to make a U-turn right now. I have video of that too that I'll be sending back into the station, but more looting happening at that sportswear store as well.
Maybe
Again,
at
on
least the
Sunrise.
presence of your van and your camera will deter those looters, because that is so hard to see. And we know the first responders just can't get out there right now. It's not safe.
Look.
This is Sanella's video from just a few minutes ago,
just
and then we have the
horrible.
live picture as well. People just didn't care about the winds. They don't care about being on camera. They are barely covering their faces, breaking
Cash
through the glass.
America Pawn Store. If you can hear us now, Calvin and Lori,
Someone
broke into the plywood there, actually throwing stuff at us right now. But they broke into there as well. Here's the Foot Locker. You can see the shutter damaged on the corner there. Debris scattered. People breaking into that store as well.
So 3 stores in Sunrise along Powerline Road here, and this is in Fort Lauderdale along Powerline Road. And
this is in Fort Lauderdale. That's absolutely right. Powerline and Sunrise. And I know police aren't making their rounds because the wind speeds are gusting over 60 miles per hour, but that definitely needs some attention. Someone needs to call the authorities on that. We have our video if anyone sees that. The looting is happening at several different stores in that same block. So we're gonna.
Sanella, do you know by chance what they used to break that window to get into one of these stores here to steal those boxes of shoes?
We actually caught it in progress. The glass is shattered, so maybe a brick of some sorts on the first location, the Simon Sportswear. The second one, they actually, it appears that a shutter was destroyed, like a corner of it. Maybe it wasn't secured properly. We're not sure, but we caught all of this in progress as we were trying to get some more video and continue to present you images on Skype. We've been, showing you damaged trees and things to that extent across the city of Fort Lauderdale. And so we were trying to head into a mobile home park in Davie to see if that sustained damage. And as we were heading to that location, that's where we caught these looters in progress, just filtering in and out of that broken window. And then shortly thereafter, it was the Foot Locker directly across the street on Sunrise and Powerline, where we saw more people stealing shoe boxes and among other items. And now that pawn store in the same complex was also broken into.
And we can see a gray ladder in front of the Simon's footwear there, Sanella, so possibly that was what they used to break through that glass. Just not deterred at all by what Mother Nature is putting all of South Florida through. It is a crime, a literal crime, to see what these young people are doing. So let's hope we will certainly, through our news desk, we'll get the authorities on this, and if possible, they will get out to that location. Really hard to see.
Let's take you now to Plantation. We talked about a downed power line and how it caught on fire, and these are the pictures that we have turned around for you in Plantation once again. Not quite sure where this is happening, what 100 block where this is happening, but this is a downed power line in Plantation that has caught fire. And one more reason why, based on what our Christy Kruger reported from the Emergency Operations Center in Plantation 2, that downed power lines and water, not a good mix. In fact, it is a deadly mix. So don't try to walk through any standing water, and please do not try to assess any sort of damage yourself. These downed power lines causing some of the outages, obviously all across South Florida. But once again, this is happening in Plantation. And we are bringing you these pictures based on what one of our viewers sent in to us via Twitter.
And our Nicole Perez down in Southwest Miami-Dade warns us that there's a similar scene going on at US 1 northbound at I-95. Right where US 1 northbound becomes I-95, there's a power line cable laying across the entire highway. She is warning people to use extreme caution if they are anywhere near that area. And that goes for our crews as well, who are trying to be out and about for you.
Let's take you outside right now. We're going to show you live pictures of how the conditions are as we speak. This is just outside of our studios here in the Pembroke Park. And it looks like, is that rain coming down sideways?
It does look like you can't even see the lake behind our station. Yeah. And this band is just tremendous as it is moving on through almost from south to north. Yeah. Betty, we just that's such an unusual weather pattern for us to see this storm kind of starting down south and the worst of it moving its way north throughout the day.
Hey, Lori, I was just going to say it's following the journey ultimately of Irma. Irma is moving toward the north, so those bands lifting from the north toward the south, and at the same time there's that onshore flow with Irma, so the bands are working in off the Atlantic as all of this is lifting up toward the north. We're looking live right now at Coral Gables, another area hard hit with all the heavy rainfall. The palms are swaying, and there is more than a little breeze out there this afternoon. Let's just put it that way, as we have seen the hurricane force gusts coming into many of your neighborhoods out there. I do want to talk about this wind energy, also the rainfall, as we do remain under a flood watch. And in some of your neighborhoods, we're starting to notice that standing water out there. We're finding those winds from the east where we're getting the reporting stations that are still up. Mind you, a lot are off balance or knocked offline at this point. Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Kendall, Homestead. But Pompano Beach, if you're listening on the radio right now, you're in a southeast wind sustained at 51 miles per hour. Tropical storm force Pembroke Pines, 41 mile per hour sustained wind. Notice Hialeah with winds sustained at 52 miles per hour, and Hialeah gusting to almost 70 right now. So it is around southwest Miami-Dade and south central Miami-Dade where that heavy rain band has just been pounding, and very slow to lift up toward the north. And we knew this would be a slow progression because Irma is a slow mover, not necessarily moving at a quick pace. Pembroke Pines, if you're listening out there on the radio, you're in a southeast wind gusting to 64 miles per hour. Pompano Beach, look at you, a southeast wind gusting at 70 miles per hour. So that is almost hurricane force, and this is why we're telling you you want to stick inside and ride this out, and that is why you're seeing the kinds of images. For those of you who maybe still have power and watching us right now, that is why you are seeing some of the damage, the images, the video that we've been bringing to you. So let's talk about these wind gusts and how this could potentially unfold or play out for the rest of the afternoon and evening based on the GFS model. A lot of you listening on the radio probably want to know, when is all of this going to slow down? We know that that core of Irma is pulling away from the lower Keys right now, but the winds are still kicking, and within those rain bands and an expanding wind field, that wind energy still being felt and will continue to be felt across many of our neighborhoods. So we'll take this model out to around 2 o'clock p.m. and it's indicating that we could still have some of those hurricane force wind gusts in places like Homestead and Kendall and Miami and Hialeah, and those kinds of gusts too. If you're listening right now in Fort Lauderdale, Pompano Beach and Pembroke Pines, those kinds of gusts still possible because this model is showing 80 plus mile per hour wind gusts, and that is of course hurricane force. 6 o'clock this afternoon or evening is just about to begin by that time. I will note this model suggesting the wind starting to slow down around the lower Keys. This is as Irma, the core of it, continues to pull farther up toward the north, impacting places like Naples and eventually up toward Fort Myers. So that is where Irma's going to be. So getting in around that Fort Myers area. So as the winds start to slow down around the lower Keys, mind you, still hurricane force, we'll find that wind energy really picking up in some of those bands in places like Miami-Dade still, and also in Broward County. So around 6 o'clock this afternoon, I do want to talk about the breakdown of that. This model suggesting around 6 p.m. we could still have winds gusting to about 70 in Key Largo and Homestead, but Kendall, Miami, Hialeah, Pembroke Pines, Fort Lauderdale, Pompano Beach, it's still possible for you to have those winds gusting to 80, maybe 83 miles per hour. And then around 8 o'clock tonight, this model is showing the winds dropping off for the lower Keys. In fact, all of the Keys at that point, winds tropical storm force, 50 plus miles per hour. Areas of South Miami-Dade, your gust finally down to just tropical storm force. So this is 8 p.m. tonight we're talking about. But places like Kendall, Miami, Hialeah, Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines, Pompano Beach, 8 p.m. still finding those winds gusting to about 71 miles per hour. So we're still near hurricane force, but the numbers are starting to drop off just a little bit. So right until tonight, even around 10 o'clock tonight, if you're listening right now from Broward County, you could still have winds gusting around 70 miles per hour, including northeast Dade. We're talking places like Miami, even north central Dade around Hialeah and Doral. Winds could still be gusting to around 70 miles per hour this evening at 10 p.m. But then down into South Dade, Homestead, down through the Keys, it should still be more like tropical storm force. So that is how the wind story evolves. It gets better in terms of the winds easing back from south to north tonight. And then finally, by 11 p.m. tonight, we see Broward. We're talking Pompano Beach, Coconut Creek. We're talking Coral Springs. We know you're watching and listening out there. Hopefully you're weathering everything okay this afternoon. Finally, your winds by 11 p.m. more like mid-50s, and those mid-50s too in and around areas of Miami-Dade. So finally, everybody getting back down to tropical storm force by, say, 11 p.m. midnight tonight. But even that is serious business and something you cannot get caught up in, because here's the deal. Through the night, those tropical storm force winds, although they start to reduce in intensity, coming down to the upper 40s around 2 in the morning, it won't be until, say, tomorrow morning around 8 a.m. until our wind gusts finally drop off into those 30s ranges. So straight through tonight, we're going to have these blustery conditions out there, hurricane force conditions coming down to tropical storm force conditions. And then by tomorrow morning around 8 a.m., winds should be by that time gusting to in the 30s. So that will be an improvement. But at that point, I guess everybody will be trying to get out and see what the damage is at that time. But that means Irma will be pulling farther away, and from south to north, the winds will be relaxing across the area. But relaxing, not necessarily the word right now. Now, the other element to this weather story we need to talk about is the rain and how much we have seen so far. We know we're under a flood watch. There is that potential for some areas to pick up I think some 8 to 15 inches of rain, maybe some isolated amounts of 20. So right now, what we've measured, Fort Lauderdale, notice zeros showing up here on the rainfall totals, but I think that has to do something to do with the measuring station no longer reporting. Remember, we've had these strong winds that have knocked some of the gauges offline. That's what I'm thinking. So therefore, not reporting there. But Pembroke Pines, we're noting almost 1.5 inches of rainfall so far. Some isolated areas out there, sure, you may have picked up more than that. Hialeah, more than 2 inches of rain so far. Miami, 1 3/4 inch, 1.86 inches in Kendall and Homestead. No doubt you've had some significant accumulations. Like I said, isolated spots certainly have picked up more. It's just a case of, in some cases, our reporting stations aren't reporting because the winds have done a number on some of the instrumentation out there this afternoon. Notice the picture to my right. This is what's happening outside. It's the heavy rain. It's the wind driving the rain. And that brings us to the Doppler radar. As we watch the core of Irma churning just off that west coast of Florida. So it continues to lift up toward the north. I think it's moving north at 8 miles per hour. So it's moving farther away from the Keys, and some of the bands still wrapping back in our area and containing those very strong winds. We knew that wind field was large and had the potential to continue to spread out. That's why we're feeling those hurricane force winds all the way over on our side. And here's the view. Maybe you have some family up in Naples and that core getting oh so close to Naples right now. But let's focus on some of the bands, the more intense band, the one that's been lifting through southwest Dade. It looks like that is finally starting to move more north of Homestead and Florida City, but make no mistake about it, still the weather is not pretty out for those areas as this rain continues to come down and the winds continue to blow. However, those gusts may not be as strong as they have been. So we'll zoom in right around that Homestead area. Cutler Bay probably still involved in some of the gustier winds, by the way, as we track that band, that little strip of red you see there. That an indication of some heavier rainfall and perhaps some of those gustier winds coming into places like Kendall and Miccosukee, and likely Miami and the surrounding area. More to come for your neighborhoods out there. So we'll watch as all of that lifts up toward places like Wynwood, eventually getting into Hialeah as well. And then some of that lifting all the way up into Broward as we move through the evening, as if the weather isn't bad enough around Broward County, where the rainfall continues to come in. So it's just the process of getting Irma up to the north, of Irma moving itself, being steered up to the north and lifting all those rain bands over us with it, and with it all of this wind energy to go along with that wind field that's so broad that we've been talking about. As for the Florida Keys, this is now the scene as the rainfall, the core pulls away. The rain not as heavy necessarily for some of these areas, but the upper Keys certainly still taking a battering out there. So that's the scene on the Doppler radar. Hopefully I gave enough specific towns for those of you listening on the radio. You have an idea for how those winds will play out for the rest of tonight and into tomorrow as well. It's going to be this gradual relaxation process as Irma lifts up to the north and that core gets farther away from us.
Okay, Betty, thank you. Those hurricane force gusts turning into tropical storm force winds, so just be careful out there. It is not over yet.
We are joined by phone now with Miami Mayor Tomas Regalado. Mayor, we thank you for your time on this very stormy, crazy day. What's happening to your city is really hard to see. The worst we've seen is in Brickell Avenue. What can you tell us?
Well, good afternoon, Lori. Good afternoon, Calvin. We just took a tour of downtown Miami. We had to use a SWAT armored vehicle because a car won't do it. The winds are really strong in Biscayne Boulevard. There is no flooding in Biscayne. There is no flooding in downtown Miami, just a lot of debris. Brickell, it is flooded, and definitely is a storm surge. For the last 6 hours, we had the high tide. High tide came in at 12:47, and we expect more water to come into Brickell, especially around the 12th and 13th streets around Brickell. We cannot use the pump at this moment because the generator will be flooded because of the storm surge. That combined with the rain, it's creating a problem. Mostly what we have in the city of Miami are hundreds of trees down. We have, of course, many people without power, 125,000 people, customers without power in the city of Miami. We do have already about 11 what we call cut teams. These are firefighters and public works employees that are located on 9 fire stations throughout the city of Miami. So as soon as the wind comes down, these people will be deployed. They will be cleaning the street for the first responders to respond. Because, as you know, when we have winds of up to 45 miles per hour, neither fire or police can respond. We have blocked, and we'll be blocking some streets in downtown Miami because of the issue with the crane. We just inspected that crane in downtown Miami. It does not present an immediate danger, but measures are being taken. But going back to your question about flooding, we have seen flooding in Coconut Grove. We have seen flooding in what we call the Upper East Side, which is Belmead and Shortcrest and Morningside. And we have seen very strong flooding in Brickell Avenue because of the storm surge.
And Mr. Mayor, too, I know right now this is a Fort Lauderdale issue. We had some incredible video of happening in real time, looters who were going into some businesses along Powerline Road. And I know some business owners in Miami are probably wondering if it's happening in Broward County, how soon is that going to begin to happen in, say, Miami? How do you respond to that? How are your folks going to respond to that issue?
Well, Calvin, what we did yesterday is that we ordered a curfew, and it worked. The police was out there asking people what they were doing. People comply. There were no arrests because of the curfew. We're debating whether or not to continue the curfew tonight. We think we should, and we may. But yesterday, everything was quiet. There was no sign of forced entry in any homes. We have many homes that are empty because people have fled north because of what we expected and didn't get it. But the police, as a matter of fact, we're here at the emergency center of the police department, and we have everyone from the police ready to go out. We have 24-hour shifts in the police department, and we have not seen any incident at all in the city of Miami. So we're going to do this again tonight, and people should be assured that they will be safe, that there will be a lot of police. You will see police cars when they can go out with the lights on to attract visibility. So there's going to be a lot of police officers on the street tonight.
And Mayor Regalado, we're looking at tremendous video of just, whiteout conditions down along Brickell and downtown Miami, and boats just being thrown around at the end of Brickell there where it meets the Rickenbacker Causeway. Were you able to check any of those docks down there? Did you see the conditions of the boats?
Yes, there have been damage to boats, especially in Dinner Key Marina. One of the docks was blown away. That was an old dock that was needed to be repaired. There are damage in the Outboard Club in Watson Island because some of the boats that were anchored near the club got loose and crashed into the club. There's some damage to boats in Dinner Key, but not major damage. But yes, I'm sure that there will be a lot of insurance claims come next week.
And from a rebuilding and recovery standpoint, are you optimistic about all of these places that you've talked about that sustained some sort of damage being rebuilt and recovering in a short amount of time?
Yes, absolutely, Calvin. What every year we place on the budget a $5 million contingency. We on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we had solid waste working 14 hours on overtime. We spent about $400,000 cleaning debris. We took out about 500 tons of debris and trash every single day, and we now have contracted 2 more companies, private companies, to help out in the cleanup. We believe that the damages, some of the damage of the infrastructure of the city, especially marinas, will be covered by insurance, of course. I signed a declaration of emergency on Friday, which allows us to request from FEMA and Homeland Security reimbursement. So I think we're pretty good. We're very confident that we will be able to repair whatever damage is, but we have to have forward thinking. We need to have a conversation about climate change and sea level rise and do whatever needs to be done, not for us and not for next month or for Jose, but for the next generation of Miamians. We need to start doing something to prepare for the changes that we have seen. And these 3 hurricanes in the Atlantic are not fake news. They're just there,
And
So
Mayor, we know people's lives are the most important thing to you, and it sounds like you really got ahead of this storm. But we saw some video of what appeared to be a homeless man right in front of the AAA. He was just walking without shoes and without much on. We're showing the video right now. He fell and tripped, hit his head in the winds, right into the steps there. And we, of course, don't want people outside. He couldn't even control himself. The wind just carried him. Do you feel as though, and there he went. He hit the steps head first by the AAA. Do you feel the authorities were able to get most of the homeless off the streets, get them to Chapman Partnership or Camilla's house before this storm hit?
Yes, Lori, 95% of the homeless population in the city of Miami went into shelters. We were not able to convince some of the people to leave what they call their home. which is that part of the sidewalk near downtown Miami. But what we did, and it worked with most of the people, and there were about 10 people that refused help, but we took a doctor with the homeless outreach team, and they Baker-act one of the homeless person because he fit the criteria of doing harm to himself. So the police removed him without force, of course, and was taken to Jackson Memorial Hospital. But this is a process, we are under federal mandate that homeless cannot be forced. The police try to persuade those people they didn't want to leave, but it worked. With at least one of them was Baker-act and taken to the hospital. The outreach teams will be out as soon as the winds die down, trying to bring those small group of people that just refuse any help. They say that they don't want to leave their home, which is the street.
And Mr. Mayor, very quickly before we let you go, just about that situation in Brickell with the flooding, how soon do you think you'll be able to get that under control in terms of getting that water pumped out of there?
As soon as the winds die down below 45 miles per hour, Public Works will be using their generator that cannot be used because of the flooding, and it will be damaged and create fire, and start pumping. We believe that we can do that after we start the process in a few hours. In about 2 or 3 hours, the water will be able to recede.
Okay. The mayor of the city of Miami, Tomas Regalado, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Bye.
All right.
Let's head up into Broward County now. We know you're going to be seeing the worst of it around 6 p.m. based on the radar that you're looking at right now. Our Laren Livingston is there really getting pelted. Laren.
Hi, Lori, Calvin. Sorry, I was just having some audio issues there. I had to make sure my earbuds were in properly. But you said getting ready for the worst, and this right now is not good at all. This just literally picked up within the last 5 minutes or so, and this is what you're looking at here off of the Broad Walk, which is going to be to our immediate left here of the camera. And then you're looking down Polk Street right now as this wind continues to whip from the beach. Earlier this afternoon, the water was rushing onto the beach and is still rushing onto the beach, and you can see the sand and the water and the seaweed as it comes down the sidewalk here. Every once in a while here we'll hear this popping, and we were trying for the longest to figure out what this popping was, and then we finally found out it was this awning here, this awning on the side of this hotel here. It gets whipped by the wind, and every once in a while it'll snap and it'll pop, and you'll see that water at the top of that burgundy awning there just snapping off, and that's what that loud noise was. This area here is taking a beating by these winds. In fact, these palm trees have been swaying for quite some time, and after a while they start to hit the ground. So now we're starting to see those palm fronds hit the ground. We also have seen tree branches hit the ground and leaves and other debris hitting the ground. Earlier today, we actually saw a piece of metal. I did fly behind my photographer. Thankfully, it did not hit him, it did not hit us, it did not hit the truck, but it was definitely a dangerous situation. But this is what we've been dealing with, is just increasingly sustained, heavy winds here off of the Hollywood Beach Broad Walk here at Polk Street, and has not let up, and no telling when it will let up. But hopefully that will start to happen within the next couple of hours or so, because the water, I'm looking at it even now, has gotten much deeper on the beach. It's pretty much saturated the entire beach. I can't tell where the Broad Walk stops and the ocean begins, because it's basically just rushing onto this area now. And that's what a lot of people were concerned with that we spoke with during the days leading up to what we're seeing now, was that they were more so worried about the storm surge, and that's what the concern seems to be. That concern seems to be warranted concern, as you see this water come across the beach and rush with these white caps, and it's sand and water is stinging the back of my hand right now, which is kind of why we were trying to stand behind this building by which our live truck is parked, because it's helping block some of these heavy winds. And the good thing is we're not seeing a lot of people out here. We saw one guy come out, looks like he was taking some photographs, but it seems like everybody is heeding the warning, staying inside, hunkering down. Hurricane impact windows these folks here at this hotel are grateful for. Shutters are still up. People are hunkering down and waiting this out, and hopefully within the next few hours they won't have to wait out too much longer. But this storm is here, and there's still much more storm to go through. And so just want to make sure you stay in your safe places until the all clear is given.
And for those of you listening on the radio, we are looking live in Hollywood. It is just getting pelted. Laren Livingston there live for us. But Laren, this is not the peak of it. You are not set to get the peak until about 6 p.m. as we look on our radar and see the outer bands, the way they are whipping around counterclockwise. The peak of this storm is moving from the south of our viewing area all the way up north. So
I was listening to Betty earlier, and I was just like, okay, so if this is not the bad part, I can't imagine what the bad part will look like. And again, we're like 3.5-4 hours north of Key West, where the wall and the eye of the storm came ashore. And so imagine what those winds and what that feels like. This is pretty bad. And when I tell you step out there as that wind channels through these two buildings here, it hurts.
And keep in mind, too, that the folks in Broward County, like in Hollywood, not only will you feel those hurricane force gusts, but then that'll drop down to tropical storm force winds that could easily top between 40 and 70 miles an hour, and that's going to last until 10 to 11 o'clock tonight. So just keep that in mind for the folks in Broward County. So many cities are in line for those intense thunderstorms and those intense gusts that are going to be coming your way.
One of those intense gusts is happening right now. It just happened. It's literally happening as you said that, Calvin. It's just we could see more water spraying basically across the roadway here and down through that alley. As soon as you said that, it hit.
But Laren, the barometer for serious flooding in Hollywood and Fort Lauderdale is always A1A. When it's underwater, then people really feel that they are flooded. A1A is not covered in water yet, where we're looking.
I hope not. I haven't been able to go down because we're a couple of blocks west of it, behind the beach here, of course. But it's something we'll definitely be checking out on our way out here, just because we have to go down A1A in order to get back to the station. If we're going to be able to get back to the station, it depends on what the conditions are, because it's probably safer right now to just kind of sit here and wait for things to calm down, hopefully at least a little bit, before we get back on the roadway, because these conditions out here are quite treacherous. These palm trees, I haven't seen them dance like this in ever. Not since we've been covering this storm, not since this storm made landfall, not since this, I mean, these palm trees are constantly moving and constantly bending, and now again they're losing more of their fronds as they lay in the street there. It's intense.
Well, this storm in many ways is unprecedented. Wondering too, I mean, this is such a popular area for tourists. What about the businesses along the Broadwalk? Many of the mom and pop stores, some of the restaurants, were they securely boarded up, or did they have some issues as a result of all of this wind and this heavy rain?
At least from this area that we've been in, it seems like the businesses, the restaurants, the storefronts, a lot of plywood sheets were boarding up some of those windows and doors. We saw some metal shutters up. I did see earlier this morning, just down the sidewalk from where we are, down the Broadwalk, that they had some of the metal shutters.
Let us interrupt you one moment, because you may be part of this. There's a tornado warning now until 2:15 in the Broward area and maybe beyond. We have our own Max Mayfield right here. Max, maybe you see some of that information, and Betty is coming in with it. I know it's going off on my phone and on Calvin's phone. Yeah. These tornado warnings come in so frequently, and it may very well affect that
And all
area.
it says on my phone is from the National Weather Service.
Well, we were part of one earlier.
Yeah, well, we know. Go ahead, Betty.
We were part of one earlier.
Laren, you can go ahead and take shelter. I'll take this from here. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 8 miles east of Surfside. It's moving northwest at 90 miles per hour. So if you are in Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Coral Springs, Pompano Beach, and Davie, you are in the path of a storm that could produce a tornado. And I know it's very difficult to see exactly where that storm is, but within this band, there is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Again, this is racing toward the northwest at 95 miles per hour. So if you're in this area, you want to take shelter as soon as you can. I know everybody's already inside hunkered down anyway because the weather is just too awful to really get out in. But I'll put a warning on that, and this tornado warning is in effect until 2:15 this afternoon. So it's 1:52 now. So until 2:15, this is going to be one of those short-lived or short-lived tornado warnings as this storm races toward the northwest at 90 miles per hour. Again, if you are in Fort Lauderdale, if you are in Hollywood, Coral Springs, Pompano Beach, and Davie, you could be in the path of this storm. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado. We know that we have that potential for those quick spin ups. So we have to pay very close attention to the Doppler radar velocities that show up to see if anything catches our eye to show us, to indicate that there could be a tornado produced by this storm. So again, until 2:15 this afternoon, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Around 1:49, the storm was 8 miles east of Surfside. It is moving northwest at 90 miles per hour. It is racing. So this warning is going to end at 2:15. That is the information I have right now on this particular storm. Interior room away from windows. So if you live in, again, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Coral Springs, Pompano Beach, and Davie, brace yourselves for the next 20 minutes. Just get in an interior room, 20 to 30 minutes until 2:15. And once this storm whips past us, hopefully we'll go back to being just more concerned about how gusty it is outside as opposed to an actual tornado being produced. Lori and Calvin?
Well, on your left side of your screen, Betty, we have this live picture in Fort Lauderdale. This is from one of our storm Skypers. We could see them out on their patio, so no doubt they were taking cover, and hopefully they will not endanger themselves because we do want them to go indoors into an interior room, as you say, with no windows. But that is just a scene of how whipping those winds are in Fort Lauderdale right now.
And Betty, you said Fort Lauderdale, Pompano Beach, Davie, and the
Fort
city
Lauderdale, Hollywood, Coral Springs, Pompano Beach, and Davie. You are in the path of this storm. Tornado warning in effect until 2:15. You want to stay inside and ride this one out. Of course, all of you are already inside. You just need to know that these storms are whipping and racing by, and they could spawn a tornado at any second.
Okay. All right. 8 miles outside of Surfside. Thanks a lot, Betty. And compared to yesterday, 95 miles an hour moving at that rate.
Calvin, if I can interrupt you just for a second. This is what I was trying to do and talk at the same time. If we can pull up graphics 42. So this is what we're having to look at on graphics 42, velocity data. And it's the juxtaposition of how the winds are moving toward and away from the radar. The red next to green, these are the velocity signatures we look for to determine whether a tornado or there's some indication of rotation. And we see that being played out here. So that is why there's a tornado warning going on this particular storm racing toward the northwest, as I said, at 90 miles per hour. We'll probably get an update on that scan momentarily. 90 miles per hour. I know that sounds shocking, but 90 miles per hour, that's just the flow of how these are moving. As we know, there are some very strong winds caught up with the circulation of Irma. So here are some of the areas in the path of this particular storm. I'm not sure if that track, did you drag it out 90 miles per hour?
No, it's actually, I would have to pull out.
Okay,
really
but the bottom line is you can see on graphics 41 all the areas within that warning box. Let's go back over to graphics 41 even. All those areas are in this tornado warning, and you can see those areas outlined: Hollywood, Fort Lauderdale, Coral Springs, even up toward Boca Raton, although that's outside of our viewing area. But Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Coral Springs, Pompano Beach, and Davie. We'll be tracking this storm racing toward the northwest. Back to you guys, Calvin and Lori.
Okay, we just have about 20 more minutes until that tornado warning expires, but keep in mind, Fort Lauderdale, Pompano Beach, Hollywood, Davie, Coral Springs, stay inside, seek an interior room, and please stay away from any windows.
And maybe tied to this, we have one of these shelters in Broward that just lost power. Watkins Elementary, the shelter there just lost power in Broward County. So we will watch this tornado warning very closely.
Carlos Jimenez,
Hurricane
the
winds
mayor of
have
Miami-Dade
been
County,
happening here in
speaking now.
Miami-Dade County since this morning and will continue till this evening. Storm surge, we have been experiencing 4 to 6 feet of storm surge in parts of Miami-Dade County, and I just saw some images coming from Brickell, probably 2 to 3 feet there. We're experiencing 3 to 5 inches of rain from the city of Miami all the way up to the Broward line, 2 to 4 inches of rain in southern Miami-Dade from Country Walk down. Hurricane Irma has intensified back to a Category 4. So obviously we want everybody to stay inside, stay safe. Everything is closed. There's nothing to go to anyway. So, just hunker down and we'll get through this pretty quickly. If you encounter a down power line, if you do go out, which I really encourage you not to, consider it hot. Any signal, any traffic signal that is not working should be treated as a four-way stop. We have 42 shelters open, 1 special needs shelter. 18 are now at capacity. There are over 30,000 residents that are taking advantage of our shelters. We want everyone in our shelters to stay in place at least until tomorrow morning that's when tropical storm force winds shall cease. Miami-Dade Transit ceased operations last night. Our neighborhood trash collections also ceased operations and remain closed today. Miami International Airport is open, but remember it's not a shelter and flights have been canceled. Remember 911 is for emergencies only. Call 311 for any questions. It's open 24 hours a day. On Sunday, September 10th, today, Hurricane Irma began impacting Miami-Dade County, causing severe weather conditions. It has left county roadways blocked and many traffic signals inoperable. As of this afternoon, Florida Power and Light is reporting 725,000 accounts are without power. That's three-fourths of Miami-Dade County is now without power. These impacts are expected to continue through the early hours of Monday. Therefore, I am issuing a curfew for Miami-Dade County effective as of 7 o'clock tonight until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. It will allow our crews to go and start to clean up the debris and start to clean the roadways. We don't want extra people on the roadways while we're doing that. It will allow our crews to go ahead and assess the damage. It will allow emergency personnel to respond to calls without having to worry about additional traffic. So that is the reasons why I am now putting a curfew for Miami-Dade County. Our police officers will be in the streets prior to that time, if you violate the curfew, you may be stopped and asked why you're on the street. Please stay inside. There's no real reason to be outside. A lot of the streets that if you were even thinking about going outside, are going to be blocked anyway. There's a lot of trees down. There's a lot of debris on the road. It's unsafe. The traffic lights, the vast majority of them are not operating, and our emergency personnel really need to do their job. First off, cleaning the streets, then responding to calls, and then assessing the damage, and then starting the recovery. Miami-Dade, I'm also announcing that Miami-Dade County offices will be closed on Tuesday, in addition to tomorrow, Monday. Essential emergency county employees will be contacted to report to work to aid in the recovery efforts. I want to thank also all of our elected officials, our commissioners for the great work they're doing, and obviously I want to thank all of the emergency response personnel that work for Miami-Dade County and the fantastic job they're doing, the shelter workers, the transit workers that took folks, thousands of people to shelters. I couldn't be prouder of the effort and the work that Miami-Dade County and the employees have done. And again, this is a cooperative effort with all the commissioners, and I want to thank all the commissioners for their help in in managing this situation. The storm is still here, but soon we'll be in the recovery phase, and we need everybody's help. As far as I know, there is nothing wrong with the water. Our water system is working well. There are no boil order for water anywhere in Miami-Dade County. So if you have run out of drinking water, you're in plastic bottles, please open the tap, drink all you want. There's no need to panic, or there's no need to go outside to buy water. Simply open your tap and drink. Miami-Dade County water is fine, and it's working just well. Very fine. Any questions?
How big is that sigh of relief you're breathing today, given what we were looking at 36 hours or so ago?
It's not as big as I mean. It would have been a really big sigh of relief if she hadn't impacted us at all. But there is impacts to Miami-Dade County. There will be a lot of time to clean up. There's a lot of people without power, and so now starts the recovery efforts. We're having a meeting soon after we have this press conference with the haulers, et cetera, the ones that are going to clear the streets. That's vital. We will also be coordinating with our gas stations and our food stores to make sure that they get back in business. Again, most of them will probably be without power for a certain amount of time. FPL has to go out and assess exactly what the power situation is. We have to restore power to our critical infrastructure, to hospitals, and to those locations that are critical to the well-being of Miami-Dade County. There is a good plan for that. Florida Power and Light and Miami-Dade County have a list of those critical needs that need to get power, right off the bat, and so that's what we're going to be working on first. Obviously, though, there are a lot of homes and apartments without power, so a large number of the residents of Miami-Dade County will be without power for some time. We don't anticipate FPL to be able to go out and start assessing the damage until sometime tomorrow.
Mayor, you mentioned information about
He's first, and then I'll take you. Okay.
What does FPL told you about restoration of the power? How long it might take
I think, when you have such a large number, I mean, when you have 3/4, and by the way, that number continues to grow because we're still like in the midst of it, in the middle of the storm, and so every hour we get more and more, power outages. I think it's a giant task, gargantuan task for Florida Power and Light. They have stated to me and to others that they have new technology to be able to get us back, as soon as possible. But a lot of this stuff is, it's infrastructure. Power lines are down. Power lines are down. It's not a question of some kind of electronic gizmo that is failing. The power line is physically down, and they've got to do certain things to put it back up. I did notice that the power didn't go off, as rapidly as before, because they have new technology that cycles, when a branch hits, but it went out anyway, okay, at the end. And I can't blame Florida Power and Light. We live in a beautiful place with a lot of trees, and we have a lot of overhead power, and that's susceptible. Every time we have a hurricane, it's susceptible to damage. And so, I think that's got to be probably the number one cause of the power outages that we have, is the interaction of the power lines with the foliage of Miami-Dade County. Yes, sir.
What do you know about flooding or storm surge in South Dade, Palmetto Bay?
I'm hearing reports of storm surge, 4 to 6 feet. I saw the report of probably 2 to 4 feet there on Brickell. I mean, it went over the seawall, and it's flooding Brickell. That flooding that I see, really, I can't account for it with just being rain. I think it has to be a storm surge event. So that's the reasons why
listening to Mayor Carlos Jimenez talking about how 3/4 of Miami-Dade are without power, a curfew from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. tomorrow. But we need to get right over to our weather team and the latest on the tornado warning.
That's right. That tornado warning is still in effect. We're now getting information from the National Weather Service office locally that a train spotter did report a tornado at 2 o'clock on the ground near Fort Lauderdale International Airport and 595. And this was at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning going. That storm is racing. Meteorologist Jennifer Correa joining me toward the northwest at 70 miles per hour. If you look at graphics 41, that's the area being warned on. We've put a cone in that red outlined area. So you are in the path of this storm if you're watching right now from the following places: Hollywood, Coral Springs, Pompano Beach, and Davie. As mentioned, it was at 2 o'clock when a spotter reported a tornado on the ground near Fort Lauderdale International Airport and 595. So that was about 6 minutes ago. This tornado warning in effect still until 2:15. And the latest update is that this storm is moving northwest at 70 miles per hour. So it's a quick mover. And knowing that we've made the transition from a Doppler radar indicated tornado to a trained weather spotting, actually seeing one, this is something you want to take seriously. And with that, we'll now check in with the National Hurricane Center to find out more about how the weather is evolving over South Florida as we track Hurricane Irma. Who are we speaking to at the National Hurricane Center?
Mark, you there? Dr. Mark DeMaria. There we go. Mark?
Hi, this is Mark at the
Okay, this is Dr. Mark DeMaria from the National Hurricane Center. Give us the latest from the 2 p.m. and give us the change and the intensity too.
Yeah, as of the 2 p.m. advisory, the maximum winds are 120 miles per hour. So Irma remains a major hurricane and rapidly approaching the Naples area.
And we're just, really focused on the Keys here in Miami-Dade and Broward County for now. Can you give us some hope here, a little timeline on when the strongest winds do you think will move out?
Yeah, at the present time, Irma's about at the latitude of the Miami area. And as it continues up to the north, we expect the winds to switch around a little bit towards the north, towards the southwest, and they'll be moving more over land. So we expect the winds should start to subside in the Miami-Dade and Broward areas over the next couple of hours.
I would say, you think the strongest wind bands will be out here in the next 2 or 3 hours then?
Yes, that's correct. Although we're still seeing gusts to hurricane force at the Hurricane Center in the past hour.
Okay, and what about, I know Mike Brennan was talking about possible storm surge pushing up Biscayne Bay this morning. How do you feel about the storm surge increasing when the winds come out of the south? Do you think that's not a concern anymore?
Along the east coast, you're not as concerned about that. The peak tide occurred around noon, and then with the wind switching around more to a southwesterly direction, we don't anticipate that storm surge will be as much of an issue in the Miami area.
Okay, that's comforting to those people who have water on the roads and streets here now. What about the core? Is there? It's still what's left of that inner core is still there. Do you think when it interacts with land that will go ahead and weaken, and that outer band will become the main one, which really gets it out well out away from the eye?
Yeah, there still is a pretty healthy northern eye wall there, but that's going to interact with land over the next couple of hours. So we anticipate that there'll be a significant weakening of that inner core area. But again, this is a very large hurricane with a large circulation, so the effects of this are going to last well into tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. I know we lost our time there, but thank you and good luck.
Thanks, Max.
So he was saying the peak winds he think will go on for another 2 hours.
Looking at this, I think he's at least he's hoping that this may be the last of the heaviest bands anyway.
Right.
So let us hope that's right. You can see how on Southland, I know the people who can't hear us. If you could see the eye, it's just very close to Marco Island and Naples on the west coast. And this, we are so thankful here in Miami-Dade and Broward that core stayed, well west of us. That's where those Category 4 and now Category 3 winds are right now, and the bands are. You can see the bands here to the east. They're really getting thinner here in the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. North of the Florida Keys, it really thins out. You can see how thick these bands are. They're so close together you can't hardly separate the bands.
Right.
So I think what Mark is trying to say is that this band that it's moving so fast it's hard to tell here. But this one that comes over Miami and up into Broward County, and then there's another one right here that goes from the southwestern part of Miami-Dade County up into Maine and Monroe and into Collier County. Once those two get by, we're going to have some relief in sight, but
right.
That's
Maybe
going to
more
take a little while.
tropical storm force gusts, and our worries about the hurricane force gusts will start to diminish.
Right.
But that still won't happen until this evening.
Right, and I really think that, just to make this simple, I think we ought to just say, let's just stay inside until the sun comes up tomorrow to be safe here. I do have a graphic.
Before you start, Max, I just
okay.
want to mention one thing
Sure.
about the tornado warning. It has been expired. So the Doppler radar indicated rotation. Those indications on Doppler radar, we don't have those anymore. So the tornado warning has expired for that area of Broward. We'll let you know if any more are issued.
Okay, Betty and Max, thank you so much. We are going to go to a gentleman who is standing outside for us and Skyping with us, Alberto Casaretto. Thank you so much for joining us once again, and give us an idea of what you're feeling out there.
We're doing good. Since the last time we spoke, the wind has definitely picked up more, as you can see here from the last time, as well as the storm surge over here on the Cordova Road. This is in Rio Vista. Definitely has progressed further, despite the high tide already passing around 12 o'clock. So I think some of this water here is getting into some of the older houses that are built in the past. Currently, we do not have any water entering our home, but definitely Irma is increasing in intensity significantly.
Alberto, we just reported a tornado spotted inland from you near Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport in 595. I mean, did you sense any of that? Did you see anything different going on?
I think the intensity was a little higher about 5 to 10 minutes ago in the area. I did not see the tornado in this area, though. But in general, the intensity of the wind has diminished some since 5 to 10 minutes ago.
And in Miami, the flooding in some parts of Miami was measured at 2 to 3 feet. How would you measure it from your angle there? I know it's kind of tough to do, but how deep do you think the water is? Yeah.
I think it's probably 2 feet above the high sea level that we've had in the past here in this territory.
Along with expectations,
Yes, around there, 2 feet.
And Alberto, we're seeing images all around your area. I mean, massive palm trees down, docks underwater.
Yeah, there are some trees down. I haven't seen any palm trees down, but there are reports that have been trees down throughout Rio Vista. There have also been some reports of a capsized boat at Lauderdale Yacht Club that I saw some pictures of. So there's definitely damage occurring in our neighborhood.
And we see a beautiful yacht parked right there in front of you. Is that yours, or does it seem to be secure?
That's my neighbor's yacht. It's very safe with cement piling. So I think that'll fare well.
And hurricane force gusts are going to be coming your way for hours now, at least until about 6 o'clock, and then the tropical storm force winds are going to be your way and coming your way until about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. What do you think will happen to some of the trees in your neighborhood? Do you think that'll be the case too, that some more trees will be uprooted or not?
Absolutely. As the wind continues, I think more and more of the trees will get loosened and they will start toppling down. Some of the larger oak trees, those are the ones that are at risk.
Alberto, how is your family doing? Who are you hunkered down with?
I'm here with my wife and my 2 daughters. We've been hunkered down here. We've been doing well. We lost power and cable about an hour ago, so I was surprised that the electricity stayed up so long.
And you feel safe?
Absolutely, I feel safe.
Well, we know about 3/4 of Miami-Dade is without power, and the numbers are certainly higher in Broward. Just tremendous numbers of outages now at 488,000. Actually, fewer outages, but we'll see what the percentage comes out to be. Quite a few outages there. And Alberto, we just wish you well, and we thank you very much. We want you to get inside where it's safe, all right?
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And he's in the Rio Vista neighborhood in Fort Lauderdale. Once again, Fort Lauderdale was under that tornado warning. We had word that the tornado hit touchdown. Someone spotted it near I-595 near Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. So, boy, this is a touching up situation. And look at that video there. I believe that's also from the Rio Vista neighborhood. Alberto took that video for us and sent it back to us. But then we cannot forget about this here, Lori. This happened in Fort Lauderdale as well along Powerline Road and Sunrise Boulevard.
And we want to let you know Fort Lauderdale police are actively working this now. No doubt they will have our video and they'll be able to see who was involved in all this. These were both Simon's shoe wear. We were actively right there when these young people broke through the glass, started jumping into this store, looting the store, running off, as you see, even with our van and cameras, taking video of them, trying to hide their faces a little bit, but not really, and leaving with as many expensive sneakers as they could find.
And that was not the only store they broke into. A Foot Locker nearby in Fort Lauderdale was broken into as well. Again, this is something police have urged the public not to do, and they are investigating, as they told us, and they are actively looking into both of these crimes. But Arsenella Sabovic was right there, and that did not deter these guys from going into the store here, stealing whatever they could. Some not even hiding their faces, not even wearing a shirt in some cases, but running off with expensive shoes. Once again, a Foot Locker in Fort Lauderdale, not far from Powerline Road.
And in that case, they went right through a shutter. They broke through one of the shuttered doors. Just horrible to see. But do know that Fort Lauderdale police are actively working on it, and they are on it.
Here's a look at Florida City right now, one of the areas that I believe much of the bad weather has already gone by Florida City. They are in good shape. Southwest Miami-Dade, pretty good shape, although you're still going to feel those tropical storm force winds of at least 35 miles an hour, in some cases up to 40, 50 miles an hour. But our Terrell Tournay is live there, and he has a look at what's been going on. Terrell.
Well, Calvin, the rain has lightened up a bit here. The wind, it is still heavy at times, but we have transitioned from that point where we were seeing those sustained hurricane force winds. That was pretty much the entire morning, but I can tell you right now that the wind has leveled off a bit. It is still strong at times, and that is those strong tropical force storm winds that are still rolling through the area. And if you take a look at the parking lot, just across the way over there, you notice some pooling on the pavement. You may be able to see it, but this is some flooding that is happening right out there. Take a look just up. I don't know if you can tell on US 1, it appears to be some military vehicles rolling down US 1. This is southbound on US 1. This is headed towards the Florida Keys because we know Florida City is really the last stop in Southwest Miami-Dade before you get to the Florida Keys. But the weather here has really been very, very dangerous, and that is why we are still in our protected area here. We are covered, protected by walls on both sides, glass behind my photographer, which is just outside of the camera's view. But every so often we hear this loud rumble, and we all look up because we don't know exactly where it is coming from. But that is more proof that the winds and these gusts that are still coming through the area are still doing some damage to a lot of the property and, of course, a lot of the trees in the area. A lot of downed trees that we can see up and down US 1. We know that there are a number of down power lines as well. Our power is out. It went out in the very early morning hours, and even some businesses that are nearby over here, we watched as the strong, intense winds first rolled in. It appears that the winds were literally just peeling away at the shingles on the roofs of some of those businesses and warehouses that are in the area. So it will be very interesting to see the impact and the total amount of the damage once these dangerous winds cease for good.
Well, the worst of it really came through there over a short time ago, Terrell, and now it is kind of heading north. Now it's more heading up into the Hialeah area toward Aventura, but you are seeing what's left.
Yeah, and it is no doubt still here. It is still evident, at least for the tropical storm force winds. Yes, the winds certainly have leveled off from what we saw when we first walked out here this morning. I mean, you really just didn't want to be out in the thick of it, but it should be safe for us to get some images a little outside of the hotel in a little bit, but we just want to make sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's. I can also tell you, just to the left of, you may not be able to see it, but the billboard that is flying over there. There's a very tall billboard, and the banner to that billboard was just ripped away, and what's left of it is dangling in the wind right now, and you can probably see it through the trees swinging from side to side. So this wind is really destroying a lot of property. Even the flagpole in front of the hotel that we are staying in, it ripped off the top of it. The top of that flagpole is in pieces on the ground, and we don't even see the flags that were blowing in the wind this time yesterday. So it certainly did a number in this area.
Terrell, I'm curious to find out how many of those armored vehicles or Humvees that you have seen headed towards the Florida Keys from where you are. Just one?
Actually, it appears to be two. We saw two just now. They were the first military vehicles that we've really seen all day. So I'm really not sure at this point where those vehicles are going or if they have a mission that's ahead of them. We're going to do some checking and try to get back to you on that. But those have really been the only two vehicles that we've seen on the street so far. There probably have been maybe one or two ambitious people out on the road, but other than that, the streets have been very clear. So just when I was talking was the first time that I saw those two military vehicles heading south on US 1.
All right, Terrell, well, it's that type of vehicle that we saw that Mayor Regalado was in as well to survey the damage in Miami. And as we take that radar full so you can see where these storms are right now, we want to let you know that even the Vice President, Mike Pence, has come out recently to say that President Trump is in full conversation with Governor Scott and the governors of neighboring states. Two simple messages. One, the federal government is with Florida. And two, the mission is at the federal level to support every local effort. Wherever Hurricane Irma goes, they will be there first. And we have seen that response already. And we will be there with resources and support to save lives and recover and rebuild these states.
And even the governor said this morning on Good Morning America, he says, every person in this state is important to us. I'm going to do everything I can to protect every citizen, and we're going to come through this. We are a resilient state. We have great people. The value of Florida is all of our people. We love our beaches and amusement parks, but it's really the quality of the people here, and you cannot emphasize that enough. This is a time when everyone is coming together.
And as you look at the outer bands of Irma there, let's send it over to our hurricane specialist, Max Mayfield. Max, you know the impact on our beaches right now and on especially our coastal areas. We're going to need all the help we can get, and you have a Miami Beach Emergency Management Director with you.
I hope we have the Director of Emergency Management there, Chuck Tier. Chuck, you there?
How you doing, sir?
Good. Thanks for talking with us. I just thought it'd be a good idea to reassure people we're going to make it through this and let people know. I want you to tell them what you're telling folks to do on Miami Beach here, because I don't think we want people to get out in this hurricane, period. But you put it in your words, please.
Well, no, we have fared well so far. We're in the process now doing some assessment of some of our critical facilities, but it's really very important, as you know, that we don't people don't start moving early. They stay in place and make sure. It looks like we're going to be here for several hours, and it looks like we need to hunker down and stay hunkered down and wait for you and the other media to send the message out when it's time to start moving.
So, and just to be really clear, that that storm surge, that the rising water that's come in a little bit there, that's an understatement. It's coming a lot there, but we don't expect it to get significantly higher, and you don't want people to worry about that storm surge. You just stay where they are, stay inside, right?
Yeah, we're actually, myself and Mayor Levine and our Public Works Director, we just went down and checked some of the areas. We were actually looking for that. How are we faring with the storm surge in some of the areas? We've been doing a lot of work, and so far everything's looking well, looking positive, and we definitely don't want people to try to move now. We want them to stay in place.
Covering both sides of the roads.
Okay, good. And you'll let people know when they can get out and about. I know you've done this a long time, Chuck.
Yeah, this is 38 years, and it's good to talk to you again. Every time I talk to you, though, it's always under these kind of conditions. But I've got with me, we got our mayor and our public works director, and we've looking at all this stuff. It brings back a lot of those memories.
Okay.
This is Mayor Levine. We've been driving around the city taking a bit of this.
Okay, Chuck. Thank you very much. We've got something hot off the press here. Thank you so much.
All right, Betty, take it away. We have another tornado warning.
We do. Let's take graphics 41, a tornado warning. This one is for northeastern Broward County and also southeastern Palm Beach County. At 2:24, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 7 miles east of Pompano Beach. This one is racing toward the northwest at 90 miles per hour. So this is another fast-moving storm coming in off the waters. And it's just a small section, really, of Broward County, but every section matters as this storm races toward the northwest at 90 miles per hour, and it's going to head up into Palm Beach County. So a lot of areas in this path, including Deerfield Beach and Boca del Mar. It gets to those areas around 2:30 this afternoon. This tornado warning in effect until 2:45, and the areas of Broward that will be impacted are Deerfield Beach and then up toward Boca del Mar, heading into Palm Beach County around 2:30. That's when the storm will be there. Again, this is a quick mover. This is a Doppler indicated rotation. Another situation where you have one of those storms, those brief quick spin-ups within the bands racing across some of their communities could possibly spawn a tornado. I'll stay on top of this one and bring you new information as I get it.
Betty, we wanted to mention we got an email earlier from a nice gentleman living in Deerfield Beach at Century Village, Eglin Leonard. Mr. Leonard wanted to let us know he did have electric power, but that was about 11 a.m. So now, if you are listening to us at Eglin, please do listen. We are so glad that you've been watching us today, and you may have to go over to radio if you've lost power. But he says that they are all hanging in there and doing well, but he wanted us to see how intense the storm has been there. Not much rain, but the wind was really picking up. And now, Leonard and a lot of your neighbors there in Deerfield Beach, you are under this tornado warning until 2:45 p.m.
And we're also following some breaking news, though. This is a bit unconfirmed. We are working on this. This is coming to us via Twitter that another crane has collapsed on Northeast 30th Street and is dangling from an unfinished high-rise tower. The first crane collapse we know of. We talked with the mayor of Miami about it, and he said no one was injured, and they are looking into it. And he thought that it was designed to withstand the winds, but in this case, another crane has collapsed, though, on Northeast 30th Street and is dangling from an unfinished high-rise tower, another testament to the power of the winds of Irma, now lashing South Florida. Benny.
All right, well, we are looking at images on the left of how the weather is playing out outside, and on the right, that is the tornado warning we are following. Again, at 2:24, so about 5 minutes ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles east of Pompano Beach. So this is one of those storms that races in off the waters. This storm moving northwest at 90 miles per hour. Deerfield Beach, you are in the path of this storm. It could produce a tornado. Right now, that rotation is Doppler radar indicated, but at any moment, this could produce a tornado. These are fast movers. You hardly even know it's coming. That's why you depend on the Doppler radar and the signatures in the velocity to determine whether there may be a spin up there. So Deerfield Beach in the path of this storm as it's moving toward the northwest should be right around your area at 2:30. Deerfield Beach and Boca del Mar. This is a storm that's going to move up into areas of Palm Beach County over the next several minutes. So let's see, put the warning back on. Let me just make sure it's still being warned on. And it is until 2:45 p.m. And it should be right around Deerfield Beach at 2:30. So right about now, you should be dealing with this storm as it races toward the northwest at 90 miles per hour. So I'll keep an eye on this and let you know if there are any updates or any spottings or sightings of an actual tornado. Lori and Calvin?
Okay, until 2:45. Betty, thanks a lot. The tornado warning.
Let's check in with our crews now. Derek Shore is out there getting whipped around on sunny Isles Beach. Derek, we see your shot. This is really rough.
Incredibly rough, probably the roughest I've ever seen in my life. It is so strong out here that I've decided to take a seat, bracing myself next to a wall because this wind is so incredible. We came from Hallandale Beach Boulevard. We made our way over on Ives Dairy and down through Aventura and then over to Collins, A1A, and that is where we found this roadblock. A power pole has toppled and is lying across A1A at this hour. The lines are across A1A at 189th Street. I want to make it very clear. You should not be out on the roads, of course, but certainly do not try to head south on A1A on Collins because it is very, very hard to see. It is almost whiteout, if not whiteout conditions, and those wires are across. Now, throughout this event since yesterday, we've seen very strong gusts, very strong moments, but we are now talking about incredibly blustery, incredibly strong winds for sustained amount of time. We're talking about probably more than an hour it has been like this. We have a street pole that I'm not going to be able to show you because it's not safe to, but there is a street pole, a light that came down onto the road. There are palm fronds flying by me and towards me and all around me, and simply it is just incredible out here. It is no place for anybody to be out in the elements at this point. We are currently hunkered down in a parking garage, the side of a parking garage inside, and we are waiting this out as it moves in. As we came down A1A, that's when we knew we needed to get off the road because we're in a pretty heavy excursion SUV, and it was rocking pretty heavily. Sort of a high-profile vehicle, but definitely very well weighed down, and we were kind of moving around far too much for our liking. So we pulled off, and we're now hunkering down, but we are just watching Mother Nature's fury at this moment as Hurricane Irma really barrels in through Sunny Isles Beach and throughout all along A1A. It's just massive damage. I don't want to say massive as in destruction to structures or anything like that, but items that you would think would be strong enough to handle this are not. We're talking about power poles, lights, and signs, trees, everything else. Those are going flying like they're nothing, like they're paper in the wind. So that's why it's so important to be hunkered down right now. We are doing that. But again, 189th Street and A1A Collins, impassable at this point, and you don't want to be anywhere near it because you do have electric lines across the street. We'll send it back to you guys.
And Derek, we're wondering if you have some sort of a wind meter out there to clock those winds. Do you at all?
You know, I wish I didn't. I wish I did. Rather, I don't. And I don't want to estimate because I'm not very good at that. But incredible is how I would. It would be on my meter as incredible, and certainly. You know, if you were to put me out in as a layman, I would say they're hurricane strength. But of course, I'm hearing they're not. So it's just very, very strong. Hardly able to stand up. I sat down just because I couldn't stand up and I didn't want to fall and slip and, you know, hit my head or something like that. So, yeah, I don't have the meter, but enough to certainly rock our very heavy SUV to the point that we were actually afraid that perhaps, I don't know if it's possible, but perhaps we were going to tip over.
And Derek, interestingly, the eye of Irma is soon to make second landfall around Marco Island. I mean, any moment now, and yet it is such a big storm, as we know, that these outer bands are this powerful to do this all the way over in Sunny Isles Beach. We have Max Mayfield right here now, and maybe Max can give you an idea of which of these outer bands you're in and how much longer this will go.
Well, I don't know if you can hear me still, but I'll just tell you, I mean, you know, a lot of people I was talking to throughout South Florida were saying, look at this path, we're well out of the path. Look, it's going up on the west side of Florida. This is why weather officials, city officials, county officials, Max, Betty, everyone was telling you we needed to take this very seriously and hunker down and prepare, because this is definitely a storm that is dangerous and is sending debris through the streets. Sorry, we're getting real hit right here. Through the streets and obviously not safe to be out and about on. So a lot of people were listening to our warnings and heeding them, but at the same time cautiously optimistic that because this route was going up on the other side of Florida, we would not be hit like this. And indeed, we are being hit like this.
Okay, Derek, thanks a lot. We're going to send it over now to Max Mayfield and talk to him about how the eye of Irma is about to make a second landfall. Max?
Just this will be short, but for the second landfall in the United States is about to occur here. This is Marco Island is there, and Naples just to the north. And if you can see the eye, they're very well defined, and the landfall is when the center of the eye gets over the land area, but that eye wall, which is really the important part, is right on the coast there of Marco Island. So, we're very close to that second landfall, but that's where with the onshore flow coming in like this, they're going to get this tremendous storm surge. When they say 10 to 15 feet, this is where it's going to occur in that area. And then when the center passes north of Naples, say it gets up here, the flow is going to come in from the southwest and the west, and that's going to push more water back onto the coast again. So that's going to be a real long night for them over there on the Gulf Coast.
And the spinning of it counterclockwise could create storm surge anywhere from, 10 to 15 feet, correct?
In that area, because it's so shallow off the coast. And there's just one thing for our viewing area here. I just wanted to mention the landfall is all there on the Gulf Coast, but those strong Category 3 hurricane force winds are in that little donut right there, just south of Marco Island. So we do not have to worry about those strong winds where we are. It's already well past the Keys, and the heaviest stuff is still over some of the portions of Miami-Dade and Broward County, but better times are coming.
But Betty, we were just in Sunny Isles Beach with Derek. I mean, we can see on the radar how they're getting hammered. Would this be some of the last for them, or the worst, or is it just going to keep going?
I think at some point we're going to get on the tail end of it. We are looking at one more band, I think the one Derek is caught up in now. Then we may get a little bit of a lull, and then those that follow may not be as severe. I think that's going to be the thinking here. So once we get past, say, 5, 6 o'clock, what time is it now? 2 o'clock. I would say 5, 6 o'clock this afternoon, maybe we'll start to get more of a lull in some of the rain bands. It's still going to have some gusts with it, but hopefully some of the stronger tropical storm force winds, that type deal, the stronger hurricane force or even strong tropical storm force winds will start to subside. I do still think, though, we'll have winds that you do not want to be outside in. And I just have to mention, Max, you were just talking about where the core of Irma is and how the strongest winds are associated around that core. An extreme wind warning is still in effect until 3:30 this afternoon for southwestern Collier County. 2:35 p.m. National Weather Service Doppler radar indicated extreme winds above 115 miles per hour associated with that eye wall of Irma. Those were moving onshore over Marco Island, Goodland, Everglades City, and Chokoloskee, moving north at 15 miles per hour. So the winds are definitely over there, the stronger ones, and will tend to stay in that direction.
Let's take a look at graphics 47. There is one really big difference, I think, that we've mentioned a time or two. Yesterday, for days and days, this has been a very, very symmetric storm. And look at it now. There's got to be encountering some shear. You've got really half a storm here. It's all the heavy rain bands and even the eye wall are on the right side of the track. So that is a little bit of encouragement, I think, as it heads northward up the Gulf Coast there. And as it interacts with the land, it'll weaken some more. But we've just got to get through tonight, and then we'll see what we've got left here tomorrow.
And I do need to mention one more thing, if we can show graphics 41, because we were under a tornado warning until 2:45. Deerfield Beach, our viewers out there, you are out of the threat for that tornado as the storm producing that rotation has lifted up into Palm Beach County. And I think we're getting a clear signature of some wind shear and a Doppler radar indicated rotation up here in Palm Beach County. So this is now out of Broward County and has pushed up into Palm Beach County. But we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that as the weather situation continues to unfold around South Florida. As you'll note here, we're still caught up in plenty of rainfall and the bands, and still some stronger winds with some of these bands as well that have been lifting over places like Sunny Isles Beach and still into Broward County too. So we're not out of the thick of the wind, so to speak.
Oh no.
But later tonight, we will expect the winds to be reduced in intensity, maybe not below tropical storm force, but will lessen a bit. But you still will not want to be out in this. That's what we're
and
stressing.
Betty and Max, look at the left side of your screen there. Miami Beach is a good indication, a good picture of what is happening out there. And before you comment on that, I do have some breaking news for the people who live in the city of Hollywood. There's a mandatory boil water advisory that's in effect right now in the city of Hollywood. We heard the mayor of Miami, or the mayor of Miami-Dade County, say that water is not an issue. Tap water is fine. Don't worry about it if you run out of bottled water. But in the city of Hollywood, you may want to boil your water. An advisory has gone into effect. A mandatory boiled water advisory has gone into effect in the city of Hollywood. So if you don't have bottled water, make sure you boil your water if you plan to use it. Betty and Max, I'll send it back to you.
And another reason we don't want to go outside at nighttime, you're not going to be able to see those down trees, down power lines, and if stop signs are down, stop lights are down. You just don't want to be driving in this at all.
Right, and trust us, the down trees and down power lines, they are out there. I know you've been huddled up inside your homes. There is damage out there. It is out there, and those are the images we've been trying to tell you about, whether you're able to watch us on TV or listen to us on the radio. We just need to ride this thing through for the rest of tonight. We'll wake up tomorrow and maybe take a peek outside around 8 o'clock in the morning to see what happened.
Yeah, I know there's so much stress with this. Believe me, we feel it too. But I tell you, we're going to make it through this. Miami-Dade and Broward are going to make it through this. The Keys, especially the lower Keys, I'm very concerned with.
And Max, also Key Biscayne, we have not gotten to talk about them a lot. If you could zoom into them a little bit for us on the radar, that would be helpful. We did hear from the police chief, Charles Press, earlier today. He said the whole department, the PD, is tired and a little stressed, but they are hunkered down, waiting for the worst to pass. The good news is, he said, about 90% of the Key Biscayne did evacuate, which is unprecedented, and he so hopes no one will go out in this. There has been a significant loss of trees, though, and they are telling everyone to expect the rising tides with the high tide we saw. And they are no doubt going to have the storm surge you've been talking about that we see in Brickell.
That's right. But I think they may get, I mean, it looks to me like the band that just passed Miami Beach.
Right.
I think that was the really strong one right there that you can see from the middle of South Central Broward County across the northern.
That was lifting away from Key Biscayne.
The one that, right, you were talking about there. That there's going to be, I think we don't see that red. If you look at this, that really red line there, that passed through Miami Beach, and I don't see any more really red yet. Could it redevelop some of these other bands? Well, maybe, but at least I think the tendency is for the stronger bands to lift up to the north.
Well, and Max and Betty, we've talked about this being a process, and people are trying to ride this out for the duration. I got an email from a gentleman, Gary, from Coconut Creek. He says, how long for us in Coconut Creek? Still so bad up here, has not stopped with this bad wind.
Right, just don't worry. If you've made it this far, you're going to be fine. Just don't get out in it, and we'll take a look tomorrow morning.
This is a long storm, as you've both told us, right? You just seek it, just ride it out, and everyone is boarded up, and that's where they need to stay.
It is moving fast. You know, we had last night 6 miles per hour, then 8 miles per hour, then 9 miles per hour, then 10. So, you know, it is starting to move, and that, at least for us, is certainly good news.
How fast is it moving now?
12 miles per hour.
12, and at one time it was moving about 16 miles an hour. But I think for a lot of people, the troubling thing is the fact that it is so large, and we're getting these bands, and the wind is such a major issue. But as you talked about, the tropical storm force winds are going to be around for a while, but the hurricane force gusts are presenting the issue as we speak.
Right, those definitely problematic, and the occasional spin-ups we're seeing on the Doppler radar as well. If we can go back to graphics 41, I want to point one thing out around Key Biscayne. We talked about that heavier band lifting out. There may be a gusty storm trying to lift back over the Key Biscayne area. I just want to note that on the Doppler radar. That's what we're seeing right here, so we'll have to definitely keep an eye on things. And from time to time, what we're stressing here is this is not going to be an event that's shut down suddenly. it's going to be a gradual shutdown as this system lifts away. So even if you get out of some of those stronger winds from time to time, there may be something that rotates in that offers up a stronger gust up to hurricane force.
Right, and that's a good point here. Just when you look at the radar, now most of the rain bands are actually over land or even off the Atlantic here. There's very little left over the Gulf of Mexico, but that doesn't mean the wind is calm there. We can guarantee you that. But you really need those highly convective rain bands to bring that high momentum air down to the surface. So the wind's not going to be as strong in those clear areas as they are in these really heavy rain bands.
So if we can just hang in there for the rest of the day, and tonight we are in this together. We are going to wake up tomorrow and do what we need to do to recover and get back on track.
Betty and Max, most of our crews are really hunkered down right now. I mean, this is some of the most intense conditions for them. We know in the city of Miami, hundreds of trees down, 125,000 people without power. They've got that major flooding downtown they're dealing with. So we have this video out of Miami Beach to show what some areas are experiencing. But if you could show us on the whole radar right now and just try to take us from the Keys on up through Miami-Dade up to Broward, just give folks a timeline. Most people are listening to us on the radio right now. I mean, 3/4 of Miami-Dade County is without power. So they are listening more than seeing. Any details you can give them about the timeline and about these outer bands would be really helpful.
Well, I think it's going to take really the rest of the afternoon for us to finally push the balance of this through. We're in no way done with this. I mean, the bands still have to lift up and out. We're still covered in the rainfall with those areas of red showing up on the Doppler radar throughout Broward, which will indicate some of those stronger winds. So that has to lift out. And then that's going to be followed up by even more that's coming into areas of Miami-Dade right now. That has to lift out. For the Keys, though, it does appear that's where the rain is thinning out. And as far as the winds down by the lower Keys, middle Keys, the wind energy should start to relax there more first as Irma lifts up to the north. Right, Max?
That's right. And this is a real the tendency, if you look at the radar here, it's got to be encountering some shear. There's no way that all those thunderstorm bands on the west side could just gradually go away here. So it will weaken here as it moves. In fact, it's moving so quickly now that it's going to be over land, again before probably an hour or so. But the winds, it's just not safe to be out. That's my bottom line here.
And it's a little difficult for us to give you wind information on some of these stations right now because, quite frankly, they've been knocked offline because the winds were so strong as some of the bands and, of course, the landfall, all the things associated with Irma came through. But what we can let you know is those strong winds are not over for Broward or Miami-Dade, and we're going to be in this for several more hours, I would say.
All right, Betty and Max, and we do want to remind our viewers and our listeners on the radio, too, that there is a mandatory boil water order that's in effect in the city of Hollywood. So if you plan on using or drinking any water in the city of Hollywood, make sure you boil it first.
And in Hialeah, try not to flush your toilets if you don't have to. They have lost power to their main sewage pump. So really try to limit that, and they will be on it as soon as the worst of the weather passes.
That intense line of thunderstorms and wind and hurricane gusts now over Fort Lauderdale. Let's check it out with our Ross Palumbo, who is live with more. Ross.
Hey, Lori and Calvin, let me turn this camera around so you can see a little bit better. I'm about to get out of the car here. I'm at Southeast 1st Avenue and Southeast 1st Street, right across from the Broward County Library, right near Stranahan Park. I'm at the top of a parking garage, and I want to show you the scene from here. Those wind gusts that you've been talking about have been incredibly powerful, but just in time to hear it the street.
Ross, if you can hear us, it is really tough to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Just barely, Ross. It's very hard with the wind.
Okay, well, at least you can see the picture. The wind out here is horrible. The streets all flooded here. In downtown Fort Lauderdale, that's Stranahan Park that we're looking at here, Southeast 1st Avenue, and that is Broward Boulevard over there. I'm going to walk over a little bit more to the corner. We have some major flooding here in Fort Lauderdale that we've been seen. I've been driving through this area, and it really has been incredible how many streets are flooded out. I hope you can see that crane in the background there. That's one of the sky cranes that we've been worried about. And that seems to be doing fine, amazingly. But I hope you can see the winds here. Maybe on that roof, you can see how the wind is moving across it. Spring gusts here. And I can tell you, I drove over 595 over to US 1 and then back over in this direction. And those winds, Lori and Calvin, I'll tell you, even with the equipment we have, it is terrifying to be out on the roads. You can feel your entire SUV shake, and it is definitely not a good idea to be out on the roads right now. But again, flooding just about everywhere in this downtown area. I hope you can see this clearly. That is deep enough. You can tell by how deeply those large palm fronds are submerged there, how deep that water is. That is deep enough to stop any car. As we've shown you before, the homeless that are usually in Strand Park have actually come down here to the parking garage. They're on the first floor. They've been moving up as the weather has been getting incrementally worse. I would say there are about 24 homeless people here. And we've been urging them to go to shelters. 2 nights ago, we managed to actually convince one woman to get into a shelter. The police helped get her in there. But we were hoping to get more, but still about 24 here right now. So we're going to give you live pictures of that situation coming up in just a few moments. I don't know what people are going to do. We've been trying to help them for a few days now, but the situation increasingly getting worse here.
We know from Sinella Sabovic around Broward and Andrews was tremendously flooded. Did you happen to drive by that area?
Yeah, Andrews is really bad, Lori. You just can't get through there. A huge SUV. I'm trying to look at. Can you still see my picture?
We cannot see you now, so if you can work on your picture, but we can hear you, Ross.
Okay, so my phone might be.
We're going to try to stay with him as long as we can. Looks like his audio has gone out as well as his picture. Ross, go ahead if you can. He thinks he probably lost us, but we'll try to reconnect with him. And but bottom line, though, Stranahan Park, the area right across from that parking garage, Broward Boulevard, Andrews Avenue, all of that area, downtown Fort Lauderdale, it appears to be under a couple of feet of water, if not a few feet of water.
And as you see on the far left of your screen on the radar, Irma is making a second landfall in Florida, right in the area of Marco Island. So many people around here have vacation spots over there. It is a real concern.
Captiva, Sanibel Island, there are a lot of areas over there that people have gone to visit. I've gone over there to visit with my children. Beautiful area, not to mention Naples, too, is getting a pretty big hit from Irma as well. So those barrier islands, Marco Island to Pine Island, all those areas in low-lying areas, and they could very well see anywhere from 10 to 15 feet of storm surge.
Very scary for those places. Taking it back here to Miami Beach, we are able to hook up with Glenna Milberg now. Glenna, tell us where you are and how things are going.
You may have just seen us wiping off the lens. That's us. We're Collins Avenue, Lori, and 60th Street on Miami Beach. We picked this location for a few reasons to come to you. One, we're next to a big concrete building on the east side with no trees around that could fall upon us, so we're good. And secondly, just an amazing visual of the wind down Collins Avenue. The beach is just to the east of us. That's where the wind is blowing from. It looks like at least where we are, blowing east. And what looks to be almost like a wind tunnel. I don't know how that registers, if you can see it on the camera, but just sand and water and wind pouring out of the wind tunnel. That's right next to us. Down the block, you see the wind in the palm trees kind of whipping. So we're going through one of those really strong gusts that we've been experiencing, and I want to take you to some video we shot just a little while ago driving through some residential neighborhoods. This is just roads blocked at every which way, and more trees, and probably more significantly more power lines falling literally by the minute. There are so many trees and branches and big things and power lines blocking the different roadways that the neighborhoods of Miami Beach are just impassable. So dangerous to be out on. Come back to me right here. I want to show you down a little bit this way, a construction site, and what is blowing from the construction site. The most visual, I suppose, would be the big banners, which are paper. So in this case, the most visual things are probably the least dangerous things. You've been seeing on our newscast throughout the last few hours different construction sites where the couple of crane collapses. I mean, this is going to be one of those lessons that this community takes away after this storm is over. Our construction sites in hurricane zones have just really not fared like they were expected to, in many cases like they were promised to. One more thing to show you here. This is one of those condominiums where the garage, you probably hear me much better now. The garage was flooded. This looks to be a little less than a foot of water in the garage. It looks like here in this particular place, this is called Maison Grande, it looks like they've taken the cars out. There's just a couple of vehicles in here and it's kind of spooky. You can see that nothing is going down the drain, which indicates that the water is so saturated, the ground is so saturated so far that the drain is just not draining. And this probably is going to be the scene in a lot of the high rises on the beach because the water is now collecting. Last night when we were out here, the bands of rain, the time space between the bands of rain were long enough where there was some drainage that was able to take place. That is no longer the case. This kind of rain has been happening since about 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock this morning, and this is one of those things that a lot of people put pipes in and try to drain, and this has been going full force. Lori Calvin, the real story here in this neighborhood, the residential neighborhoods, are the inundation of flooding and the wind blowing things onto the roads that are just too dangerous to be outside. There are people in this, where we stopped here, this particular condominium, there were people who stayed. They have power. I think they're on generator. Some of the people who decided not to evacuate, and they say they had an okay time of it. But look at this. This is that wind tunnel I was talking to you about. So not everywhere is the wind this strong right here. But this is Collins and 60th, right from the beach. I haven't seen any windows blown out in these newer buildings at all. You see none of them really are covered with any sort of protective covering. All of these are new buildings. When I say new, I'm going to say the last probably 15 years. New since really much stricter building codes went into effect. So a lot of this is hurricane glass. We have not seen one broken window from our vantage point. That's some good news there. And I hope anybody watching or listening to us here right now who may be in the Miami Beach vicinity is choosing not to be outside, risk being outside on the roads. Lori, Calvin, one more thing. While we're watching these palm trees, I want to just point out how palm trees are not the trees, generally speaking, that fall. You'll see a lot of leaves fall. Coconuts certainly are dangerous left on, but the trees themselves are indigenous to Florida and are flexible, and the root structure is such that you will see palm trees survive. And that's a great lesson for anybody who landscapes, that when you have exotic species, as beautiful as they may be, they don't generally take the wind like this. And in storms, those are the first things that uproot and fly and become projectiles and fall over. We passed a significant amount of cars in driveways around Miami Beach that have trees now on top of them.
Glenna, we appreciate your live picture so much and your information there right at 60th and Collins. This helps people so much who got out of Miami Beach to see what is happening in their neighborhood. Glenna Milberg, thank you.
We know the folks on radio can't see this story, but we do have some breaking news to what you are hearing right now. Those are looters going inside of a business in Fort Lauderdale. Police are telling us at this hour in Fort Lauderdale that Everyone you see on this screen, all looters have been arrested, and we are now getting this video once again. These are the burglars who are looting a shoe store in Fort Lauderdale. You can see them coming and going as they run out with boxes of expensive shoes and Nike shoes. There they are right there at the Simon's Footwear store just off Powerline Road and Sunrise Boulevard. Once again, they smashed into one of the windows there to grab those expensive shoes. But Fort Lauderdale police are telling us at this hour that all of them have been arrested.
And that was not the only store broken into. A Foot Locker down the street there in Fort Lauderdale, also on Sunrise Boulevard, was broken into. They went right through the shutter. Again, this is something police have urged the public not to do. It will not be tolerated. They then went into a pawn shop down the street as well. We wanted to let you know Fort Lauderdale police confirm all these looters have been arrested.
We are now at the top of the hour, and we are going to check in with our Betty Davis in just a moment, but we are tracking Hurricane Irma. It has made landfall already once today at around 9 o'clock, at about 9:10 in the lower Keys, and it is now making landfall again just off the southwest coast of Florida. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Calvin Hughes.
And I'm Lori Jennings. Glad you're choosing Local 10 to carry you through these rough, stormy hours. We know many of you are joining us on radio, and we are glad to be here for you.
You can tune into those radio stations, and we have those for you right now. You can also go on our website. First, you can listen to the app. We have live streaming on local10.com and also on the app that you may have on your phone.
Our radio partners, 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and you also may be listening on Pirate Radio in the Keys.
Let's turn now to our Betty Davis. As we talked about again, the eye of the storm making landfall once again in the Naples area. Betty, we'll send it over to you.
Bearing down on Marco Island, and I do want to tell you this: the center of circulation is about 20 miles south of Naples. And also, we've been talking a lot about the wind energy and how spread out it is. A sustained wind of 55 miles per hour and a gust of 82 miles per hour was recently reported at Naples Municipal Airport, and a sustained wind of 63 miles per hour and a gust of 84 miles per hour. We're talking hurricane force was recently reported at Opa-locka Executive Airport. So the force of Irma is still wide-reaching, and let's bring you up to speed on what we're now finding over South Florida. The rain, it does continue, as do the gusty winds, and notice that the tornado watch area is now not over South Florida. That has lifted more to the north from Tampa up toward Jacksonville. That's where we now find that threat for tornadoes. Talking about winds, now some of our wind reporting stations are not working at this point as the atmosphere, I would assume, has blown a lot of these sort of offline, but where we are getting the wind reports, Pompano Beach looking at an east-southeast wind at 59 miles per hour, southeast wind in Hialeah sustained at 55 miles per hour. So those are some tropical storm force winds, all associated with Irma and its outer band. So with all that rainfall within some of these bands, there still are some of those stronger gusts, and we still won't rule out the occasional quick spin up with any of the storms in these bands, even though we're now outside of that tornado watch area. We take you in around Broward, where we do see another round of some of that red embedded in this band coming through right around Fort Lauderdale, offering up some of those gusty winds. And then even south of there, more of that kind of weather that's going to be lifting up even toward Key Biscayne. So let's zoom in here, and I'll show you exactly what we're dealing with, these bands as they continue to impact the area, sort of lifting up from the south and heading up toward the north. So let's loop this and you'll see that general movement. So Miami right now getting slammed with that red lifting up, that band pretty strong, could offer up some hurricane force wind speed. So we're not quite done with that angle, but eventually tonight, once we're moving past, say, 6 o'clock, probably more on the order of tropical storm force winds, but it won't be until tomorrow morning when, as a whole, I think the wind field will finally, for us, drop down below that tropical storm force. So we're still caught in some major banding around Irma. It's just going to take a little while for us to get out of this. Even if you're watching right now or listening to us from South Miami-Dade around Homestead, I'm zooming into your area right now on the Doppler radar. yes, you are still covered in rainfall. And yes, there could still be the occasional gust of wind that moves through, all associated with some of these bands. Hopefully, once we get past this particular band, as it's lifting up toward the north, through Homestead, Cutler Bay, Kendall, more of that gets into your neck of the woods. Hopefully at that point, we'll at least start to see more of the rainfall thinning out across areas of South Dade. I can't give you an exact precise timing on that, but I'm going to say hopefully by maybe 9 o'clock this evening, we'll start to see less rainfall on the Doppler radar as Irma continues to lift up toward the north. As for the Keys, still finding the occasional rain bands moving through as well. That landfall occurring very early this morning, 9:10 a.m. on Cudjoe Key. And as you're noting here now, we're watching that core of Irma as it gets closer to Naples, bearing down that eye wall on Marco Island. But as mentioned, that wind field so very broad and strong, we're just simply caught up in a lot of the action, a lot of the wind energy of Irma, and at times we're still going to see the hurricane force winds, at least for the next couple hours or so, 2-3 hours or so, before things really start to taper off a bit. Either way, this is whether you do not want to be outside in. We remain under a flood watch through Monday evening as the rains continue to come down. The rainfall accumulation forecast, I'll be revisiting this to see if there have been any updates. But for areas of the Florida Peninsula, as Irma continues to move, some 8 to 15 inches of rainfall possible, isolated amounts of 20 inches of rain. So we are in no way done with this event. It's simply going to be a long afternoon and a long night. By tomorrow morning, that's when the winds will have relaxed enough such that you can finally get outside and survey what has happened in your neighborhood. Now is not the time. The winds have been destructive. These winds have brought down power poles. If you've been following our coverage since last night, the winds have brought down power poles, power lines, tree damage, a lot of other issues going on out there. There has been some destruction in the area, but by tomorrow morning, that's when we would hope you would wait to get out to try and inspect what has happened outside your home, as we are still in the thick of this event.
Betty, thank you so much for getting us up to speed. Our crews are all over the area. Let's get with Todd Tongan. He is in Miami. Todd, tell us exactly where you are. Is that Coral Way?
No, this is Biscayne Boulevard, Lori. That's
my goodness.
Biscayne and 59th Street. That's a pretty...
We're going to stay with your signal, Todd. It's going in and out a bit, but we'll stay with you. Biscayne and 59th in Miami. Massive tree down. Todd, we've almost got you there.
Lori?
Yeah, I think we've got you. Try again. No, Todd, it's just not coming through quite yet.
Okay.
Todd, we're going to hang on to your picture. We appreciate this. This is north of where our station used to be. We used to be right at Biscayne and 36th. This is Biscayne and 59th. And look at this massive tree down and the roots that came right out of the ground. The entire road is blocked right there. We'll get back to that scene in Todd in just a moment. But meantime, we have a chance to get out to Key Biscayne and speak with the police chief out there, Charles Press. Charles, I was just sharing your notes from back at 10 a.m., but now we're hours later, 3 p.m. Give us an update on your beautiful Key Biscayne.
Well, Key Biscayne will always be beautiful, but I would tell you what's wet right now. We've got some pretty accurate reports of water coming in via the surge. We're asking everybody, just like you are, to stay out of the streets and try to stay safe while we hunker this out and wait for the end.
We're looking at some video right now, Chief Press. It looks like, I can't tell if it's Grand Bay or if it was the Ritz-Carlton. Have you heard of any structural damage?
No, we've got no reports at all on anything of that. We've got a tremendous amount of tree damage, and pretty much that's all we know damage-wise right now.
Thank goodness. But the surge, can you give us any sense of what you've seen so far? Have you been able to get out there in some type of a SWAT vehicle?
No, nobody is going out at all.
So what we're looking at, I know one or two people are being brave souls out there, or maybe not so brave, but they've been out on Facebook, and we are sharing some video that was captured from Key Biscayne. But for you and the police, you are hunkered down safely for now, as authorities have been asking you to do.
We're also asking the community, and I understand that they're out there taking videos. We would prefer that they don't put themselves in harm's way, which would eventually do the same to any first responder that's called upon to help. But we're probably looking at tomorrow before we're even able to venture out safely.
And do you know anything about power outages? We understand about 3/4 of Miami-Dade County is without power.
It's intermittent. We've got a lot of power out, and we've got some pockets that still have power.
And it's draining off. We were here last night. Or yesterday
All right, sir, we thank you for your time, and certainly we are going to be looking at Key Biscayne and trying to figure out exactly what is going on and what's going to happen for the rest of the evening. We thank you again, Charles, for your time. Let's go now to Terrell Fournet, who is in Florida City, who has the very latest on what's happening there. And Terrell, you were getting hit pretty hard, but it looks like you're just getting the back end of Irma's bands.
Yeah, and the back end is still coming in pretty strong. The rain has actually picked up just a little bit more, and we're still getting those heavy gusts of rain as well. So we also know that this is something that has caused a lot of damage here in the Florida City area. But take a look behind me, and you can kind of see the rain just as it is driving in right now. It's something that has been just happening in droves, nothing that we can tell that has been sustained, but we have seen and heard of damage here around where we are staying. In fact, there is a piece of like aluminum or metal siding just right on the other side of this parking lot here. It's literally been blowing around the parking lot, and we've had to keep our eyes on it just because it is a dangerous piece of debris. But if that's something that's happening where we are, you can just imagine the type of debris and falling limbs and trees and other things that may have come off of your home outside. That's why it's still not safe to be out there. A little bit earlier, we've seen some Florida National Guard vehicles driving south on US 1. Again, we know that the National Guard has been very busy assisting the relief efforts when it comes to Hurricane Irma and how it has affected our area as well. We've also seen a number of city vehicles heading south. They've had that flashing yellow light on the top, so we know that they're trying to get an assessment on some of the damage that has gone on around our area as well. But for right now, since we started out our live shot, the rain has tapered off just a little bit. But this has been the scene. Sometimes it's heavy, sometimes it's light. But even right now, I really don't want to use the words that that the wind has lightened up a bit, because that's just not the case to this extent. But we're not seeing it to the extent that we have seen it when we first woke up this morning and when we first started bringing you these live reports, at least in this area. Because when those gusts come in, those tropical storm force gusts, they still are pretty strong. And in fact, sometimes these heavy vehicles behind me, you see them pushing to the front by about an inch or two and to the back about an inch or two, even though these vehicles obviously are several thousand pounds.
All right, and Terrell, the last time we spoke with you, you told us how some armored vehicles were on their way to the Florida Keys area, perhaps in the recovery effort. Have you seen more?
We have not seen more. We were looking out that perhaps that this was the start of a convoy of those vehicles, but from what we could tell, it was just those two vehicles. Now, we haven't been out here the entire time, so there may have been more vehicles before we put our eyes on US 1, but we have not seen them. But this is the direction that they took. They were down US 1, and they appeared to be heading somewhere down towards the Florida Keys. How far they went or where exactly they are going, we are still trying to figure that out.
Okay, our Terrell Fournet in Florida City. Terrell, thanks a lot for that.
And we do want to let you know, Betty was just telling us about 130 mile per hour wind gust at Marco Island. So no doubt, as the eye is making its second landfall in Florida, right on Marco Island and then heading off for Naples, they are going to see that kind of hurricane force gust.
And the fastest, those are by far the fastest so far. I think Collier County, Luke told us earlier about an hour or two ago, 115 miles an hour in Collier County. So 130 mile an hour winds from the eye of Irma making landfall.
Right now you're looking live in Hollywood. Jeff Wines here joins us via Skype, and Jeff will hang with you as long as your signal holds.
Yeah, Lori, I'm not going to move right this second, but I want to show you what is going on. For those of you who are in the southeastern part of Broward County, this is what's going on right now. We are getting pounded by the winds, and the rain is torrential, and it is continuous. And Lori and Calvin, you can see the street sign on the right. I'm not sure down the line if you can see, that is a trampoline. I'm going to move up a little. Hopefully you don't lose the signal. That is a trampoline that is in the middle of the road. This is my neighborhood. I know exactly where that trampoline came from. It's 2 blocks away. So that's how intense the winds were. We are behind Hollywood Hills High School, if you're familiar with the Hard Rock Hotel. And getting of this is virtually impossible. Trees down everywhere. Now in this area, except by the school, the power lines are underground. So we don't have power lines down in this area. Not sure if you can see this, but again, this is a trampoline from 2 blocks away that blew down this road. I'm going to take you down another residential road. This would be North 37th Street. I don't know, hoping the signal will stay. You can see the palm fronds here. Most of these streets are impassable. This street right now, you can go into a driveway to get around, but most of the streets, I was down 46th Avenue, North 46th Avenue, impassable by trees. The fences are down near the Emerald Hills Golf Course with large trees onto 46th. The lights are all out at Sheridan Street. I didn't want to go too far.
Jeff, can we interrupt you 1 second, Jeff? We have a tornado warning down in Miami-Dade County. We want to get right to Chief Meteorologist Betty Davis.
Right. This is for northeast Miami-Dade. I want to let you know about a tornado warning that is in effect for areas of northeast Miami-Dade County until 3:30. This is radar indicated rotation. So if you are watching right now, Key Biscayne around 3:25, the storm should be near you. Virginia Key, Fisher Island, Port of Miami, downtown Miami, and Marlins Park at 3:30. The storm is moving north at 35 miles per hour. This tornado warning in effect until 3:30 this afternoon. So we have about 13 minutes to go on this. As we've been mentioning time and time again, these are fast moving storms. These spin ups are very, very brief, but in this case, it looks like this is a storm where a potential tornado could track north. At 3:15, the storm was located near Key Biscayne. So this storm located near Key Biscayne, and if this produces a tornado, it's going to be moving north and have that tendency to produce that tornado and impact areas up to the north. So we're dragging that out. Obviously, I don't think I'm taking it out far enough, but just to give you that timeline, Key Biscayne, 3:25, Virginia Key, Fisher Island, Port of Miami, downtown Miami, and Marlins Park around 3:30. This is when this storm could be moving your way, and it could produce a tornado. So we are still watching a very fluid situation with the weather. Even though the tornado watch has ended for our area, there still can be these kinds of spin-ups. Again, this tornado warning in effect until 3:30. So if you're watching me right now, if you are in Key Biscayne, Virginia Key, Fisher Island, Port of Miami, downtown Miami, and Marlins Park, in the next 10-15 minutes, this is a storm that could impact you in a matter of time. So just know that as this storm is moving north around 30 miles per hour, you are in the path of this storm. I'll repeat those areas again. Key Biscayne around 3:25, Virginia Key, Fisher Island, Port of Miami, downtown Miami, and Marlins Park around 3:30. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation. We do know that with some of these bands with Irma, there is a history of them producing some rotation, even yielding tornadoes. So we definitely want to take these tornado warnings seriously. We're now checking in with the National Hurricane Center, our Mark DeMario. Thanks so much for checking in with us. We know our tornado watch has expired, but we're still finding some quick spin-ups with the storms in some of these bands. Is that going to continue?
Yes, it looks like that's going to continue for the next couple of hours. If we can see on radar here, we still have some very significant bands moving through the Dayton-Broward areas. So the tornado threat is going to continue at least for the next several hours into the evening.
A lot of people have been asking when this is all going to wind down. We've been trying to let people know that this is going to be a gradual process. It's not something that's going to shut off quickly, but can you kind of speak to that and just let people know that there's still more hours of this kind of weather?
Yes, that's correct. And in fact, within the past hour, we still got a report of an 84-mile-per-hour gust at Opelika Airport in North Miami-Dade County. So these bands still have quite a bit of winds left in them. We expect that because the center is now north of Miami, that these should gradually subside into the evening and into the late hours of tomorrow morning.
Right, late hours of tomorrow morning. That is the key. You do not really want to get out and venture out in this to see what Irma has done to the area. It's best to just wait until tomorrow morning. That's when we can truly see those winds dropping below a threshold where it would be safe to even get outside.
Yes, that's correct. And you definitely don't want to be walking around in the dark in particular. You want to wait until the morning hours of the tomorrow.
Can we talk about what's happening on the other side of the peninsula, Marco Island, where the eye wall has come ashore for that area, and some of the weather occurring there between the flash flooding and 130-mile-per-hour wind gust reported there?
Yes, the northern eye wall is essentially right over Marco Island in Naples, as you can see in the radar image, with the center just offshore. So those high winds are going to be continuing for the next hour or so. As the center moves north of them, it's going to switch around to the opposite direction. And it's really the backside of the storm where they're likely to see the highest storm surge values, as all of that water that was pushed offshore on the front of the storm gradually becomes pushed onshore on the backside of the system. So they're in for high winds as well as high storm surge for at least the next 4 to 6 hours.
I see they're under a flash flood emergency because of that. So a dangerous, life-threatening situation playing out.
Yes, that's correct. It's a combination of the storm surge as well as the heavy rainfall with amounts up to 15 inches. It's what we saw in Miami-Dade County with the storm surge and the rainfall interacting with each other. With the high surge prevents the rainfall from flowing into the ocean. So you get it exaggerates the flooding that you would get with the heavy rainfall that we're going to see from Irma.
How fast is Irma moving now, and do you think it could pick up more speed?
Yes, right. As of the latest update, it's moving about 12 miles per hour towards the north, and we do anticipate that to accelerate as it moves up the west coast of Florida.
Thank you so much for joining us from the National Hurricane Center and giving us an update on what's going on with Irma. As you can see, on both sides of the coast, we have our issues around the Naples area, Marco Island, the storm surge, flash flood emergency going on there. On our side, the rain bands, the tornado warnings. In fact, a tornado warning ongoing right around Key Biscayne. If you're watching right now or listening to us from Virginia Key, Fisher Island, Port of Miami, downtown Miami, and the Marlins Park area, around 3:30, you will be impacted by a storm that is showing signs of Doppler radar rotation, and that means a tornado could be produced quickly and at any point as this storm moves toward the north at 35 miles per hour. So just stay tucked away if you're in these areas as these storms, these strong storms, lift north associated with the rain bands of Irma. So our concerns are still there for the rest of the day into the evening. This event is ongoing. We are not done with it even after that landfall has occurred this morning at 9:10 a.m. over the lower Keys at Cudjoe Key. We are still in the thick of things.
We certainly are, Betty. That's number 6, the 6th tornado warning we've had just today after 4 of them yesterday. So stay with us. This one will expire at 3:30, and you'll let us know if we need to break right in.
And we're going to stay in Miami-Dade County now because the mayor of Miami-Dade County really wanted to emphasize to us that the residents should try to remain indoors as much as they can. And he says, please consider any down power line as hot and try to avoid them as much as you can. But more importantly, a curfew remains in effect for Miami-Dade County from 7 p.m. tonight until 7 tomorrow morning. and he's allowing only essential personnel to get on the road. He does not want any extra vehicles on the road to try to block traffic so that people can personnel can remove that debris that's on the road that we've seen.
All right, we have Todd Tongan with us now in Miami. And Todd, I'm not sure, you may be you're very close to where this tornado warning is. So if you don't feel right, just get on in. Todd, we have you now.
I understand. Thank you, Lori. Right now we're at Northeast 33rd Street and Biscayne Boulevard. You see that Wendy's sign. Half of it has been torn down. On the drive down Biscayne Boulevard from the station, well, actually, immediately when we left the station, the roof came off of a building just across the street from our station, and part of it clipped our car, just a very small part of it, no damage. We also saw large light poles, metal light poles, down on Hallandale Beach Boulevard. We swung over to Aventura Mall, and at Aventura Mall, a lot of down trees and standing water on the roadway that runs the perimeter of the mall. That standing water at some points was up to 7 or 8 inches deep. And then coming down Biscayne Boulevard, amazingly, we saw actually two people walking down Biscayne Boulevard on 2 separate occasions, and they were getting soaked. I pulled over, asked one gentleman, I said, "What are you doing out here?" And he appeared to be inebriated and said that he was going to get a pack of cigarettes. I said, "Well, you live near here?" He says, "Yeah, just at 105th." And so he I told him he should head home, and he said he was going to. You're familiar with this gas station, Lori, Calvin, and that's because it's the Shell station at Northeast 36th Street, right near where our station used to be located on Biscayne Boulevard. You can see the large, we used to gas our units up here all the time, that extremely large Shell sign is down on Biscayne Boulevard, and pieces of it are scattered about the parking lot and near the pumps there. Some of the pumps are torn up as well. So there is some significant damage. I would have to say we haven't seen anything as far as any structural damage, as anything that would be considered really, really devastating. A lot of it's just cleanup, facades, signage, that sort of thing. We're going to start heading down towards the Brickell area and possibly try and make our way safely over to Marlins Park. As Betty said, that there is a possible tornado warning there. We're going to just kind of skirt the area and see if we can see where that might be and see if we can safely report on it for you.
Todd, there could be rough weather, no doubt, but just so you know, Betty's telling us now that they are going to let that expire in just 2 minutes from now. That thunderstorm is weakening that was generating that tornado warning, so we can stand down on that. But it was the 6th tornado warning just today, so a lot of tornadic activity is possible today.
And we do want to report, too, as well, Todd, that our Krista Kruger is telling us that a boil water order for all of Davie and portions of Hallandale and the city of Hollywood has now gone into effect. But please respond as you get more rough weather your way in Miami.
I can tell you, Calvin, that we definitely, when we left the station, you could feel the winds and the rains picking up in Broward County. I think at this point, and Betty can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is now Broward County is going to get feel more of the effects of this. But meanwhile, Miami-Dade County is still feeling it as well.
All right, Todd Tongan, live for us. We'll be checking back with you. You are really feeling it, and you can see those outer bands on the right of your screen on the radar. We have video from several other communities, so let's take as many pictures as we can for you. Look at that tree.
This is happening
down
in Coral Springs as the wind just really toppled that tree. Coral Springs expected to get hit with some hurricane force gusts well into the evening here, at least until 6 o'clock, and then tropical storm force winds leading into the 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock hour. But you can see they're strong enough to knock that tree over in Coral Springs.
And let's see what else we have for you. We've been collecting these pieces of video. This is no doubt in downtown. This is right there off of Brickell, the road that is parallel to Brickell and leading out to Brickell Key. This is what we're talking about, at least 2 to 3 feet of water rushing through the Brickell area. It has seen its share of flooding in the last couple of years, but this is really serious.
Yeah, this is from storm surge, and the mayor even said that he'd like to get out there and get his personnel to clean that up, but that won't be happening till the winds die down at least under 45 miles an hour. Let's check in now with our Andrew Perez. He's joining us live via Skype from Pembroke Park, with what he's seeing out there. And we had a chance to look outside ourselves, just outside our studios here in Pembroke Park, and it's coming down pretty hard.
If you guys saw, but as we were leaving the studio, we've got a bunch of tiles that have just been wiped off one side of the building up toward the top. I mean, these were heavy tiles. When I was in the newsroom a little while ago, we heard this giant crash. Everybody assumed it might have been the local 10 sign, but it seems it was actually these giant tiles that were ripped off the side of the building. But I want to go ahead and show you where we are right now. We've been weather roving around Hollywood, around Pembroke Park, and I'm trying to get to this area. There's so many downed power lines, and we're in a very large that we've seen. We had to go around to the other side. It's a mobile home park area. There's also an apartment building, and you can just see we're coming up on it now on the left, if you can kind of make that out. The roofing has been torn off some of these mobile homes. Some of the air conditioning units are in the middle of the street. Here's one area right here. The wind gusts have just been intense. Look at this. I'm going to jump out really quickly because we're in the middle of a lull over here. Maybe you can get a better look. This is one mobile home here. I'm not sure if you can understand. Look at that. That's all roofing. That's out there. I'm going to go ahead and get back inside so we can keep on weather roving here. Just got to back up, Mitch. Keep going down that way. But you can see right there, I mean, hopefully nobody was in that home. Remember, a lot of the local and county leaders were saying if you do live in a mobile home, before this storm came out, days out, we were telling you the same thing. You should evacuate. That was one of the things that local officials were telling us. This is an area, you can see how those power lines are bouncing around over there. We've had so many power lines in this area that have been, that we found down. Obviously, the area is without power as well. I live relatively close to this area, and I can tell you, we had several tornado warnings throughout the day. We stopped to get a power nap because I was covering the storm late last night into early this morning. And see, this is some of the debris I was talking about in the middle of the road that we can't pass. You can see right up there. What appears to be some kind of a siding is up on the power lines. There's at least 3 or 4 different power lines down on the road here, so we're going to have to turn around and try to head back. But what I was saying was all of a sudden we stopped for this power nap, just to kind of recharge and then keep on going and weather roving for you guys. And out of nowhere, I mean, I got this weather alert from Betty and Max talking about this tornado warning in the Hollywood area close to Pembroke Park. And lo and behold, I look out the window, everything is shaking. The sliding glass door is trying to open, and there was just incredibly violent weather outside. So much so, to be honest, that I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go to my safe zone, which is a bathroom that's in the interior part of the, oh, wow. Up ahead, there's a construction site. It's hard to see in this iPad, though, where debris is just falling off the top over there. But I was telling myself, I'm like, okay, this is the time to get into a safe zone. It was a bathroom, no windows in the interior part of the building. And I wrote it out there for a few minutes. It was really scary because all these noises that we were hearing outside, the windows rattling, the doors shaking. Hold on, I got to slow down here. We're going to try to get to an area where we can kind of hang out behind some kind of a building. I know there's a church coming up. That we're going to try to hang out. But we're going to continue weather roving for you guys. Remember, authorities do not want you outside in this. That's why we are here to show you what's going on, to keep you and your family safe so that you don't have to, let me try, so that you know what to expect. And we're going to have to ride out this storm for quite some time. That's just the reality of it. I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, Andrew, thanks a lot. And we have some breaking news from basically 2 different areas here. One talking about the power outages, secondly from Monroe County. And Lori, I think I'll begin with the Monroe County news, considering that we haven't seen many pictures out of the Keys. And this may give some indication of just how bad things are. Monroe County, according to the Monroe County News Twitter account, Monroe County is closed until further notice. The entire county is closed until further notice. Evacuated residents do not return, they are saying, until further notice. More information to come. Hashtag Hurricane Irma.
And this alert that we are now at 2 million customers across Florida who are without power as Hurricane Irma continues to slam the peninsula.
Wow.
Now that's going to include Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties right now, and Monroe counties, of course. So, and we do have a lot of outages. Actually, Monroe County has its own electric company, but this is Broward, Miami-Dade, and into Palm Beach County. That
I was
is
going to say, and also
across
into
the state.
Hillsborough County and some of the other counties along the southwestern Florida peninsula as well.
And so we are getting these numbers here, and we are going to hear from FP&L. We've been told we're going to have a press conference with them shortly this afternoon. So as soon as we are able to hear from them, we will certainly do that so that we can understand fully. If a little breakdown here, Broward County, 608,000 outages, Miami-Dade, more than that, 845,000, and Palm Beach County, 324,000.
And it says we're still missing updated numbers from Monroe County, so we're still working on those numbers as well. So 2 million customers now without power in Florida as Hurricane Irma slams the peninsula. And once again, Monroe County, the entire county shut down, evacuated residents being asked to stay away, I'm sure until they assess the damage, and then they are able to allow people to return to whatever they have left, if there is anything left, after what Irma did this morning at about 9 o'clock in the lower and upper and middle Keys.
And now it has just made landfall in Marco Island. We are no doubt going to have outages in Collier County as well. So we will keep you posted, and we will hear from the governor shortly to give us an update statewide.
Let's check it out with our Will Manso in downtown Miami, an area that is still going to be getting hit hard by this line of thunderstorms coming from Hurricane Irma. Will, how's it going out there? Okay, well, we're going to check back in with Will as soon as we can establish a connection with him. But once again, the breaking news from us is that 2 million FP&L customers, or just customers around the state, facing outages as a result of Hurricane Irma. And not quite sure how many counties that includes, but we know that it includes Broward, Miami-Dade, and Palm Beach. 845,100 people without power in Miami-Dade County alone.
And the mayor saying that is more than 3/4 of the Miami-Dade residents are without power. So we know so many of you are listening on the radio. We will try to be as descriptive as possible and realize that you can't see the images. We are showing the radar constantly of Irma, and the outer bands, all yellow and red, are still just pouring through our area. You can imagine it's moving counterclockwise, and the center, the eye of this storm, is over Marco Island right now, making its second landfall in Florida, headed up for Naples, and all of these outer bands are whipping around to the northeast of that, and that is where Homestead, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Boca, all the way up to Palm Beach is covered by these outer bands.
And smashing into Marco Island at 130 miles an hour, and as a Category 4, hitting the Keys early this morning at about 9:10 a.m.
Will Manso, I think we have you now in downtown. We're looking at what looks like a lake, but we know it's a parking lot.
Right now, Lori, we get the opportunity now with these squalls that have been coming back and forth. In the moment we're talking now have slowed down. So if anything, it gives us a moment to show you some of what we're going to see across South Florida once Irma passes and people can get back out and the cleanup can begin. So I'm going to take advantage of the fact that it's not raining that hard right now. And just look, first of all, let's start at Biscayne Boulevard. Work our way to Biscayne Boulevard, and you see down Biscayne Boulevard the flooding, but also the debris everywhere. Trees, branches, garbage cans. Mentioned this morning, if you were watching our coverage, the railroad crossing arm in the middle of Biscayne Boulevard, along with all the trees and all the everything, just a little bit of everything kind of laid down on the road. As you come back, though, the flooding we see here down on 8th Street, Northeast 8th Street here that goes along the American Airlines Arena continues. That fence, when we got here yesterday to kind of sit down and start our coverage, that fence was a perfectly lined fence all the way down. Now look at it as you begin it here all the way down 8th Street. Fence is completely gone. I mean, some of it's submerged in water. Others are just dangling. Other pieces are just, you don't even see them. Back to the billboard up here. This billboard yesterday, again, when we began our coverage middle of the day, this billboard was just a regular billboard. This morning, the side that is closest to us started to peeled off. A little bit later in the afternoon, the other side ripped off. And now if you look at the billboard right behind it, we've noticed in the last 10-15 minutes as these gusts have come through, the bottom portion is kind of come off a little bit, which is the same thing that happened to the billboard that's now gone. So if these winds continue, I wouldn't doubt if that billboard starts to rip. And as we come back down here, David, if we can go down to the bottom of the street, there's a tree down here, and there's, I don't know if you could see it, there's like a white, it almost looks like an air vent. That's actually a light off this building. About an hour ago, we were startled because we heard a big crash, and we didn't know what it was. It was actually one of the lights that's attached to the building fell off, hit the side, and then fell down there. Earlier, we saw some sort of a metal gate being pushed down the street, a white gate. We don't know where it came from. It was just literally just floating down. It was floating down this down 8th Street with this water. So that's what we're seeing. And Lori and Calvin, unfortunately, we're going to see a lot of that when the cleanup does begin. We've already talked about the crane at the distance, that earlier one of the 2 cranes in this area that's had some issues and fallen. Part of that crane back there behind the Freedom Tower, that building that's under construction, came down earlier. I know we'll be reporting on that throughout the day. We had the damage to the heat practice facility that we showed you earlier. There was a part of the exterior membrane is what they call it. Basically, the lining on the top of the roof came off. These are the things that we've been seeing here in downtown Miami. And unfortunately, Calvin and Lori, the wind just keeps on coming. Right when we think, okay, maybe it's a break, maybe this is it, maybe we've seen the worst, 5 minutes of gusts come again, and then we see more damage.
And, Will, I think one of the takeaways from looking at your pictures is that you can almost do a timeline from the time you first arrived until now, just how conditions have really worsened over hours and a couple of days here.
It is, because we've been in a stationary spot, so many of our reporters have been around town, so they've seen 20, 30 different locations and showing us, all the damage and all the things that have happened. We've been in this location, so we've kind of, this is our spot that we've been in. We've learned every little thing that's here. And here we go. Here's another one of those gusts that's starting. And this is what happens. It comes and it starts picking things up, and you see the waves and the water down there. But, yeah, we know where everything is, and we've seen how it looked just 24 hours ago. Beautiful downtown Miami. And now all of a sudden, not so beautiful when you see this. Just things everywhere, billboards ripped, fences down. Unfortunately, part of the damage that Irma's leaving behind, and every time these gusts comes, even more damage comes.
And Will, would you say you've gotten any reprieve since about 8 or 9 this morning?
No, Lori, I would say since noon. I would say at noon we noticed a little bit of a change. From about 9 to noon, we had probably some of our worst weather. We had gusts that had to be well into hurricane strength. We tried to go out to the balcony and try to get a little video, and it was almost impossible. It felt like you were going to get thrown off the balcony. After that, now it's been more of a 20 minutes lull and then a quick gust. But then again, right before we came to, when you were talking about that tornado warning, that's and here we go, more wind here picking up. When we were talking about that tornado warning, what was it, about 15 minutes ago that it expired? You were talking to Todd about it. The wind changed. It was weird. It was calm, and then all of a sudden the direction changed right into us, and a big squall came the other way, and then things started tipping the other way. We saw trees tipping away in a different direction. So it's wild how the wind just changes, and everything changes in front of you in just a matter of seconds.
Our Will Manso in downtown Miami. Will, thanks a lot. Keep surveying the damage out there and let us know what you find. Thanks a lot.
As you look at some of the flooding now in Fort Lauderdale, that is Ross Palumbo wading through all that. And Ross, we are actually getting a lot of boil water orders in the area where you are, not directly in Fort Lauderdale. We just want to let people know in all of Hollywood, in portions of Hallandale, and all of Davie, there is a boil water alert right now. And then you are dealing with this storm surge.
Well, Lori and Calvin, you can see what we're dealing with out here. We have some severe flooding in downtown Fort Lauderdale. I'm on Southeast 1st Avenue, and the street that I'm standing in right now is about 12 feet of water. This is going all the way down to Broward Boulevard. Back behind me, Andrews is just about 2 blocks west of where I am. It's frankly a mess here in downtown Fort Lauderdale. The trees right here across from the library just being pulled up by the root by the force of these winds. Take a look at that. And this is not the exception here in downtown Fort Lauderdale. I drove here from 595 and US 1, and I can tell you it looks this way on several blocks. Block after block, we could barely make it down here. We were telling you earlier that across from Stranahan Park, where we usually have several homeless encampments, there are homeless people here on the first floor of this parking garage. 2 days ago, we tried to get them some help. We brought police down here and managed to get one of them to a shelter, but most of these people, frankly, have refused to go. This gentleman right here, Elliot, has been homeless for about 2 years in Elliot. We talked to you just a few days ago.
Yes. about the flooding that was going to happen here, about the rain.
Right.
Now you're isolated. Now you're stuck here.
Right.
How are you hanging in here?
Just fine. I'm in a dry spot. Should this get any worse, I'll just go upstairs because the ramp is still clear. And outside of that, pretty dry. A little bit of wind, a little bit of mist, coming from the rain. But outside of that, I'm fine.
Yeah, but this isn't the worst of it yet. Are you worried at all for your safety at this point? You guys are isolated here.
I realize that. But actually, I don't think that we're going to get anything more than tropical force, conditions. Because everything's been downgraded. In fact, last that I checked on the weather radio that the storm surge has been canceled for Broward County.
Yeah, but Elliot, the city's order reporting we've had wind gusts of up to 100 miles an hour. We have more than 50,000 people without power in downtown Fort Lauderdale. You're fortunate that you have power here in this parking garage,
right.
But these conditions are only going to deteriorate at this point.
Right. Well, I'm where I'm at. There's nothing I can do about it now, but I'm still not sorry about my initial decision.
Okay, and there were about a dozen homeless people with you right now.
Yes, they've migrated upstairs.
At this point, is there anything you need down here?
Not really.
Okay.
I got plenty of food. I got plenty of water.
Okay.
So I'm actually good.
All right, Ellie, we'll be back to check on you. Lori and Calvin, we've tried to get the police to remove them, but the police can do little. They can't arrest the homeless people or force them to leave at this point. As you know, BSO has said when the wind speeds reach more than 40 miles an hour, they will not be cruising around this area, and we haven't seen any BSO officers. Fort Lauderdale police as well are not going to come out here in these winds to rescue anyone, including these homeless people. So we will keep an eye on these people and see what they need. They do have the shelter, at least, of this parking garage. Again, the wind's picking up here. The city mayor here, Jack Seiler, telling me that we've seen wind gusts up to 100 miles an hour. You know the numbers for the power outages throughout Broward County. Here in Fort Lauderdale, we believe the numbers are over 50,000. That number expected to grow. And as we were talking about yesterday, there is already, if you can believe it, a looting problem here in Fort Lauderdale. Already 3 people have been arrested along Sunrise. One woman was just arrested a little while ago. She was on Sunrise and Power Road for allegedly breaking into a sporting goods store, of all things. Police are coming down hard, and the message really to everyone is looting, especially during a disaster like this, that is a felony. That's going to carry jail time. So the mayor posting those photos on his Twitter account. We have the photos as well. We'll be posting them to encourage people to stay off the streets and not do that. This is a huge problem, not only for their safety. Obviously, there's a criminal act involved here, but the safety is also an issue. The officers have to go out there and see what's happening. Fortunately, officers did bring 3 people in safely. So, Lauren Calvin, again, Southeast 1st Avenue here, Southeast 1st Street right here, Broward Boulevard right over there. All of this, a river at this point. The water about 12 inches deep. Andrews Avenue, a major thoroughfare again. 2 blocks over here to the west, also flooded. Trees down just about everywhere. And the wind and the rain from Irma continues.
And Ross, are you finding that when you're down there, 1 minute it's quiet, the next minute, or you have some sort of a wind gust and rain shooting your way?
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, you know how these tropical storms and hurricane gusts work. Here it comes again. Yeah. We get a moment of break, then it comes in hard. The wind speeds topping 100 miles an hour. It frankly has been hard. You see the size of these trees. Let's take a look again, Harlan, if we could. These are enormous trees, not just having branches knocked off, but being completely uprooted and laying flat now on the sidewalk. This area is completely impassable. We have an enormous SUV. We can barely get through these streets. Rescuers, of course, can barely get through them. The good thing I can report to you right now is not a single person has been injured, and rescuers haven't had to come out here and do anything, at least not yet.
And Ross, if you can tilt down a bit with your cameraman, show us how deep the water is right now and how fast it's risen.
Sure. The water here is about 12 inches deep. Let me lift my foot up out of the water so you can see how far it is going down. And this just keeps rising, Lori. In the time I've been here, it has definitely gone up dramatically. And the problem here is this entire area is low-lying. Remember, this is a mandatory evacuation zone. Everything east of US 1 has been evacuated, and it just keeps filling up. It's impassable. It's very difficult to get around, and we've looked at several of the storm drains clog. Even the drain inside the parking structure here is spitting up water. That's how bad the system is at this point.
And are the winds actually coming off the water? Are there winds whipping you from the east?
Well, you know, it's hard to tell because we're between buildings. I believe due east is this way, Harlan. So this parking structure is shielding us from the direct wind. So now we're getting some major channeling coming through here.